My husband of 30 years betrayed me for a man. They say a marriage changes over time, that passion mellows into comfort, and love becomes a steady presence rather than a fiery spark. That's what I thought was happening to us. After 30 years of marriage, I had grown used to the quiet rhythm of our life together. Mark was my husband, my partner, my rock. I thought I knew him better than anyone in the world, but I didn't. It started with little things. He began staying out late, always with some excuse. Work's been crazy, he'd say, or the guys wanted to grab a drink. I believed him. Why wouldn't I? Mark had always been honest, dependable, the kind of man who fixed things with his hands and kept his promises with his heart. Then came the phone. He was glued to it constantly, smiling at messages I couldn't see, slipping it into his pocket whenever I walked into the room. When I asked who he was talking to, he'd brush it off. Just work stuff, he'd say. Nothing important. I told myself not to worry. After 3 decades together, there was no way he'd betray me, right? But the doubts crept in. They whispered to me at night when I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling while Mark snored softly beside me. Then, one evening, I noticed a cologne on him that wasn't his. It was subtle but unfamiliar. My heart sank as he casually explained, I hugged a co-worker, probably rubbed off. His words were light, dismissive, but I couldn't shake the sinking feeling in my stomach. A week later, I decided to find out the truth. While Mark was in the shower, I picked up his phone. My hands trembled as I unlocked it. He'd never changed the passcode. Part of me hoped I wouldn't find anything. Part of me knew I would. At first, it was nothing. Work emails, group chats with old friends. But then I saw a thread labelled simply, Chris. I opened it, and my world came crashing down. The messages were intimate, inside jokes, sweet compliments, flirtations. My Mark, the man I had built a life with, was sending heart emojis and longing messages to another man. And then there were the photos. Selfies of Mark and Chris together, smiling, happy, and texts detailing nights out at places I'd never heard of, moments I'd never known about. My breath caught in my throat as I realised what I was looking at. This wasn't just infidelity. This was an entire life he'd hidden from me. That night, I confronted him. My voice was shaking as I held his phone up to him. Who is Chris? Mark froze. He didn't try to deny it. He didn't even look surprised. Instead, he sat down heavily on the edge of the bed and buried his face in his hands. I didn't want you to find out this way, he said, his voice muffled. Find out what, Mark? I snapped. That you're cheating on me? That you've been lying to me for God knows how long. Who is he? Mark looked up at me, tears in his eyes. He's someone I care about. Care about, I repeated, my voice rising. You've been married to me for 30 years, Mark. We have a family, a life, and you're throwing it all away for someone you care about. He flinched but didn't argue. I've been struggling for years, he said quietly. Long before I met Chris, I'm gay. The words hit me like a slap. No, I said, shaking my head. You're not. You can't be. You're my husband. I'm still your husband, he said softly. But I've been living a lie. I married you because I thought I could be the man everyone wanted me to be. The man you deserved. But I couldn't keep pretending. Not anymore. Tears streamed down my face as his words sank in. For 3 decades, I had built my life around a man who had been hiding a part of himself. For 3 decades, I had loved someone who had never fully loved himself. How long have you been with him? I asked, my voice trembling. 6 months, he admitted. But this isn't just about Chris. This is about me, about who I am. I stared at him, trying to process it all, the betrayal, the lies, the realization that the man I thought I knew had been a stranger all along. What about me? I whispered. What about everything we've built? Did it mean nothing to you? It meant everything, he said, his voice breaking. But I can't live a lie anymore, and I can't keep hurting you by pretending to be someone I'm not. We talked for hours that night, both of us crying, both of us broken. In the end, we decided to separate. I couldn't stay with him, not after everything, but as angry and devastated as I was, I also felt a strange sense of compassion. Mark had been living in a prison of his own making for years, and now he was finally breaking free. I hated him for what he'd done, but I also pitied him for what he'd endured. 30 years of marriage ended that night. 30 years of love, laughter and memories, all unravelled by a truth he couldn't keep hidden anymore. Now I'm left to pick up the pieces of my life, to figure out who I am without him. Part of me wants to hate him. Part of me still loves him. But all of me knows that nothing will ever be the same. I stared at my phone, rereading Mark's text for the third time. She's crazy. She hasn't loved me in years. I'm only staying for the kids. The words were like a salve, soothing the ache of guilt that had been gnawing at me for weeks. I wanted to believe him. No, I needed to believe him. It made everything we were doing feel justified, even right. Mark had told me so many times how trapped he felt in his marriage, how Emily was cold, ungrateful, impossible to please. He said she was manipulative, that she didn't understand him, didn't appreciate the man he was. I drank in his words like a lifeline. He made me feel wanted, cherished, alive. How could I be the bad guy if I was the one saving him from a life of misery? But in the quiet moments, when I was alone with my thoughts, a tiny voice whispered doubts. What if he wasn't telling me the whole story? I silenced that voice every time. I didn't want to think about Emily, about the woman who had once been in my place. But every so often, she would slip into my mind unbidden. Did she know? Did she suspect? I pictured her as Mark described, volatile, bitter, a shell of the woman he said he had fallen out of love with years ago. It wasn't hard to hate someone I'd never met when the version of her I carried in my head was painted by his hand. Still, there were cracks in his narrative I chose not to see. Emily's name came up in conversation often enough. Mark would roll his eyes whenever she texted about something ridiculous, like their kids' doctor's appointments or needing him to pick up groceries. He made it sound like she was a burden, dragging him down. But what Mark didn't tell me, what I didn't want to imagine, was Emily's side of the story. She was exhausted. The kind of bone-deep exhaustion that comes from years of raising children who need more than she can give. Both of their kids had medical conditions, and Emily had been the one staying up all night, driving to specialists and managing the chaos alone while Mark worked late or needed space. I didn't know that Emily had begged him to go to therapy, to talk about their problems, to save their marriage. I didn't know that she'd shown up to those sessions alone when he brushed her off, claiming her mood swings were the real problem. I didn't know about the lipstick stains she'd found on his shirt or the texts she'd discovered late one night, the ones I'd sent. When Mark finally told me he was kicking Emily out of the house so we could be together, I felt vindicated. He chose me, I told myself. It wasn't my fault if she couldn't keep him happy. I even felt a little smug, imagining her reaction when she realised she'd lost him for good. I ignored the little voice again, the one that wondered what her children would think when their dad moved someone else in. The one that whispered, if he could do this to her, what makes you so different? But I never let those thoughts linger for long. Mark made it easy to push them away. He'd wrap me in his arms, tell me how much better things would be now, how much happier he was with me, and I'd believe him. For a while. It was a few months after we moved in together that the cracks became harder to ignore. The first time I heard him yelling at his kids on the phone, I froze. His tone was sharp, cutting, nothing like the sweet, tender man I'd fallen for. He hung up and muttered something about how ungrateful they were, just like their mother. I laughed nervously, brushing it off. But the pit in my stomach grew. Then came the fights, small at first. He didn't like how I folded his shirts or how I left dishes in the sink. But they escalated quickly. He'd get this cold, detached look in his eyes, the same one I imagined he used with Emily. The worst part? I started to see myself in her. One night, I was scrolling through old photos on Mark's phone, pictures of his kids, vacations, birthdays, and then I found it, a picture of Emily. She was holding their youngest, smiling despite the exhaustion etched into her face. She looked nothing like the monster he had described. In that moment, it hit me. He had rewritten their story, twisting her into a villain so I could play the role of the hero. And I had let him. I hadn't saved Mark from a loveless marriage. I'd simply taken her place. Suddenly, the shine of our romance dulled. The man I thought I knew, the man I had built my dreams around, wasn't my knight in shining armour. He was the same man who had rewritten his history to justify leaving his wife, and he could just as easily do it to me. Because the thing about men like Mark is that they're always the hero of their own story, even when it's someone else who pays the price. A Disney employee helping two girls whose parents died in front of them. I was working at City Hall one day when two guests arrived with two little girls. One of the girls was in a wheelchair, her arm in a cast, while the other looked as if she'd just stared death in the face. Both were cut and bruised, and their expressions carried a kind of pain that no child should ever bear. The guests weren't family members, but nurses from a hospital. They had come to ask for a refund on the girls' tickets, something we were trained to avoid doing at all costs. Curious, I asked why. Then they told me the story, and my heart shattered. The two girls had been with their mom and dad at Epcot. On the way home, their car was in a horrific accident. The mother was beheaded in front of them. The father had survived initially, but later succumbed to his injuries, something the girls didn't yet know. They were from overseas, with no money and no way to contact anyone they knew. The nurses were trying to return the tickets to get the girls some much-needed funds to help them get back home. I could feel my heart sinking as they spoke. If you'd seen these girls, you'd understand why. They weren't just hurt. They were deeply, visibly traumatized. I didn't hesitate. I refunded the tickets. But I couldn't just leave it at that. I got permission to act as their private tour guide for the rest of the day, something they weren't expecting at all. I walked them to the VIP viewing area for the parade, which was as far as I could go in my City Hall costume. I told them I'd be right back after changing into my VIP outfit. On the way backstage, I tried every joke I could think of, pulling out all the stops to make them smile. I was a good tour guide. I'd even helped write parts of the tour. But nothing worked. These girls were too far gone. Their pain was impenetrable. When I finally left them at the bridge to change, I made it backstage before bursting into tears. I'd seen plenty of heartbreaking moments, but this was something else. I'd never felt so powerless in my life. Once I pulled myself together, I returned to them, now in my VIP costume. I bought them ice cream, took them on rides, and did everything in my power to distract them. But still, not a single smile. The nurses were kind and supportive, trying to coax some joy out of the girls, but even their efforts fell flat. We returned to the bridge to watch the parade. I had called the parade department earlier to explain the situation and set up a private meet and greet afterward. As the parade rounded Liberty Square, I knelt beside the girls and said, "I called Mickey and told him all about you two. He told me he wants to meet you after the parade." The little girl in the wheelchair smiled. "Really?" she asked. My heart skipped a beat. "Yes, really. He told me to tell you to look out for him in the parade and follow his float back to City Hall." The other girl smiled too. "You mean right now?" she asked. It had worked. They were talking, not laughing, but talking. It was the first time I'd heard their voices all day. Every single parade performer who passed by stopped to talk to the girls, telling them to keep an eye out for Mickey. When Mickey's float approached, she turned her body sideways, despite being strapped to a pole at the top, and pointed directly toward Main Street. That was all it took. The girls lit up. They forgot their pain, their trauma, everything. They were lost in the magic. We followed Mickey's float all the way back to City Hall, singing Mickey Mania the entire time. Back then, City Hall had a VIP lounge hidden behind the desk, reserved for private moments or celebrity visits. I brought them in and showed them the autograph book where famous guests had signed their names. The girls were enraptured. The cast member playing Mickey that day came straight off her float, still in full costume, and said, "Let's go." I walked into the lounge first, Mickey following behind. I got to see the exact moment the girls met their new friend. They were shy at first, but Mickey had it covered. She worked her magic, and for the first time, those girls were smiling, really smiling. Every single parade character stayed in costume to meet them, one by one, playing and interacting. We stayed in that lounge for over an hour. Mickey never once removed her costume, even though it was brutally hot after the parade. When Mickey finally said goodbye, I had two transformed little girls on my hands. They couldn't stop smiling, chattering excitedly as we spent the rest of the day together. As we walked by the rose garden later, the older girl stopped. "Oh, my mommy loves roses. She trailed off, her voice breaking. I reached out my hand, guiding her to the gate. "Pick one," I said. Her eyes lit up as she carefully selected her favourite rose. She didn't say anything more, and she didn't need to. When the day ended, I said goodbye to the wonderful nurses and the amazing girls, then walked backstage behind the train station. This time, I didn't cry. Instead, I felt a deep sense of gratitude. I had witnessed true magic that day, not the kind you hear about in commercials, but real, human magic. It was in that moment I knew the true heart of Disney wasn't at City Hall. It was with the characters. I auditioned for the character department soon after, transferred, and never looked back. Racist against my own race? In my early 20s, I did an internship at a world-famous theme park in Florida. It was a dream job in many ways, working at one of my favourite attractions. But that day would be unforgettable for all the wrong reasons. I started my shift as the standby line greeter, and within minutes I met a large white family decked out in matching family reunion shirts. They were cheerful, and their excitement was infectious. 30 minutes later, one of the men approached me with his young son in tow, looking frazzled. "Excuse me," he said. "My son needs to use the bathroom, but I don't want to miss riding with my family. Is there any way?" "Of course," I said quickly, giving him an understanding smile. "Take him to the bathroom, then come back through the single rider line. Tell my co-workers that Emily said it was okay." Relieved, he thanked me and rushed off. Fast forward 15 minutes. I was back from break and assigned to grouper, arguably the most intense role. You're the gatekeeper, arranging guests into rows like a human Tetris master, all while keeping the line moving and the ride running like clockwork. The family reunion group was now at the front. The man and his son reappeared from the single rider line, just as planned. I waved them over and slotted them seamlessly with the rest of their family. Smooth sailing, right? Wrong. The next group came forward, a family of 5. I quickly placed them in rows 7 and 8, leaving one seat in row 8 for a single rider. A young woman from the single rider line stepped up and I motioned for her to take the seat. "Ma'am, row 8, please." She didn't move. "I want to ride with my boyfriend," she said, folding her arms defiantly. "Here we go." "Ma'am!" "This is the single rider line," I explained patiently. "It's for filling empty seats. If you want to ride together, you'll need to exit and rejoin the standby line or use a fast pass." Her boyfriend shifted uncomfortably behind her, avoiding eye contact. "No," she snapped. "I want to ride with my boyfriend." I felt my patience slipping. "Ma'am, you agreed to this when you entered the single rider line. Please fill in the empty space or step out of line." Her voice rose, her frustration now directed squarely at me. "You let those white folk ride together! Why can't I ride with my boyfriend?" The world seemed to stop. Guests froze. Conversations hushed. All eyes turned to us. I took a deep breath, willing myself to stay calm. "Ma'am, step out of line, please." She stormed past me, slamming her shoulder into mine with enough force to make me stagger. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Her boyfriend groaned. "You always do this," under his breath. I saw red, my fists clenched, and my entire body tensed. The words I wanted to hurl back at her burned in my throat. But before I could react, my coordinator E sprinted over like she was in an Olympic relay. "Go to the break room," she said firmly. "Take a breather." The crowd erupted in chatter as I stormed off, my hands shaking, not from fear, but from sheer unfiltered rage. Tears welled up as I paced the bathroom, not sad, but livid. I wanted to throw hands. When I finally calmed down and returned to the break room, one of my managers approached me. "You're not in trouble," he assured me, "but security needs a statement." I nodded. Then security walked in. And let me tell you, the man was gorgeous, tall, tan, and blessed with the kind of jawline that belongs on a magazine cover. His presence was an unexpected silver lining to the mess of my day. He looked at me, brow furrowed. "You're Emily?" "Yes." "I'm confused." "About what?" The woman said you were racist. She claimed you let white people ride together, but refused to let her because of her race." He paused, clearly trying to make sense of it. "But you're the same race." I rolled my eyes so hard I'm surprised they didn't get stuck. "She's an idiot," I said flatly. He laughed, a deep, warm laugh that momentarily made me forget my anger. He took my statement, thanked me, and informed me that the couple had been escorted out of the park and banned for life. As he walked away, I couldn't help but smile, shaking my head at the absurdity of it all. Working with the public was always unpredictable. But this This was next level. My landlord is stalking me. It started on April 15th. I was running late for work, rushing through my morning routine, when I noticed it. A yellow post-it note stuck neatly to the edge of my desk. In handwriting that wasn't mine, it listed errands I had planned to do later that week. Things I hadn't told anyone about. I stared at it for a moment, confusion prickling the back of my neck. Maybe I wrote it in my sleep. The explanation felt flimsy, but I convinced myself it had to be true. I threw the note away and told myself to forget about it. 4 days later, I found another one. This time it was stuck to the back of my desk chair. The handwriting was the same, neat but unfamiliar. The message was chillingly specific. Don't forget to save your documents. I froze. Nobody knew about the project I'd been working on late into the night, the one I hadn't even mentioned to my closest friends. Panic bubbled up inside me, but I forced myself to stay calm. There was no sign of a break-in, no broken locks, no disturbed windows. Maybe this was some elaborate prank. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. That night, I dug out an old webcam and aimed it at my desk. Using a free security app, I set it to record whenever it detected movement. If someone was in my apartment, I'd catch them. Days passed and nothing happened. No new notes, no unusual activity. I started to wonder if I'd imagined the whole thing. Then on April 28th, I woke up to find another post-it. It was sitting on my desk, and the message made my blood run cold. Our landlord isn't letting me talk to you, but it's important we do. I felt a chill creep down my spine. The landlord? What did that mean? I rushed to my computer and opened the webcam folder, expecting to find my answer. But the folder was empty. Not a single video file remained. Even my recycling bin had been emptied. Whoever had left that note had not only been in my apartment, they knew about the camera. I barely slept that night. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside made me jump. I started locking and relocking my doors, checking the windows twice before bed. Then came May 1st. When I opened my door that morning, I saw it, a blank post-it note stuck to the outside of my door. But it wasn't just my door. As I stepped into the hallway, I saw post-it notes on nearly every door in the complex, blank, colourful squares in yellow, pink, green and blue, scattered like confetti across the building. My stomach churned. This wasn't random. Someone was sending a message, but I didn't know what it meant or why they'd targeted me. I marched straight to the landlord's office that morning, clutching the post-its in my hand. "What is this?" I demanded, slamming the notes onto the counter. My landlord, a wiry man in his 50s with a perpetually annoyed expression, barely glanced at them. "No idea what you're talking about," he muttered. "Probably some kids messing around." "That's not good enough," I snapped. "Someone has been in my apartment. They left notes. They emptied my computer files. You have keys. Do you know anything about this?" His eyes narrowed. "Are you accusing me?" His reaction made my skin crawl. He wasn't angry, he was smug. I left the office feeling worse than before. If he was involved, confronting him had only made things worse. And if he wasn't, then whoever was doing this had access to my apartment without his knowledge. I decided to talk to my neighbours. Most shrugged it off, dismissing the post-its as a prank. But one neighbour, Mrs. Turner, gave me a strange look when I showed her my notes. "I remember something like this," she said softly, glancing over her shoulder. "Years ago, back when the old landlord was here, people used to say he left notes on their doors, sometimes inside their apartments, always harmless at first, until someone reported him." "Reported him for what?" I asked, my heart pounding. Her face darkened. "He was watching people. Cameras, hidden in smoke detectors, vents. They never found all of them." That night, I sat alone in my apartment, clutching my phone and debating whether to call the police. Was it my landlord? A prank? Someone else entirely? The next morning, I woke up to find another note. This time it wasn't blank. "Stop talking to the neighbours. I'm calling the police tomorrow. I don't know if it's my landlord or someone else, but I can't live like this. Whoever it is, they know too much about me, what I'm doing, where I'm going, and who I'm talking to. My once safe home now feels like a prison. And the worst part, I don't know who's holding the keys."
Every night, no matter the weather, something walks down our street whistling softly. You can only hear it if you're in the living room or the kitchen when they walk by. and it always starts at exactly 3:03. The sound starts faint, somewhere near the beginning of the lane near the Carson place. We're towards the middle of the street, so the whistling moves past us before fading away in the direction of the cul-de-sac. When I was younger, my sister and I would sneak into the kitchen some nights to listen. Mom and Dad didn't like that, and we'd catch hell if they found us out there. But they were never too hard on us, since we always stuck to the one big rule. Don't try to look at whatever was whistling. My neighborhood is a funny place. I've lived here since I was 6, and I love it. The houses are small but well kept, good-sized yards, plenty of places to roam. There are a lot of other kids here my age. I turned 13 back in October. We grew up together and would always play foursquare in the cul-de-sac or roam around from back porch to back porch in the summer. This was a good place to grow up. I'm old enough to see it. And there's only the two strange things here, the night whistling and the good luck. The whistling never bothered me much. Like I said, I couldn't even hear it from my bedroom, but Mom and Dad don't like talking about it, so I've stopped asking questions. My dad is a strong guy, tall and calm. He has an accent since he moved to the U.S. as a kid. His family, my grandparents, they're from the islands. That's what they call it. My dad, the only time he isn't so calm is if the whistler comes up. He talks a little quicker then, eyes move faster, and he tells us not to think about it so much and to always remember the one rule, the big rule. Don't try to look outside when the whistler goes past. Not that we could look even if we wanted. See, there are shutters on the inside of every window, thick pieces of heavy canvas that pull down from the top and latch to the bottom of the window frame. Each latch even has a small lock, about the size of what you'd find on a diary. My dad locks those shutters every night before we all go to bed and keeps the key in his room. My mom, I don't know what she thinks about the whistling. I've seen her out in the living room before at 3:03 when the sound starts. I could see her if I cracked my door open just an inch to peek. She's not out there often, at least I haven't caught her much, but once or twice a month, I think she sits out there on our big red couch just listening. The whistler has the same tune every night. It's cheerful. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Remember how I said there are two odd things about where I live? Well, besides our night whistler, everyone in my neighborhood is really lucky. It's hard to explain, and Dad doesn't like us talking about this part much either, but good things just seem to happen to people around here a lot. Usually it's small things, winning a radio contest, or getting an unexpected promotion at work, or finding some arrowheads buried in the yard. You know, the authentic kind. The weather is pretty good, and there's no crime, and everybody's gardens bloom extra bright in the fall. A million little blessings I've heard my mom say about living here. But the main reason we stay here, why we moved here in the first place, is my sister Nola. She was born very sick. Something with her lungs. We couldn't even bring her home when she was born, only visit her in the hospital. She was so small, I remember. Small even compared to the other babies. A machine had to breathe for her. We moved into our house here to be closer to the hospital. As soon as we moved here, Nola started getting better. The doctors couldn't figure it out. They chalked it up to whatever they were doing, but we all could tell they were confused. But my parents knew, even I knew, Nola getting better was just another of the million little blessings we got for living in our neighborhood. So that's why we stayed, even after we found out that for every small miracle that happens here every day, now and then, some bad things happen. But they only happen if you look for the whistler. See, our neighborhood has a welcoming committee. They show up with macaroni casserole and a gift basket and a manila folder whenever someone new moves in. They're very friendly. 4 people showed up when we moved in 7 years ago. The committee made small talk, gave me a Snickers bar, and took turns holding Nola. It was her first week out of the hospital, so they were extra careful. Then the committee asked to speak to my parents in private, so I was sent to my room where I still managed to hear nearly every word. The welcoming committee told my parents about how nice the neighborhood was, really exceptionally hard to explain kind of nice. And then they told my parents about the even harder to explain whistling that happened every morning at 3:03 and ended at the tick of 3:05. The group, our new neighbors, warned my parents that the whistling was quiet, would never harm or hurt us, as long as we didn't look for what was making the sound. This part they stressed, and I pushed my ear into the door, straining to hear them. People who went looking for the whistler had their luck change, sometimes tragically. A black cloud would hang over anyone that looked. Anything that could go wrong would. The manila envelope the committee brought over contained newspaper clippings, stories about car crashes and ruined lives, public deaths and freak accidents. Not everyone dies, I heard the head of the committee tell my dad. But the life goes out of them. Even if they live, there's no light in them ever again. No presence. My mom, I could tell she wasn't taking it seriously. She kept asking if this was some prank they play on new neighbors. At one point, my mom got angry, accused the committee of trying to scare us out of our new home, asked them if they were racist on account of my dad being from the islands. My dad calmed her down, told her he could tell our new neighbors were sincere and they were just trying to help us. He explained that he grew up hearing these kinds of stories from his mom and that he knew there were strange things that walked among us. Some of those strange things were good and some were bad, but most were just different. After the committee left, Dad went out to the hardware store, bought the canvas blinds, the latches, and the locks, and installed them on every window in the house after dinner. That first night in our new house, I crept out of my room at 3 a.m., only to find my dad awake sitting on the living room couch holding my baby sister. My dad held up his finger in a shish motion, but patted the couch next to him. I sat and we waited. At exactly 3:03, we heard the whistling. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. It came and it went just like our neighbors said. The whistling returns each night and we never look and we enjoy our million little blessings every day. Nola breathes on her own and she's grown into a strong, clever girl. My dad even joined the welcoming committee. We don't get new neighbors often. Why would anyone want to leave? But when a new family moves in, my dad and the committee bring them macaroni casserole, a gift basket, and the manila folder. I can always tell by the look on my dad's face when he comes back if the family took the committee seriously or if we'd be getting new neighbors again very soon. Not long ago, a family moved in directly next to us. The previous owner, Miss Maddie, passed away at age 105. She'd lived a good long life. Our new neighbors seemed like they'd fit in just fine. They believed the welcoming committee took my dad's advice about the locking shutters since they had a young child of their own. Whatever newspaper clippings were in that manila envelope, whatever evidence, my dad never let us see. But I imagine it must have been awfully convincing since our neighbors got along with no issues for the first month. One night, when our new neighbors had to leave town, they sent their son, Holden, to stay with us. He was 12, a year under me in school. I didn't know him well before that night, but as soon as his parents dropped him off after dinner, I could tell it was going to be a bad time. "Do you know who is always out there whistling every night?" Holden asked the moment the adults left the room. The three of us were sitting in the den, some Disney movie playing idly on the television. My sister and I exchanged a glance. "We don't talk about that," I said. "I think it's that weirdo that lives in the big yellow house on the corner," Holden said. "Mr. Tolles?" my sister asked. "No way. He's really nice." Holden shrugged. "Must be a psycho killer then." Nola tensed. "We don't talk about it," I repeated. "Let's go in my room and play Nintendo." We spent the next few hours playing games, eating popcorn, and then watching movies. A typical sleepover, but I could see Holden was getting antsy. After my parents had wished us a good night, locked the blinds, and gone to bed, Holden stood up from his beanbag and walked over to where Nola and I were sitting on my bed. "Have you ever even tried looking?" he asked. "It's nearly time." Like most sleepovers, we'd conveniently ignored any suggestion of a bedtime. I was shocked to see he was right. It was almost 3 a.m. I sighed. "We don't." "See, I can't. I can't even try to look because my dad locks the blinds every night and hides the key," he continued, ignoring me. "So does our dad," said Nola. "No," replied Holden. "No, he doesn't." "You saw him do it," I said, a little sharper than I meant to sound. Holden grinned. "Your dad locks the blinds? Yeah, but he doesn't hide the key. He keeps it right on his normal keychain." "So?" I asked, worried I already knew what he would say next, because I had noticed that my dad didn't bother hiding the key anymore after all of these years, because he knew we took it seriously. So, after your dad locked up, but before your parents went to bed, I went to the bathroom, and on my way, I may have peeked into their room, and I may have seen your dad's keychain on his nightstand, and I maybe went and borrowed the key to blinds. Nola and I stared, and his grin only grew wider. You're lying, I said. Holden shrugged. You can check if you want. Just open your parents' door and look. You'll see his keychain right there on the nightstand. Stay here, I told both of them. Don't move a muscle. I hurried over to my parents' room, but hesitated at the door. If Holden wasn't lying, my dad would be angry, beyond angry. I was scared thinking about it, but more scared of an open window with the Whistler right outside. I opened the door barely an inch and looked in, but it was too dark to see. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the room. 2 steps into the dark, I froze. The whistling started, and I could hear it clearly from my parents' room. I never realized, but they must have heard the sound every night since we moved into the house. They never told us. I don't think I could have slept through it. I stood there, listening to the whistling come closer, unsure whether I should turn on a light or call out for my dad. Soft sounds from the living room brought me back to reality. Nola, I yelled, running out of my parents' room. Holden and Nola were standing near the front door next to a window. Holden wasn't lying. I could see him fumbling with the lock on one of the blinds. I heard a click. He did have the key. Holden let out a quick laugh. Nola stood next to him, hunched up, afraid but maybe curious. The whistling was right outside our house now. I think I made a sound, called out. I can't remember. Time felt frozen, clock hands nailed to the face. But I found myself moving. I'm not fast. I've never been athletic. Somehow, though, I covered the space between myself and Nola in a moment. My eyes were locked on her, but I heard Holden pull the blind all the way down so it could release. I heard the snap of it start to raise, and I heard the whistling just on the other side of the window. But I had my arms around Nola, and I turned us so she was facing away from the window. At the same time, I jammed my eyes shut. The blind whipped open. The whistling stopped. I felt Nola shaking in my arms. Don't look, okay? I told her. Don't turn around. We were positioned so that she was facing back towards the hallway, and I was facing the window. My eyes were still closed. I felt her nod into my shoulder. I reached out with the arm not holding Nola and tried to touch Holden. My hand brushed against his arm. He was shaking worse than Nola. Holden? I asked. Silence. I reached past him and gingerly felt for the window. Eyes still sealed shut. The glass was cold against my fingertips, colder than it should have been for the time of year. I moved my hand up the window, searching for the string to the blind. The glass began to get warmer the further I reached, and there was a gentle hum feeding back into my fingertips. I tried not to think about what might be on the other side of the window. Finally, I touched the string and yanked the blinds shut. I opened my eyes. In the dim light leaking out from the kitchen, I could make out Holden, pale and small, staring at the now closed window. Holden? I asked again. He turned towards me, and he screamed. Everything became a flurry of motion. Lights sparked to life in the hall, then the living room. My parents' footsteps thudded across the hardwood floor. I didn't turn to look back at them. My eyes were glued to Holden. He was pale, had bit his lip so hard there was a thin red line of blood running down his chin, and he'd wet himself. What happened? My dad asked from behind me. I managed to swivel away from Holden and look back. He looked. I'd never seen my dad scared before, but I saw it that night, in that moment, an old, ugly terror stitched on his face. A parent's fear. Just Holden? He mouthed to me. I nodded yes. My dad let out a breath. He looked so relieved I nearly expected him to cheer. But then he turned to Holden, and my dad's face changed. I wondered if he felt bad for feeling good that Holden was the only one that looked. There was a knock at the door. We all froze. Holden whimpered. Don't answer it, my mom said. She stood at the threshold of the hall. I'd always thought she was a skeptic and just humored my dad about the windows and the Whistler, but that night we were all believers. I noticed that both of my parents held baseball bats they must have taken from their bedroom. The knock came again, a little louder this time. Please don't open the door, Holden whispered. My dad walked over to him, hugged him close. "We won't," my dad promised, still holding his bat. "Nothing is coming in here tonight." Thud, thud, thud. This time the knocking was loud enough to rattle the door. Holden screamed again, and Nola clutched her arms around my neck. My mom came over and knelt down next to us, wrapping my sister and me close. Thud, thud, thud. "Call the police," my mom whispered to my dad. The knocking instantly stopped. My dad looked over his shoulder at us. "Do you think—" He was cut off by frantic knocking that trailed off to a polite tap, tap, tap. "Police," something said from the other side of the door. The voice from outside sounded exactly like my mom, like a parrot repeating the words back to her. "Police, call, the police." Tap, tap, tap. "Police." My mom pulled us closer. "Police, police, police, police." "Please stop," I heard her whisper. "I don't think calling them will help," my dad said. "How will we know when they're the ones at the door?" The knocking came back harder than before. The door shook. Then it stopped. After a long moment, I heard the knocking again, but it was coming from our back door. We all turned together towards the back door, but the knocking immediately returned to the front door. Front to back to front, loud, then quiet, then loud again. Suddenly, the sound was coming from both doors at once, big, heavy blows like a sledgehammer. Then something started rapping against all of the windows in the house, then the walls. It was like we were living inside a drum with a dozen people trying to play at once. Or we were a turtle and something was attempting to claw us out of our shell. "Stop!" Holden yelled. The knocking died. "I won't tell," Holden said, staring at the door. "I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw. Just please go away." We waited for nearly a minute. Then we heard it, a soft tap, tap, tap coming from the window Holden had looked through earlier. Holden started to cry, sobbing like a prisoner watching gallows being built outside their cell. My dad held him, brushed his hair but never lied to him, never told him things would be okay. The tapping at the window went on for the rest of the night. We huddled together in the living room for I don't know how long. Eventually, my mom tried to take us kids into my room while my dad stayed to watch the door. But the second we moved into my bedroom, the knocking came back, so loud it was possible to ignore. I was afraid the door couldn't take it. We went back to the living room and the knocking stopped. Only the tap, tap, tap on the window remained. None of us slept that night. The tapping stopped around 7 a.m. That's about the time the sun comes up here. We waited another 2 hours before my dad opened the blinds from one window. He made us all go back to my parents' bedroom first. I heard him open the door, then come back in. "Okay," he told us. "It's done." Holden's parents came back around lunchtime. My mom and dad walked Holden over to his house, and they all went inside for quite a while. Nola and I watched from the window. She stuck to me the whole day, right at my side, sometimes holding my hand. When my parents came back, they looked grim, but wouldn't tell us what they said to Holden's family. It was a Sunday, so we all spent the day together, ordered pizza and watched movies. That night, everyone slept in my room. Nola and my mom in the bed with me, my dad in a chair he'd pulled over. There was no knocking that night or any night since. We didn't see much of Holden or his parents for the rest of that week, but by Thursday, there was a moving truck in their driveway. Nola and I watched them packing up the whole afternoon after school. What sticks with me most is how tired Holden and his parents looked. All three had the same pallor, grim mouths, and lightless eyes. Even from across the street, I could tell something was very wrong. Holden and his family were gone before sunset. I remember what the original welcoming committee said to my parents when we moved in. "Not everyone who looks at the Whistler dies, but even those that live have the light go out of them, and the rest of their lives are full of misfortune. A million little tragedies." I think Holden's parents must have looked, either to comfort him if they didn't believe or share the burden if they did. I watched Nola some days, happy and young and alive, and I wonder if I'd been slower, if she'd looked out the window that night, would I have looked too? To comfort her? To share that burden? I'm glad I don't have to find out. We still live in that house, in that neighborhood. We still hear our Whistler walking past every night. The blessings, the luck, the good things here are too good to leave. But we're careful. We don't have friends over to spend the night anymore. And my dad hides the key to the blinds very, very well. Not that I've gone looking. Some things you just don't need to look for.
My wife has a removable face. I've never glimpsed what lies beneath it, but my best friend has. Samantha told me about it on our third date. We were watching a movie on her couch when I made my move to kiss her. She whipped her hand in front of my face and blocked me. "There's something you need to know," she said. I braced myself. Here it comes. "I'm not ready for a relationship. Nothing to do with you, of course." It was the absolute last thing that I wanted to hear because I was already crazy about her. "Okay," I said, "I have a removable face." "That's a new one." "You have a what now?" I was about to laugh, but she was wearing a deadly serious expression. "I have a removable face. Is that like a metaphor or something?" "No, my face is literally removable. Look, closely." She lifted her chin and traced her jawline with a finger. "You can see the seam." After admiring how beautiful her neck was for a dizzying moment, I leaned in for an inspection. It was very hard to see, but it did look like there was a slightly unnatural transition there from her face to her throat. I grew dizzier as a dozen questions rushed into my brain. "Don't bother asking why or how or anything like that," said Samantha. "I can't tell you that. If that's going to be a problem, you should leave now. I'm letting you know this because I like you and I want to take the next step, but this is non-negotiable." "Okay," I said, unsure of what was happening. "Not a problem. So what? You have a removable face. Who cares? It looks good. There's something else. Once a day, usually in the evening, I have to remove the face and disinfect the inside of it. If I don't, it will rot. This takes about an hour, give or take, depending on how my day went. During this time, you must never, ever look at my real face. Never. Do you understand?" Yes. Got it. Don't ask about it. Don't look at your real face." Samantha stood up. "Now, I'm going to go into the bathroom and clean my face. That will give you plenty of time to think about what I've told you. If you're here when I'm done, that's great. I would like that. But if you're gone, I'll understand." She turned and walked into her bedroom. I sat in stunned silence as I heard the bathroom door close. I gave the thing some serious thought. It was possible that it was a joke of some kind. It was possible that it was a delusion. Was it possible that it was true? Well, it was certainly possible to transform an actor's face with movie makeup, so I supposed it was possible that Samantha wore a removable face every day. Maybe she had had a horrible accident where her flesh had been mangled. Maybe her face had been damaged beyond repair. If it had, I would never know because she would never tell me, and I would never see it. I pictured a face of raw, naked muscle, scarred or disfigured. Could I kiss her if that was what I was kissing? But wasn't that what we all were under the skin? Just muscle and bone and blood and squishy organs. I paced around the living room, running my hand through my hair. I liked Samantha a lot. She was smart and funny and beautiful. But was that beauty real? Did it count? Did it matter if it was real or not? Was I being superficial, even worrying about it? When she came out of the bathroom, I was still there. I looked at her face. She smiled and I was in love. We dated, we moved in together, we decided to get married. For the most part, it was a completely normal relationship, typical of two young people in love, building a life together. During the day, it was easy to forget about the face altogether. It looked natural enough, and only in certain positions, in certain lights, was there ever any indication that it wasn't natural. But every night was the same. Samantha would close herself in the bathroom, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2, and clean the inside of her face. The curiosity never left me. I would sit there and wonder what was under that face. I came so close to barging in on her a few times, but I never did. I did occasionally ask her about it, about what, if anything, had happened, about how it was possible to make the removable face look so real, about what it really looked like underneath. I tried to coax her into showing me, assuring her that I loved her no matter what and didn't give a damn what her real face looked like. I was just curious, that's all. She never showed me or told me the story behind it. She didn't get upset at me unless I was really badgering her. She'd just shrug and say, "You know you can't see it, you know I can't tell you about it." I never told anybody about Samantha's removable face. It's not that she asked me not to. I just didn't think it was anybody's business. Except once I did tell somebody. It was during my bachelor party. We had rented several cabins in Big Sur and spent the night drinking and talking under the stars. Everyone else had passed out, and the sun was creeping up behind us as I stood on the cliffs with my friend Chris, looking down on the Pacific waves crashing against the rocks. Chris was my best friend, as close to a brother as I'd known. We'd grown up together, visited each other at college, and spent summers together. After college, we'd moved to different cities, but we stayed in close contact. Standing there on the cliffs, I told Chris about Samantha's removable face. At first, he thought I was joking. Then he had 1,000 questions, most of which I couldn't answer. What's underneath? I don't know, man. I don't know. Doesn't that drive you crazy not knowing? I shrugged. There are lots of things I don't know. I don't know what happens when we die, and I don't know what's under my wife's face. Same category, I guess. But dude, she's about to be your wife, and you don't even know what she looks like. I mean, I'd have to take a look, like you could set up a camera in the bathroom. That's where she does it, right? Set up a camera and then you'll know. I sighed. Yeah, it drives me crazy. I've asked her 1,000,000 times, but she told me I could never look. Gotta respect that, man. Even if I don't like it, that's love. Chris laughed. You telling me to respect a woman? That's new. Then we fell back into talking about old times as the new day dawned. Chris was in town for business last week and planned on spending the weekend at our house. The conversation at Big Sur had happened 4 years ago, and we hadn't spoken about Samantha's removable face since. It happened on Saturday evening. We were lounging lazily in the backyard, deep into the beer, having just finished with some grilled steaks, when I got a text from work. God damn it, I groaned. I have to make a work call. Seriously? Said Samantha, raising an artificial eyebrow. On a Saturday night? My biggest client, baby. Sorry. It is what it is, I guess, said my wife. I'm going to head inside and get cleaned up. Chris, are you okay just hanging out for a bit? Chris smiled. I'll be fine. Got my beer? Got some weeds to pull in your garden? God knows your lazy husband isn't going to do it. Those tomatoes are choking to death. It's a tragedy. I rolled my eyes and went into the side yard to make my call. 15 minutes later, I heard the screams coming from inside. Both my best friend and my wife were wailing in terror. I dropped the phone and ran into the house and down the hall to our bedroom. Through the open door, I could see that the door to the master bathroom was also standing open. Don't come in, screamed Samantha. I don't have my face on. Call an ambulance. He looked. Oh God, he looked. She sounded desperate and truly horrified. Chris staggered backwards, out of the bathroom. His face was pale, and he was holding his hands over his eyes, crying out nonsense words. His panic was contagious, and I froze, torn between helping him and heeding Samantha's warning not to enter. Call a fucking ambulance, my wife screamed. Don't come in here. He looked. I turned and ran back to the side yard where my phone was lying in the grass. I called 911. When the paramedics arrived, Chris was trembling and unresponsive in the hallway. Samantha was by his side, her face on, but had been done hastily, and everything looked a little off. My world has been dark this past week. Chris is in a psychiatric hospital undergoing evaluation. The doctors are optimistic that his mental state will improve, but they don't know the truth about what caused it, because I told the paramedics that Chris had been overwhelmed by stress and lack of sleep. I saw no good reason to tell the truth about what had happened. Who would believe that one look at my wife's real face could break someone's mind? At best, we'd be the subjects of a long investigation. At worst, we'd have to prove it, risking the same result with someone else. Samantha is in her own state of despair. She still cleans the inside of her face, though not as regularly, and when she puts it back on, it's always slightly crooked now. I've tried to assure her that it wasn't her fault. He knew, I said. I told him that nobody was ever allowed to look. He knew, and he broke in. This isn't on you, baby. Not on me? That one look at my real face could do that to someone? How is that not on me? She's withdrawn from me lately, and I've tried to give her space. As for me, the strangest thing is that despite everything, I find myself more curious than ever about what lies beneath my wife's removable face.
The Midnight Whopper. It was close to midnight, and the streets were eerily quiet as I pulled into the Burger King drive-thru. I had just finished a double shift at the warehouse, and I was starving. My stomach growled loudly as I stared at the glowing menu board, the fluorescent lights above buzzing faintly in the still night. "Welcome to Burger King," the speaker crackled. "May I take your order?" Yeah. I'll have a Whopper, extra pickles, large fries and a Coke," I said, my voice scratchy from the long day. "Anything else?" "Nope. That's it. Please pull forward." I drove up to the window and handed my card to the young cashier. Her name tag said Amy. She looked exhausted, her uniform a little rumpled, but her eyes lingered on me for just a beat too long. "You look familiar," she said, squinting slightly. I chuckled nervously. "Yeah, I get that a lot." She didn't say anything else, just nodded and walked off to grab my order. Something about the way she stared at me left me uneasy. I glanced around. The drive-through lane was empty, and the parking lot was deserted, except for a couple of dumpsters in the far corner, shrouded in shadow. A few minutes later, Amy returned with my food. "Here you go," she said, handing me the bag, her eyes still scanning me like she was trying to place me in her memory. "Thanks," I muttered, already eager to leave. Just as I was about to pull away, she leaned out the window. "Hey, have you been here before? Like a couple of weeks ago?" I hesitated. "I don't think so. Why?" She bit her lip, her gaze darting toward the parking lot. "No reason. Just thought I recognized you. Have a good night." I nodded awkwardly and drove off, but her question stuck with me. As I parked in the lot to eat, I couldn't shake the weird vibe from our interaction. Opening the bag, I inhaled the aroma of the fresh fries and pulled out my Whopper. But something caught my eye, a small piece of paper tucked at the bottom of the bag. Frowning, I unfolded it. The handwriting was rushed and shaky. "If you're reading this, do not go home. Someone is watching you. Call the police." My heart stopped. I looked around, my pulse pounding in my ears. The parking lot suddenly felt too quiet, every shadow too deep. Was this some kind of sick joke? I glanced back at the drive-through window. Amy was standing there, watching me. When our eyes met, she gave a slight nod. I swallowed hard, pulling out my phone with trembling hands. My gut told me not to ignore this. 911. What's your emergency?" I tried to keep my voice steady as I explained the situation, reading the note aloud. "Stay where you are," the operator said firmly. "Officers are on their way." Every second felt like an eternity. My eyes darted between the parking lot and the rearview mirror, half expecting someone to leap out of the shadows. Finally, red and blue lights illuminated the lot as 2 squad cars pulled in. The officers approached and I handed them the note. One of them, Officer Ramirez, read it and frowned. "Sir," he said, "are you aware someone reported a break-in at your address earlier tonight?" "What?" I blurted. "No, I've been at work all day." "Do you live alone?" "Yeah." Ramirez exchanged a grim look with his partner. "We'll send a unit to check your house. Stay here." As they radioed in backup, Amy came out of the restaurant, her face pale but determined. "I saw a guy earlier," she said. "He was hanging around your car, and it looked like he left something inside. I didn't think much of it until I saw him park here again tonight, just sitting there watching the drive-through. That's when I wrote the note." My stomach turned. I hadn't noticed anyone in the lot earlier. An officer returned a few minutes later, his expression serious. "We found someone hiding behind the dumpster. He had a crowbar, duct tape, and gloves. He's in custody now." I felt like the ground had dropped out from under me. Was he waiting for me?" The officer nodded grimly. Amy stepped closer. "I'm so glad you read the note. I didn't know if you would." I turned to her, my voice thick with gratitude. "You might have saved my life. Thank you." As the officers escorted the man to a squad car, I caught a glimpse of his face, and my blood ran cold. It was Matt, my co-worker from the warehouse.
When I was in 6th grade, my small-town school track team did very well and was allowed to compete in the state finals. My event was the 200-meter dash, and while I did okay against the other small towns we normally faced, I had no chance at state. This was pretty much the case for most of us, so we mostly goofed off and explored the massive arena and whatever. I wasn't allowed soda at home, but somebody bought me a huge Coke, and I thought it was pretty great. Came time for me to run my race. Well, actually my heat in the preliminaries, as this thing was so big time that they actually had more runners than would fit on the track at once. First time I'd ever seen that. Coach tells me to do my best and have fun. Nobody expects much. It's just an honor to be there. I line up on this beautiful, wide cinder track with maybe 15 lanes. I was used to 8, and an unbelievable crowd watching. Big grandstands full of people, all new to me. I get kind of excited about the whole thing. So we all set our feet in the blocks, crouch down, and tense up, waiting for the shot from the starter pistol. Meanwhile, a hush settles over the crowd. We're on edge, waiting for the bang. When the starter fires, I take this huge leap forward, like I'm going to sprint the whole 200 meters, which is pretty much what people who are good at it do, but not my usual approach. This massive physical effort simultaneously propels the most violent, loudest fart of my life out my preteen stinkhole. Most of the crowd hasn't trained to the peak physical level that I have, so their reaction to the pistol shot is a tiny bit slower. The effect is that after the bang, but before anyone makes a single sound, my fart echoes through the arena with unbelievable clarity and tone. For everyone there, it's just like bang! Fire! I manage a few strides just out of instinct before realization of what's happening starts to set in. I glance over at the crowd, and in that split second, I can just see it on every face. They know. They all know, and they are all looking right at me. This starts me laughing super hard while also running as hard as I ever have. And what's my body's reaction to that unusual combination? Yep, fart a lot more. However, I am now taking strides pretty rapidly. So instead of one big blast, I'm ripping a little one with each step. I can't even think of what letters could represent the sound. If you can imagine a rapid series of very brief, very loud farts, that's pretty much it. This whole situation has only taken like 10 seconds to develop. We aren't even halfway done yet, and I've farted about 15 times. I literally could not continue from laughing so damn hard. I stumble to a hunched over stop right there in the middle of the fanciest arena I've ever been to, giggling like the farting idiot I am. I then realize that nobody is rushing past me, which, come to think of it, should have happened by this time in the race regardless of the fart situation. I turn around, and every one of the other runners is either lying on the ground or crouched over, laughing just as hard as I am. Literally crying laughing. Apparently, my fart-propelled lunge off the line had taken most of them out, and the rest succumbed to my staccato encore presentation. And that's the story of how an entire heat was eliminated from the 200-meter state finals with no one completing the event, which I was told had never happened before in the history of state finals. I escaped amazingly unscathed, as the tiny handful of people from my school were all setting up for their own events and not watching. There were rumors of a second farter, and basically, they let me walk away. I hid in the school bus till we left, and my coach was the only person to ever speak to me about it. He didn't laugh, but he also didn't yell at me.
My friend was sleeping over at my house. My parents and brother were all sleeping upstairs while we were downstairs watching TV, playing video games and shit. At around 1 a.m. he asks if this girl can come over. He really wants to get with this girl, and I don't want to turn him down, so I reluctantly agree, on the condition that she's quiet. The three of us are hanging out and I make some excuse to leave the room so my friend can have some alone time with this girl. I'm upstairs in my room when I start hearing loud moans. This is bad news for me, but great news for my friend. He's losing his virginity to a girl he really likes. I hear stirring in the next room and I know that their bout of loud lovemaking has woken my parents. The last thing I want is for my confused father to walk in on my friend fucking this girl in my basement. What do? I go to Pornhub, click on the first video I see, crank that shit to 100 on my speakers and let it play for the 3 minutes that my buddy ended up lasting. My dad ended up coming into my room, discovering the source of the noise. I even threw in some fapping motion under the covers, and awkwardly leaving. My buddy ended up having the best fucking time ever, bro, but Jesus, there were some awkward glances exchanged between my parents and I the next morning.
Last night, my wife's boss, Linda, from her brand new job, invited us over for dinner. On the drive over, my wife, Sarah, reiterated many times to me just how important it was to make a good impression. I scoffed and arrogantly informed my silly wife that I always make good impressions. My wife's boss is a single lady in her 50s, so it was just the three of us. We chit-chatted over drinks and salads and seemed to really be hitting it off. She laughed at my well-timed, perfectly appropriate jokes, and my wife seemed pleased. Soon she brought out the main course, a nice big juicy steak for each of us. As I began to cut into my steak, I was discouraged to discover how undercooked this steak was. Now, I've had my fair share of rare steak. I prefer medium, but I can handle rare. This was several minutes on a hot grill short of rare. I probably could have resuscitated the cow had I tried. Instead, I sat there fidgeting with my knife and fork, worrying about how I was going to get away with not eating this steak. Claim veganism? No, I'd already feigned great enthusiasm upon seeing the steak. Just then, our hostess excused herself to the kitchen to take care of some dessert preparations. As I looked across the fancy dining room table at the open window of this third-story apartment, a cartoon light bulb appeared over my head. I knew I had to be decisive, realizing that she could return at any moment. I committed. I grabbed the steak with my hand, gently shook off the juice, and executed a perfect throw right through the center of the open window. Here's the big-time F.U. The window wasn't open. It was the cleanest fricking window you've ever seen in your life. That is, until my mostly raw slab of steak slammed up against it and slowly slid down, leaving a trail of bloody juice in its wake. My wife, whose steak was a nice medium rare and was unaware of my predicament, turned, jaw dropped, and stared at me like I was an alien from another planet. This look then slowly morphed into more of a "there is no place on this planet you can ever hide from me" expression of demonic anger. My wife's boss heard the thud of the steak on window impact and came quickly. She took in the scene. The steak sitting on the windowsill, the blood trail, my empty plate, and then gave me an inquisitive, puzzled look. I just didn't know what to say. It felt like a minute of silence, but was probably 3 or 4 seconds. Finally, the best I could manage was, I'm so sorry, I am such a klutz, I don't know. I was just cutting it, and it slipped. Just ask my wife. I really am a klutz, right, Sarah? No help coming from that direction. I will clean this up. I can't believe this. I am so sorry, etc., etc. Both women continued to stare at me like I had escaped from the loony bin, as I smeared the blood around the window with my cloth napkin, dusted off the steak, and continued to mutter my incoherent explanation. I knew no one was buying the story. I knew what I had to do. I sheepishly returned to my seat and proceeded to eat every bite of that disgusting, cold, chewy, bloody raw steak. I remained pretty quiet the rest of the evening. My wife's only 2 words to me since the incident are, "I'm fine."
When I was young, my father said to me, "Knowledge is power," Francis Bacon. I understood it as, "Knowledge is power," Francis Bacon. For more than a decade, I wondered over the meaning of the second part, and what was the surreal linkage between the two. If I said the quote to someone, "Knowledge is power, Francis Bacon," they nodded knowingly. Or someone might say, "Knowledge is power," and I'd finish the quote, "Francis Bacon." And they wouldn't look at me like I'd said something very odd, but thoughtfully agree. I did ask a teacher, what did "knowledge is power, Francis Bacon" mean, and got a full 10-minute explanation of the "knowledge is power" bit, but nothing on Francis Bacon. When I prompted further explanation by saying, "Francis Bacon?" in a questioning tone, I just got a yes. At 12, I didn't have the confidence to press it further. I just accepted it as something I'd never understand. It wasn't until years later I saw it written down that the penny dropped. In Beauty and the Beast, Gaston ate 4 dozen eggs daily when he was a child. That's 48 eggs a day. As an adult, he adds another dozen, tallying up to 60 eggs a day. This is nothing short of genocide. My theory for why Gaston is beloved by the townsfolk is that sometime prior to the start of the movie, France was overrun with poultry. Helpless at the claws of the chickens, the people of France were preparing to abandon their country when a lone child stepped forward. "I'll eat the eggs," a young Gaston bellowed, "and I will save our homeland." And so it was. Gaston ate and ate until he was roughly the size of a barge. How the cholesterol didn't kill him can only be attributed to his inhuman fortitude. This is where the story turns tragic. What Gaston hadn't accounted for was developing an addiction to the eggs. As he aged, he ate more and more, and with the chicken crisis over, his addiction began costing him financially. There's a scene during Gaston's song where he motions to a wall full of his hunting trophies. But why are they there? Does he own the bar? No, he sold them for egg money. The fact he never brings up his egg addiction or his prior heroism can be attributed to another one of Gaston's defining character traits, his struggle to be emotionally open, and his modesty. It's not easy being the man who saved France. I think the saddest scene is when Belle shows Gaston the book, and he holds it upside down. See, Gaston seems brutish, but remember, his entire childhood was spent eating eggs. He didn't have time for an education. He sacrificed his upbringing for his countrymen. He can't even hold a book correctly. What Gaston wants to say, what he's struggling to articulate is, Belle, I'm dying. A lifelong diet of a quite frankly insane number of eggs has left my body bloated with tumors. Before I shove off this mortal coil, I want children who might experience a world without the oppression I have suffered. Belle cruelly mocks him, which goes to make you wonder who the real beast is. When Gaston sees the beast in the mirror, two thoughts run through his head. First, he sees his countrymen in danger once more, and despite being riddled with egg tumors, wants to lead the masses to one last charge of glory, since fighting for France is all he knows. Second, he realizes Beast's head is about a month's worth of egg money. So he sieges the castle, and in one of Disney's most tragic moments, plummets to his death. Another reason Gaston wants to marry Belle is because, as mentioned above, all he knows how to do is fight for France and its people. Gaston saw Maurice as a genuine danger, and he's not wrong. Consider the hellish contraption Maurice created. One look at that war machine, and Gaston hatched a plan. Marry Belle and get close enough to Maurice to talk him down. Mind you, he did love Belle and wanted to be the father of her children, but the danger presented by Maurice forced his plan into action immediately. When that fell through, he had no choice but to throw Maurice in the asylum, something marrying Belle would have fixed, since he would once again be close enough to Maurice to influence him. All in all, the failure was one of articulation.
If I decide to stare, it's usually with a, yeah, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? Look. I'm about 6 feet 7 inches, so even when I'm just trying to be friendly, i.e. not farting on a stranger kid's head, and meeting a family member's or friend's kid for the first time, I've noticed they get very high between their mother's legs, intimidated on sight if I'm not sitting down. So it's not hard for me to silence/intimidate a child, especially when I'm trying to. However, a few times I've been called out. One time I was pretty drunk with a friend at a Target buying Risk, and no, we never finished playing the whole game. This little Mexican 5 to 7 year old with a mohawk was being an insufferable little shit in the action figure section. I heard him from like 5 aisles over, and it was like nails on a chalkboard. I tell my friend, I'm gonna fart on this kid's head. Watch and learn. I saunter on over to the aisle in question and see the vile little prick calling his mom an idiot for not buying him a huge fucking G.I. Joe the movie vehicle, which pissed me off even more considering how awful that movie was. Buy some good toys. I already bought that one for you and you broke it by throwing it down the stairs. Shut up. I need IT. It's the only one I don't have now. The mother was younger than me, I'm mid-20s, and gave a defeated look. I don't have enough money right now. You are an idiot, and continued to just berate and publicly shame this woman. At the time, I was on a strict Chipotle carnitas burrito diet. And while I was watching all this, my stomach gave me an initial warning gurgle, very courteous stomach, telling me I was about an hour away from punishing the toilet. Serendipity. Destiny. I inch a bit closer to my prey, inspecting some wrestling toys and pondering the weird homoeroticness of the whole sport in general. The kid shouts, "Fuck you, I hate you." The mom rolls her eyes and turns her back to the kid to ignore him. And could you believe it, the kid gets on his hands and knees and starts taking the toy out of the box. It's go time, motherfucker. I position my back towards him and at this point am like 2 feet away from him. His head is down, getting frustrated with those goddamn twisty tie things, and I go for the kill. I bend down to reach for the one of the toys on the lower shelf. At this point, my ass is inches away from this kid's head. Now, generally speaking, the best way to go about this is to act casual, drop your belly bomb, then walk away after a few seconds like nothing is out of the ordinary. I usually go one aisle over and listen to the kid's reaction in delight. However, today I couldn't help myself. I have my head tilted back looking at this kid out of the corner of my eye, to ensure accuracy. I'm so close that from a distance it looks like I'm about to sit on him. My friend sees this happening and can no longer contain himself. He's covering his mouth, but his hee-haw hyperventilating donkey chortle is fairly audible over the late 90s pop music playing on the loudspeakers. The kid immediately looks up towards the laughter, but can't help but notice there is an ass now directly in his face. Now, I'm trying not to laugh but also panicking as I just made eye contact with him. He furrows his brow and I look over in the mother's direction, still back towards us. I relish in the moment and the look on this child's confused and naive face. The initial blast was mighty and boisterous. I swear I saw his hair blowing in the wind, so to speak. If I wasn't wearing jeans, I think it could have probably blown over an empty soda can. I would call it a very fun fart, A++ would buy again. However, what immediately followed that out the chamber was truly horrifying. The fart's implication changed without notice and swiftly. It went from a joyous, dry air horn squeal to a nefarious, hissing mephitis. I think the little moppet noticed the hateful metamorphosis before even I did because he wrenched his neck violently trying to get away from the personified evil being fumigated into his soul. Because of his positioning, hovering over the toy, hands and knee, it was all in vain as the only way out was forward, and forward would mean certain death. I had positioned myself well on the higher ground, free to escape or relent at any time, and him, poor and immobilized, biding his time until the cruel attack was over. Obviously, this child needed to reread Sun Tzu. In total, it lasted about 4 seconds, but for that kid, it must have seemed like time was frozen. The long-term severe brain damage which he no doubt suffered, only added to that effect. When I finished with my business, i.e. forcing a little boy to huff my farts, there was a silent, pregnant pause. The kid was clearly shocked and stunned. No one had ever stood up to this dwarf sociopath in his whole life. I had taken the words out of his mouth and filled it with fart. I make my move first, picking up the toy I was reaching for off the low shelf, take a few steps forward and stare at it for a few seconds. On to alligator, the only thing the kid could manage to do was burst into tears. My friend senses danger, the jig is up and his head darts for cover. The mom turns around to see her kid with an open toy, crying on the floor and me minding my own business. She walks up to him and asks what's wrong, but the kid can't speak. All he gets out is, "Bawa wawa fart bawa." It took every fiber in my body not to laugh. I put the toy back on a middle shelf, turn around, give a final nonchalant look-see and then begin to take my exit. Sensing that his assailant was getting away scot-free, he somehow managed to compose himself for a moment. He shouts, "He farted on me." I could feel him pointing at me, but I continued to act like I was just browsing. I was almost around the corner when the mom goes, "Excuse me, sir." I turn around nonplussed, who? Me? While pointing to myself. "Yes. Did you just fart on my son?" Weighing my options, I played dumb. "What? I mean, I did fart. On my son? Well, I mean, technically speaking, what is on? Why did you fart on my son?" At this point the little kid has the look of schadenfreude on his face, happy to see me in trouble. "Fuck you, I'm a man. I will fart on you if I please." I turn my attention to the little kid and stare at him, because the whole store could hear him being a little, rotten asshole to his mother, so I thought I'd come over here and treat him like one. The mom looks at me, her son and the scattered G.I. Joe/wrappers/box on the floor. The mom is puzzled as to what to do and says, just go. That's my cue. I turn around, walk away with little extra step. I look up to see the black orb of security cameras and all the stories on Reddit about unjustly having to register as a sex offender flash before my eyes. As soon as I turn the corner, I book it outside as fast as I can while dialing my friend. Like a true friend, he is right out front with the engine running and Risk in the trunk. We laugh on the car ride back about the whole scene. With a slight hint of seriousness in his tone, my friend asks me, "Do you do that a lot?" Not that much. Like once every 6 months or so." We both knew I was lying. We got to our other friend's house, played Risk until 4 in the morning while drinking scotch. Overall, I would say it was a pretty good day.
Doctors and nurses of Reddit, what has been your most gory, disgusting, or worst medical experience? Mine would have to be when I volunteered as a nursing assistant at the local hospital. On the first day I was there, I was asked if I'd like to assist in bathing an elderly patient. I was told he was near comatose, riddled with cancer, and was on death's door. I agreed, but nothing could prepare me for the sight of him. His pallid skin was stretched over his bones, and his eyes were dull and staring. Most of his skin was purple where his blood vessels had ruptured. He couldn't even speak and screamed when myself and the other nurse had to roll him over. He was constantly injected with morphine because of the pain. 2 days later, he passed away. I decided the medical profession wasn't for me.
As a paramedic, we responded to a call of traffic accident. Baby ejected. We prepared for the worst we could imagine. Arriving in about 8 minutes, a trooper on scene was working to clear the area of bystanders and preserve the scene. He had covered what he believed to be the baby with a yellow sheet. Upon lifting the sheet to check, it turned out not to be a baby, but the upper half of a 19-year-old woman who had been driving a small pickup truck about 50 yards away. She had been arguing with her 19-year-old husband, who was the passenger. Driving at approximately 55 miles per hour on a 2-lane road, her vehicle collided with an oncoming truck pulling a large mobile home. The impact caused catastrophic injuries. Her lower half remained in the driver's seat, while the truck skidded another 50 to 60 yards, sideswiping a minivan, which ended up in a ditch. Her lower half eventually fell to the ground when the truck came to a stop. A grim trail of tissue and debris stretched from the cab to the truck bed and down the road. Her husband, who was physically unhurt, was understandably traumatized. He became hysterical, babbling incoherently and lashing out in distress. A nearby witness to the scene experienced chest pains and required medical attention. Medical control authorized us to administer medication to the husband to help manage his acute distress, which was beyond our standard protocol. The driver of the truck pulling the mobile home, though unharmed, was also shaken by the incident. This happened 16 years ago, but the memory of arriving at that scene remains vivid as if it were yesterday. I used to be a nurse's aide. I once had to put a very obese woman on the bedpan. She was only mid-40s, and I left. She put her call light on, and when I answered, she said she was all done. I turned her on her side to remove the bedpan, only to see that it is empty. My first thought was that she had been mistaken about having pooped. But then I look and realize that her ass cheeks were so massive her entire dump couldn't make it the length of her cheeks and had gotten wedged in between them. I had to dig the entire load out of her by hand. It was only about 2 months into the job and it gave me some serious second thought.
I was taking call one night, and woke up at 2 in the morning for a general surgery call. Pretty vague, but at the time, I lived in a town that had large populations of young military guys and avid meth users, so late-night emergencies were common. Got to the hospital, where a few more details awaited me. Pararectal abscess. For the uninitiated, this means that somewhere in the immediate vicinity of the asshole, there was a pocket of pus that needed draining. Needless to say, our entire crew was less than thrilled. I went down to the emergency room to transport the patient, and the only thing the ER nurse said as she handed me the chart was, "Have fun with this one." Amongst healthcare professionals, vague statements like that are a bad sign. My patient was a 314 pounds Native American woman who barely fit on the stretcher I was transporting her on. She was rolling frantically side to side and moaning in pain, pulling at her clothes and muttering Hail Marys. I could barely get her name out of her after a few minutes of questioning, so after I confirmed her identity and what we were working on, I figured it was best just to get her to the anesthesiologist so we could knock her out and get this circus started. She continued her theatrics the entire 10-minute ride to the OR, nearly falling off the surgical table as we were trying to put her under anesthetic. We see patients like this a lot, though, chronic drug abusers who don't handle pain well and who have used so many drugs that even increased levels of pain medication don't touch simply because of high tolerance levels. It should be noted, tonight's surgical team was not exactly wet behind the ears. I've been working in healthcare for several years already, mostly psych and medical settings. I've watched an 88-year-old man tear a 1-diameter catheter balloon out of his penis while screaming, "You'll never make me talk." I've been attacked by an HIV-positive neo-Nazi. I've seen some shit. The other nurse had been in the OR as a trauma specialist for over 10 years. The anesthesiologist had done residency at a level 1 trauma center, or as we call them, knife and gun clubs. The surgeon was ex-Army, and averaged about 8 words and 2 facial expressions a week. None of us expected what was about to happen next. We got the lady off to sleep, put her into the stirrups, and I began washing off the rectal area. It was red and inflamed, a little bit of pus was seeping through, but it was all pretty standard. Her chart had noted that she'd been injecting 4 drugs through her perineum, so this was obviously an infection from dirty needles or bad drugs, but overall, it didn't seem to warrant her repeated cries of "Oh Jesus, kill me now." The surgeon steps up with a scalpel, sinks just the tip in, and at the exact same moment, the patient had a muscle twitch in her diaphragm, and just like that, All hell broke loose. Unbeknownst to us, the infection had actually tunneled nearly a foot into her abdomen, creating a vast cavern full of pus, rotten tissue, and fecal matter that had seeped outside of her colon. This godforsaken mixture came rocketing out of that little incision like we were recreating the funeral scene from Jane Austen's Mafia. We all wear waterproof gowns, face masks, gloves, hats, the works, all of which were as helpful as rain boots against a fire hose. The bed was in the middle of the room, an easy 7 feet from the nearest wall, but by the time we were done, I was still finding bits of rotten flesh pasted against the back wall. As the surgeon continued to advance his blade, the torrent just continued. The patient kept seizing against the ventilator, not uncommon in surgery, and with every muscle contraction, she shot more of this brackish gray-brown fluid out onto the floor until, within minutes, it was seeping into the other nurse's shoes. I was nearly 12 feet away, jaw dropped open within my surgical mask, watching the second nurse dry heaving and the surgeon standing on tiptoes to keep this stuff from soaking his socks any further. The smell hit them first. Oh God, I just threw up in my mask. The other nurse was out. She tore off her mask and sprinted out of the room, shoulders still heaving. Then it hit me, mouth still wide open, not able to believe the volume of fluid this woman's body contained. It was like getting a great big bite of the despair and apathy that permeated this woman's life. I couldn't fucking breath, my lungs simply refused to pull any more of that stuff in. The anesthesiologist went down next, an ex-NCAA-D1 tailback, his 6'2" frame shaking as he threw open the door to the OR suite in an attempt to get more air in, letting me glimpse the second nurse still throwing up in the sinks outside the door. Another geyser of pus splashed across the front of the surgeon. The YouTube clip of David at the dentist keeps playing in my head. Is this real life? In all operating rooms, everywhere in the world, regardless of socialized or privatized, secular or religious, big or small, there is one thing the same: somewhere, there is a bottle of peppermint concentrate. Everyone in the department knows where it is, everyone knows what it is for, and everyone prays to their gods they never have to use it. In times like this, we rub it on the inside of our masks to keep the outside smells at bay long enough to finish the procedure and shower off. I sprinted to the OR central supply, ripping open the drawer where this vial of ambrosia was kept, and was greeted by an empty fucking box. The bottle had been emptied and not replaced. Somewhere out there was a godless bastard who had used the last of the peppermint oil, and not replaced a single fucking drop of it. To this day, if I figure out who it was, I'll kill them with my bare hands, but not before cramming their head up the colon of every last meth user I can find, just so we're even. I darted back into the room with the next best thing I can find, a vial of Mastisol, which is an adhesive rub we use sometimes for bandaging. It's not as good as peppermint, but considering that over 1/3 of the floor was now thoroughly coated in what could easily be mistaken for a combination of bovine afterbirth and maple syrup, we were out of options. I started rubbing as much of the Mastisol as I could get on the inside of my mask, just glad to be smelling anything except whatever slimy demon spawn we just cut out of this woman. The anesthesiologist grabbed the vial next, dousing the front of his mask in it so he could stand next to his machines long enough to make sure this woman didn't die on the table. It wasn't until later that we realized that Mastisol can give you a mild high from huffing it like this, but in retrospect, that's probably what got us through. By this time, the smell had permeated out of our OR suite, and down the 40-foot hallway to the front desk, where the other nurse still sat, eyes bloodshot and watery, clenching her stomach desperately. Our suite looked like the underground river of ooze from Ghostbusters 2, except dirty. Oh so dirty. I stepped back into the OR suite, not wanting to leave the surgeon by himself in case he genuinely needed help. It was like one of those overly artistic representations of a zombie apocalypse you see on fan forums. Here's this one guy, in blue surgical garb, standing nearly ankle-deep in lumps of dead tissue, fecal matter, and several liters of syrupy infection. He was performing surgery in the swamps of Dagobah, except the swamps had just come out of this woman's ass and there was no Yoda. He and I didn't say a word for the next 10 minutes as he scraped the inside of the abscess until all the dead tissue was out, the front of his gown a gruesome mixture of brown and red, his eyes squinted against the stinging vapors originating directly in front of him. I finished my required paperwork as quickly as I could, helped him stuff the recently vacated opening full of gauze, taped this woman's buttocks close to hold the dressing for as long as possible, woke her up, and immediately shipped off to the recovery ward. Until then, I'd only heard of alcohol showers. Turns out 70% isopropyl alcohol is about the only thing that can even touch a scent like that once it's soaked into your skin. It takes 4 or 5 bottles to get really clean, but it's worth it. It's probably the only scenario I can honestly endorse drinking a little of it, too. As we left the locker room, the surgeon and I looked at each other, and he said the only negative sentence I heard him mutter in 2.5 years of working together. That was bad. The next morning the entire department, a fairly large floor within the hospital, still smelled. The housekeepers told me later that it took them nearly an hour to suction up all of the fluid and debris left behind. The OR suite itself was closed off and quarantined for 2 more days just to let the smell finally clear out. I laugh now when I hear new recruits to healthcare talk about the worst thing they've seen. You ain't seen shit, kid. ERRN here. This, so far, is the only death I've experienced from work that I've lost a significant amount of sleep over. 24-year-old male walks into the ER with complaints of flu-like symptoms for the past 3 days. He had decided to come in that day because he started to develop a rash throughout his body that he was unfamiliar with. Sadly, this rash was actually the result of a failed battle with bacterial meningitis, causing him to bleed internally and externally. By the time we got him back into the ER, he started crying blood and the terror in his eyes was palpable. He went downhill fast. His lucidity diminished with his blood pressure, and the last thing he said before succumbing to pulseless VTOC was something about his mother that we could not make out. You could see his consciousness fade from his eyes as we started compressions. The code lasted close to an hour. At first we could still keep his oxygen levels up with mechanical ventilation, defibrillation, and drugs, but blood was filling his airways faster than it could be suctioned out. He was bleeding too fast for any medications or fluids to keep his blood pressure up. He died soaked in blood and nearly unrecognizable due to his now almost uniformly purple skin and swollen face. We later found out that he was studying neurobiology, had a devoted girlfriend that was for all intents and purposes a fiancé, a large family, and many friends. He was an athlete who lived healthy. He had beautiful curly hair. This made the death tragic in a way that you just don't experience when a 80-plus-year-old dies. It made the unanswered pleas to God for help that had been sent echoing around the room by his family all the more bitter. I helped drag and push him into a body bag. A few years back when I was a medical student, I was doing my primary care rotation when I had to see a morbidly obese lady for a gynecologic issue. She said she was having a lot of itching and soreness in her vagina. Even as I set up for a pelvic exam, I could already tell it wasn't gonna be good. I could smell a foul odor already and I haven't even looked. I was gloving up when I got so nauseated and I was about to get sick. So I excused myself and lied to my attending that I had a problem taking a look in her cause she was so obese and I didn't have much experience with such a challenge. The truth was I just couldn't stay in the room. It smelled like rotting vagina. A few minutes later my attending calls for me to show me what he found. I thought for sure it would be an aborted fetus, but I was wrong. I go in with my mask and there my attending dangles this cylindrical object covered with bloody debris. It was a fucking tampon. She apparently had difficulty removing it a week ago. My attending kept saying it stinks like a mag. The embarrassed patient was crying and I felt bad, but I had to step out of the room cause I was starting to regurgitate my saliva and was about to puke. To this day I can't forget that smell. It took a few weeks before I was able to go down on my girlfriend again. I think that was my deciding factor as far as not going into OB/GYN. I just don't want to encounter the rotting vagina smell again ever.
My wife Lynn and I have been together for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal, and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing is for her. Lynn is very kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. She's always been the no-nonsense type of person. Being childish or trying to scare me is not something she'd normally do. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks. It's just not her cup of tea. And that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I'd have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee before work. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to make it to Dunkin' Donuts for my usual morning fix. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door, when I happened to notice Lynn peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes and a strand of her long dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. I did burn the shit out of my lips. "Geez, Lynn," I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants. "You scared the shit out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight. It was really weird and just totally out of character for her, like I said. But I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her and called her a weirdo. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her normal self. I didn't bring it up, and neither did she, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m., and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, jug of OJ in hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes and grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I screamed, I'll admit it. Not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason at that moment, I was scared. At the sound of my scream, Lynn scuttled backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her or even yell after her. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what the fuck had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to our bedroom, Lynn was lying on her side, asleep, or at least pretending to be. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing to be sure she really was asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed, but she didn't. I climbed into bed and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft and deep, and I was starting to wonder if I dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. "What was that about last night?" I asked, keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. "You were peeking at me again. From over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help but join her. "You creep me the fuck out sometimes, you know that?" I said. She giggled and set her cup on the counter and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even," she teased. We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly, just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her, but it still didn't sit right with me. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of our bed. I might not have even known she was there at all, had the trunk's old hinges not given her away. She'd had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked through. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth was she doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Lynn didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her spy game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, what the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then a few days ago, things got so much worse. Lynn left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m., I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a fucking heart attack. Lynn was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide and red, as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was fucking terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted to some of you, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with the crazy shit anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly, I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Lynn standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond pissed at being made to feel scared in my own house and made to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? Some joke? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. What the fuck, Lynn? I snapped. This shit is getting really fucking annoying. I waited for her to apologize or to call me a jerk, but instead I heard a faint moan, so quiet I wondered if I heard it at all, and then complete silence. Lynn? I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response, just my own breathing. I swear to God, just fucking stop it, I yelled, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before, but there was nothing, just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared, too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a fucking lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully I didn't. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Lynn. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and mentally prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan, louder than before, but this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door as if in slow motion and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque gaping smile I'd ever seen. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short, raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold. Maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Lynn had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash in a rage, furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what happened. I told him Lynn and I had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I'd had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lynn's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the fucking bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams, all of Lynn's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My sore body ached from the sofa, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call Lynn at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do any more creepy shit. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal, serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her that when that familiar feeling came over me, I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside a couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass. "Lynn, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home," I shouted. "Now!" She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs. As if Lynn could hear them from her place outside, her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned to see him and his wife Rebecca hurrying down the steps. When I turned back to the window, Lynn was gone. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Rebecca about waking up to see Lynn watching me through their window. They were skeptical. Who wouldn't be? Chris and I went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Rebecca assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my cell off. I didn't want to face Lynn. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her, that no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her, give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife. "Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home. And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy shit she pulled. Like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation, but if you saw the way Lynn had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with Chris and Rebecca for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Lynn's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry because it's not my place, but is this fight something that can be mended? Rebecca asked. She'd made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know. She's like a different person, I said, choosing my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or Chris to know the full extent of the batshit craziness I had been dealing with. People change, Ben, but she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed, she said, ever the peacemaker. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her, I said. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. But how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing. Lynn loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed, she said. I don't know about that, I said. Well, she certainly seemed like it to me. I've never seen her so upset. Very much unlike the Lynn I know, Rebecca said, shaking her head sadly. It took a full minute for her words to really sink in, and when they did, I felt dread worming its way through my skin. Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Lynn? I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Rebecca nodded casually as if that fact wasn't nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work, she said, cleaning the plates from the table. I didn't see her car, though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. Beck, what did she say? Did she come inside? I asked, sweat starting to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. No, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no. Just said to let you sleep, she said as she washed the dishes. That's all? She didn't say anything else? I asked. No. She looked awful though, like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got up from the table and thanked Rebecca for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Lynn to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly, she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believe she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed. But I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police. And besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting. But this wasn't some prank. It felt wrong. Dangerous even. Like something sinister lurked beneath her smile. I knew as her husband I was well within my rights to have her committed. But what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Rebecca into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed. So I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. I didn't want to, believe me. Her mother, Marianne, and I were never on the best of terms. We'd never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person and wasn't really easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only met her twice, and both times were for such short visits. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter, Lynn always ushered us out quickly, as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman, but I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her at all, but I had to talk to someone, and someone who knew Lynn better than I did. So I grit my teeth and did what I had to. "Yes," she answered, already sounding irritated. "Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk?" I asked. I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. "I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment." "What is it that you want to discuss, Benjamin?" she said coolly. "It's about Lynn. She's been acting strangely, and I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something." I was quickly interrupted. "It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is it that you want from me?" she asked. I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. "I wanted to know if you'd ever noticed any odd behavior, or possibly any mental health issues," I asked. There was a long, uncomfortable pause that I couldn't tell was because she was just thinking, or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. "I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find the humor in it. Now, I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind," she said, but I cut her off before she could get rid of me. "Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Lynn's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother you would be as well," I said, my frustration evident in my voice. "If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved." "I don't know what you expect of me," she snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason, I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. "Please, if not for me, do it for Lynn," I tried. I heard a faint, shaky intake of breath, as if she were trying to hold her steely persona together but failing. "Marianne, what's rrr?" I started. "Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again. Goodbye." I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. After a while, I almost gave up, until I remembered her last words to me. "Seek professional help." She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no, I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that, as if they were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else, someone that she didn't, for some reason, feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation with him and Rebecca, I convinced them that Lynn truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter, how she'd hidden in the bathroom, peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just kept saying that Lynn had to be playing some kind of weird joke. "Maybe for you two?" Rebecca offered, if only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning, just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second, I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets, like he was going on a fucking stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. "What do you guys use to clean the floors around here, shit?" Chris mumbled. "Shut up," I said, my eyes darting around for any signs of Lynn. The house was deadly quiet and dark despite being 10 in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left it just 2 days prior, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. "Why the fuck are you looking under the couch?" Chris asked eventually. "Aren't we looking for your wife?" He was looking at me like I was a moron. "Let's just go upstairs," I whispered. He shook his head, but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of our wedding portraits hanging on the wall along the staircase had been damaged. The frame was crooked and the glass was missing. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. It was from the day we said our vows. She looked radiant in her white gown. I never imagined that the same face could ever bring me fear. We climbed the rest of the stairs and checked the spare bedroom, which appeared untouched. I hesitated as we approached the bathroom, memories of that night rushing back to me. Chris noticed and offered to go in first, but I couldn't let him. We entered together, checking the closet and shower. Everything seemed as I'd left it. "I don't think she's here, Ben. Pack a few clothes and we can come back tomorrow," Chris suggested. I nodded and went into our bedroom, grabbing a duffel bag. As I opened the closet, the source of the smell hit me, and I gagged. Chris took one look and turned pale, retreating to the stairs to escape the stench. Inside the closet, I found something I never could have prepared for: a collection of small objects meticulously arranged in pairs. I stared in horror at what was before me. "Man, I thought Becca's collection of shoes was bad, but this is on another level," Chris muttered uneasily. "Ben, we need to go." "All right," I said, shutting the closet door and stepping into the hallway. I took a deep breath, but the foul odor lingered. "Who organizes things like that?" Chris asked, his voice laced with unease. "I tried to tell you she needed help," I replied. "This isn't just needing help," Chris said grimly. "This is something else." Before he could finish, his words faltered and his expression froze. I felt it too, a presence watching us. Slowly, I turned back toward the bedroom, and then I saw her. Under the bed, curled on her side, was Lynn. Her hands were clasped together, trembling with what could only be described as an unnerving excitement. Her wide eyes locked on me, and a faint stifled sound escaped her lips. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I fought the urge. This was my wife, the woman I had vowed to stand by. "Lynn," I said softly. She didn't respond, but gave a slight, jerky nod. "I just want to help you, okay?" I continued, taking a cautious step forward. "I love you, Lynn," I whispered, taking another step. She let out a small sound, almost like a hiccup, and her shoulders quivered. As I crouched, I saw her hands. They were covered in something dark. Her trembling fingers moved rhythmically, as if playing an invisible instrument. "Lynn, are you hurt?" I asked. "You're bleeding." She gave another jerky nod, her fingers twitching as she brought her hands closer to her face. The closer I got, the stronger the smell became, something foul and unearthly. Instinctively, I reached out to her, trying to coax her out. But before I could touch her, she lunged forward, her hand flashing out. A sharp pain flared through my arm, and I fell back, clutching the wound. "Lynn, stop!" I pleaded, but she didn't respond. She simply stared, her expression eerily calm. "You all right?" Chris called from behind me. I nodded weakly, trying to process what had just happened. But Lynn's attention shifted. Her focus moved past me to Chris, her expression hardening. Her mouth fell open, not in a smile, but something darker, something that made my stomach churn. This version maintains the suspense and unsettling tone while ensuring the content is appropriate. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. "Are you bleeding?" Chris asked. The moment the words left his mouth, Lynn started fast, scooting out from under the bed, the glass shard still in her fist. "Chris, go!" I yelled. He must have been too afraid to move because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Lynn had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus, Lynn," Chris said. "You, playing hide and seek?" I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. "Move your ass, Chris," I said as quietly but firmly as I could. Lynn bobbed her head in fast, sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help and self-preservation. "I only want to help," I said, choking back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her. And then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement. Thankfully, my body took over, and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 at a time. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds up close. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she went, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard, talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word. I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with 911. I watched the rearview mirror. Sure, I'd see her there, running after us. But I never did. I went straight to the ER and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search. But of course, Lynn wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could. But none of those things would matter. Somehow, I just knew. I dropped Chris off at home and went to a motel an hour away. I wanted to put as much distance between me and Lynn as I could. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her, maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now I don't think so. Because 40 minutes ago, I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words, "I found you," and a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm being watched.
I caught my wife cheating after 20 years of love, so I confronted her affair partner and ended his marriage. Now my life is in shambles. I didn't notice the signs that were there. Here are a handful that come to mind. She began sending strange late-night texts. She frequently went out for drinks with her pals. I was happy that she was being friendly, even if this was not her usual behavior. She attended yoga once a week, but it appears that she was not compensated because she assisted with setup and cleanup and the instructor was one of her coworkers. In my opinion, she was also quite rigid for someone who practiced yoga. Callers who are unknown hang up. If we were near each other's phones, we would frequently answer them. She had an unidentified caller on multiple occasions who would end the conversation as soon as I responded. Although we received a lot of spam calls, the calls were typically from telemarketers or debt collectors trying to locate the number's prior owner. It's rarely a hang-up. I was not expected to return until tonight because I work out of town. Tomorrow was our scheduled departure for a 2-week road trip. I came home yesterday afternoon because work was sluggish. Since we've been so busy this summer with family and friends, this trip was meant to offer us some alone time. I didn't recognize the truck in my driveway when I got home. Recently, my neighbor inquired about my opinion of the new truck, but I assumed he was wrong and didn't give it much thought. I had a horrible instinct as soon as I saw the truck. The feeling was there, and it was powerful, even though I loved and trusted my wife. I crept to the window of our bedroom on the side of the house. It was open, and as I approached I could hear them. My worst suspicion was validated when I peered out the window. On my bed they were straight there, nude. I turned to leave. I've been resisting the temptation to do something I'll later regret. Right now, I'm having a hard time caring what happens to me. I spent the night in my family's cabin and drank all that was there. I was about to confront her on my way home today, but I changed my mind. I'm not prepared. Anger is all I can feel. Violence is all I can think about. Right now, I'm not in a good enough state to see her. I'm currently back at the cabin. I've spent the last hour gazing at a 60-ounce bottle of rum. I don't want to become wasted and make poor choices, but I do want to get wasted and forget this. I am aware that this is a pivotal time in my life and that what I do in the days ahead will determine how I live the rest of my days. I am there. I need assistance. I'm contacting strangers because I'm not ready to talk to friends or relatives. F this planet. Edit. The rum will remain nearby for the time being, but I have made the decision not to consume it. My brother is on his way and should be here in a few hours, according to the phone call I made. My wife just texted me to tell me how much she loves me and how excited she is for our trip. I still haven't replied. In addition to my brief update, I wanted to clarify a few remarks and queries that continued to come up. I feel much better today, if you can't tell. The pain subsided almost entirely. Although I still feel like I've been hit in the stomach, I've started to look ahead. I don't think this is correct. Am I just incredibly resilient, or is this a sign of things to come? To shed some light on the queries and remarks I've received, I've included some cliff notes. When I mentioned wife and best friend, I meant the dual roles my wife and I had in our relationship. I didn't even know the other guy, let alone consider him my best friend. I didn't get a good look at him, but based on my fleeting impression and the fact that I saw his car, I don't think it's someone I know. We are childless. However, we intend to have them shortly. We recently sold our home, and when the new owners move in September, we plan to relocate closer to my place of employment. Like he did for me, I will express my gratitude to my neighbor in a subtle way. After a long work travel, I must admit that coming home to Willow P may be one of the worst things. I sincerely apologize for what occurred to you. As for us, we're just getting started, so grab a seat, and let's get started with the first update. My brother and I had a lengthy conversation when he got there. He has been my actual best friend, and I've come to learn that I should never forget that and that he will always support me without passing judgment, just as I would support him. Despite the fact that we occasionally argue, he truly sets the bar for what true friendship is. I chose to reply to my wife's text yesterday night as I was meant to be at home. It made sense for me to just be texting her because we are not permitted to have phones on the premises. She is aware that I may easily slip in a few texts. I informed her in writing that I would not be able to call her until the end of the weekend because I had to travel to one of my company's remote locations. I informed her that I will reschedule after canceling all of the reservations. I rented a romantic bed and breakfast on the Vineyard, and she said she could bring her best friend over this weekend. I was aware that she didn't want me to believe that her best buddy would be attending. Since it was non-refundable, I informed her that I had already given it to my brother and his wife, who would reimburse me in a month. I canceled every reservation this morning, with the exception of the romantic one. I'm going with my brother. Luckily, the hotel allowed us to move from the honeymoon suite to a 2-bedroom. This just ended up being a long overdue fishing excursion with my brother because there is a really great lake and boat rentals close by. I am therefore free this weekend. That reduced my worry and gave me more time to reflect because I won't have to write or speak to her for a few days. Right now, I'm considering getting a divorce. There's really no other way for me to see it. My brother is in favor of this, however he has requested me to talk to someone for a few weeks. On Monday, his wife is willing to speak with me through a friend of hers who works as a couples counselor. At least it might help me sort out some of this muddle, but I don't see it changing my mind. In order to at least get ready for what I believe is inevitable, I am also starting to talk to lawyers and taking a lot of advice from this place. I want to do it correctly. I don't think she would try to cheat on me, but I also don't think she would try to do so I think I should be ready for anything. That was a brief update, but it gives us a glimpse into the OP's current thoughts. Let's move on to the following update, which is quite extensive and contains a wealth of information. Now, let's go on to that. The last few days have seen a lot of events. To go to the Tibetan breakfast on the Vineyard, my brother, Matt, and I drove for over 5 hours. I am really grateful that he has supported me during this time. It helped me get my thoughts straight, although it was more of a venting session. Our fishing trip wasn't very successful. The proprietor of the B&B provided us with some food after we both caught a few trout that we had to release because of their size. Those were quite successful. We took a car back to Matt's house on Sunday. He lives almost an hour away from my home in the town next door. Jen, Matt's wife, was waiting for us when we got there, and we all sat and opened a bottle of white wine that was stored in the cooler. For me, the weekend officially ended at this point. Jen informed me that she chose to spy on my wife while we were abroad. She informed me that the man spent the entire night in my house on Friday, but she arrived on Saturday morning just as he was about to leave. She located the apartment where he resided after following him home.
On Saturday night, while she was texting me to tell me how much she loved and missed me, my wife stayed over there. Jen claimed to be dividing her time between stalking my wife and visiting relatives in my town. She claimed to have caught my wife on Sunday morning as she was leaving his apartment and snapped a few photos of them cuddling and kissing before she got into her car. I'd rather not see them. For me, that essentially sealed the deal. If she can so easily go from telling me she loves me and being with another guy, I doubt I could ever trust her again. Nevertheless, I made the decision that I would not react hastily because of my feelings. I must maintain my composure and composure. Jen then informed me that Sharon would be joining us for supper. Jen made an appointment for me with a psychotherapist named Sharon. To be clear, this was my first encounter with my wife, and she has never met her. We got along well, and Sharon was a really pleasant girl. Following dinner, Sharon and I took the dogs for a stroll around Matt's neighborhood while also having a little private chat. Sharon was quite helpful since she listened well and gave me the impression that I didn't need to be cautious. Being that open about how I felt was therapeutic. Even though I get along well with my brother, this was something new and much needed. I enjoy blogging on Reddit for the same reason. It's a way for me to vent and clear out some of the chaos in my thoughts. The only practical advice Sharon provided me during our hour-long walk was to not put off talking to my wife. It will be more difficult to discuss this with her the longer I wait, she said. She explained that right now, I need clarity more than anything else, and my wife is the only one who can provide it. Jen and Matt invited me to remain with them for as long as needed later that evening. I talked to my manager, who was able to arrange for me to live in corporate housing because I'm aware that Matt and I have a time limit on living together. Although I had to leave on days off, I had been staying there every other week for some time. If I needed to, he was able to arrange for me to remain full-time for a few months. Later that week, I made the decision to reschedule with Sharon. For the first session, I thought talking would be enough, and she agreed. I lay in bed all night Sunday, trying to figure out how to go about this. I found this difficult because even the hypothetical situation in my mind made me feel depressed or angry. I made the decision to wing it. Normally, I perform well under pressure. I got up the following morning and bid Matt and Jen farewell. What if he's there when I get home? I asked myself as I drove home. I then reasoned that it would probably only make me feel even more irate than I had been a few days prior. I choose to start with a drive-by. My wife's automobile and his truck were not present. After going inside and gathering a number of necessities and items I didn't want to part with, I proceeded to the man's residence. His truck was there, but so was her car. To find out where she was, I made the decision to write her. "I'm getting groceries," she said. I drove past the grocery shop and verified she was there because I don't trust her at the moment. Admitting that I did that makes me feel so bad, but that's the only way I can be sure of anything, and it breaks my trust. We need to discuss, so I contacted her again and implored her to simply come home. "What's wrong?" she replied in writing. I just replied that she must be prepared to be honest before shutting off my phone. 15 minutes later, she arrived home. As usual, she came over to give me a kiss and an embrace when she entered. I turned my back on her. She repeated, "What's wrong?" to me. I therefore advised her to start telling the truth to me. She seemed not to understand what I was talking about. I replied, "Okay, if you can't be honest, then I'm leaving." At this point, she became frantic and asked, "Are you talking about yoga?" I assumed that was a beginning. She told me that she hadn't been attending yoga when I asked her what she was talking about. "Where were you going if you weren't going to yoga?" I asked. She claimed that because she had been so worried lately, she was taking walks to decompress. "What has been causing you so much stress, and why did you feel the need to lie to me about what you were doing?" I inquired. She said she didn't know how to tell me and attributed it to the transfer preparations. I persisted in pressing, saying, "So you decided to lie. Why did you feel the need to let me know that you were taking a stroll to relieve stress?" I responded that I wasn't stressed when she stated she didn't mean to lie and that she was concerned she would be making me feel more stressed. She didn't appear to be telling me everything. "What do you mean?" she asked, looking at me in amazement. "I think you're lying about more than just skipping yoga," I remarked, glancing at her. "I'm asking you to be honest once more. If you continue to lie, this won't work because you have already lied to me." "Oh, are you talking about last weekend when I went for drinks with some friends and came home late?" She followed up on her attempt to deflect by claiming she was at a loss for words. "I sensed something that disturbed you. I didn't know she went out late or drank drinks." I questioned her whether she was lying again or if it was what she actually did while I was at work, a few hours away. She explained that although she went out for drinks that evening, she didn't run into her purported best friend. In response, I inquired, "Who did you see?" No one. I just drank alone, she claimed. Naturally, I wasn't buying this, and I was getting impatient. I therefore questioned her. Is that something now? That you are drinking by yourself? Yeah, maybe I have a problem, she replied in response. She had one final chance to be honest before I left, so I told her to get to the bottom of her drinking problem. She claimed she didn't know what else to say after giving me a glance. I simply got up and walked away. I usually take a drive to keep away from her when we argue. She likely assumed this was the same, but then she noticed that I had taken my Xbox, clothes and toiletries. She started blowing up my phone at that point. There's nothing more to say, I told her, because I offered her an opportunity to be honest and she didn't. She pleaded with me to come home so we could discuss things face to face. She claimed she didn't know what she believed she'd done or why I was so unhappy. She reaffirmed her love for me and her vow to never harm me. I felt a new ache in my chest just listening to her say that. The words were always consoling, and I blindly believed them. It felt like a dull, sharp knife cutting through my heart in the most worst way right now. I hung up because I couldn't take it any longer. Before I was prepared to respond once more, she called back roughly 40 times. Did you talk to Karen, the best friend? She asked this time. She responded, come home, I don't want to say this over the phone. When I asked why. In order to lower my heart rate, I agreed and continued driving for a little while longer. I then returned home. I assume you spoke to Karen, she began. She went on to describe how they went out for drinks a few weeks earlier when I was at work, but I just gazed at her. When a few men began purchasing drinks for them, they simply cooperated. One of the guys tried to kiss her as they were leaving, but she quickly retreated and informed them that she was married. She then expressed her regret and wanted to inform me, but she was a fool and chose to keep it a secret from me. She also informed me that without asking, Karen provided his friend my wife's number after hooking up with the other guy. Since then, he has texted her a few times, but she has never responded in writing. After all of that, I just asked her to show me her phone, and she did. Other than her mother and me, there were no texts at all. This was new to her because she never deletes her texts. When I investigated the deleted images, I discovered one of a guy I didn't recognize, even though her photos were clean. She told me it was the man who attempted to kiss her when I inquired who it was. Why did you take a picture of him? I asked her again. Once more, she placed the blame on herself, claiming that I was just being stupid. I pointed out that it's not a valid excuse and refused to allow her get away with it. I pressed her once more to explain her actions. She claimed not to know. Is that all you want to tell me, or is there more? I inquired, growing weary of the whole situation by this point. That was all she could think of, she said. I went out again. I didn't want to face any more hints of the truth. I climbed into my truck and headed out. She tried to stop me as she hurried outside, but I was already out of her grasp. After having my lunch and trying to think of what to do next, I went to the adjacent park and just sat on my tailgate. As I sat there, I started to recall other things I should have known better, like the times I worked a weekend shift and went to bed early. Along with some of her girlfriends, my wife went out to the club. She wasn't home when I woke up at 4 a.m. I tried calling her several times, but nobody picked up. She called me back about half an hour later to ask if I could come get her. She informed me that they were unsuccessful in their attempt to hail a cab when I picked her up. Her buddy was approached by a pair of men who wanted to stop at home before offering them a ride. Her married buddy entered a room with one of the guys when they arrived at his residence. According to my wife, she looked for her for long before giving up and waiting with the roommates in the kitchen while enjoying a drink. When I tried to call her, she said she didn't hear her phone. We got into a fight over this, and she ended her friendship with her friend because she was disgusted by what they had done. I assumed that was the end of it. She once made the trip to another city to see a close friend. A scheduled girls' night was held. 4 of the girls were in their pajamas, watching movies while intoxicated. That's what I was told anyway. She then gave me a goodnight call at around 1 a.m. She kept telling me that they were having a nice girls' night during our 20-minute conversation. Then, in the distance, I heard a man's voice. She initially denied hearing anything when I questioned who it was. Then, loudly, it occurred once again. Oh yeah, ex-friend took a couple of guys with her, she answered, unable to deny it. Everyone in this place is furious about it. She was 3 hours away and intoxicated. She forced me to put my trust in her once more. We discussed that as well as her refusal to inform me of their presence. She vowed never to place herself in such a predicament again. That obviously didn't stick. I was prepared to try this one last time after recalling all of those things and our discussions about them. My phone rang nearly instantly after I switched it back on. She was yelling for me to come home when I responded. I returned home by car. As soon as I stepped inside, she was there, crying uncontrollably. She kept saying, I'm so sorry, while seated on the couch. What are you sorry for? I asked her. She started to rock crazily back and forth. She confessed to lying about the man who attempted to kiss her after it took her a solid 5 minutes to collect her breath enough to talk. I asked her to explain what had transpired after giving her a quick glance. She claimed that that evening, the four of them returned to his house and played about. Even though I knew there was more, I felt lightheaded simply listening to her say it. There seemed to be a million people talking into my ears at once, and the room seemed to be getting smaller. I believed that I was experiencing a panic attack. To get things back to normal, I went to the restroom and washed my face with cold water. What exactly did you do? I asked her again. I forced her to do it even though she attempted to avoid it. She went on to say that she gave him her head after he touched her. Was that it? I questioned her, knowing it wasn't all of it, and she said, yes. At this point, I was furious and informed her that I would no longer play the trickle truth game and that we would either stop talking or she would have to tell me everything at once. It took her a few more minutes to talk when she started crying once more. She now admits that they had another encounter and shared a bed. Then right away, I'm so sorry. I will stop at nothing to make up for this because I love you. Just the one time, I asked her, knowing the truth. If she tells me the truth, I should please give her a chance to do everything she can to make up for it, she continued after pausing. I promised to give it some thought, and now the whole truth was revealed. She acknowledged that it had been an affair for over a month and that they had been having sex while I was out of town for work. She informs me that he is married and that their divorce is imminent. Does he know you're married? I questioned her. Yes, she replies. Do you think our marriage is failing if he was having an affair because his is failing? I then questioned. No, I don't think ours is failing, she responds, before going on to say, I'm so dumb. I despise myself. Don't leave me, please. I can make this right. How would you do that? I inquired, and she stated she would do anything I requested. What would fix this for you if you were in my shoes or the shoes of your affair partner's wife? I questioned her. She said that it would be resolved if she knew the truth and could believe that I meant what I was saying. Then she said, I'm trustworthy. I made a mistake and will not do it again. Would you want to know the truth if you were his wife? I questioned her. Yes, she replied. Then fix this? I said. She asked, do you want me to call his wife? After giving me a look. If you believe that's what she would want, I said. She attempted to call but never received a response. Her cell phone rang a couple of minutes later. Karen Work was stated as the name. I knew it wasn't Karen because of the shocked expression on her face. Is that him? I questioned. It was, she said. When I replied, he said, oops, I must have the wrong number, being the coward that he is. No, this is the husband of the girl you have been having an affair with, I said. She has something to tell you, so I'm going to let you talk to her. I handed the phone to her. She claims that she told him the whole truth, everything I know, that they were only having a brief affair and that he should never get in touch with her again. Before she hung up and asked him, what divorce lawyer are you using? I demanded to see the phone. I'm not getting divorced, he responded. Why did you tell my wife you were? I asked him. I didn't, he stated. I then requested to talk to his wife since I believed she should be aware of this just as much as I am. Please dude, he said, I didn't realize she was married. Don't let a mistake destroy my marriage. You ruined mine over a mistake, I shot back. It is only right that I inform his spouse. Since she was at work, he begged me not to tell her, promising to tell her everything when she got home. I hung up after saying, all right, you do that. I then turned to my wife and asked her whether she knew the name and place of employment of his wife. She did. My wife called to let me know she was at work. She managed to get her on the phone and instructed her to sit down. This woman stated she will phone my wife back from her car as she was about to depart for the day. She did. What's going on? Was the first question she asked. My wife informed her that she didn't want to start any mishaps and that she had something awful to share with her. Please don't drive, she pleaded. The wife was obviously alarmed and inquired as to the whereabouts of her affair companion. My wife informed her that he was currently in their apartment and doing well. My wife went on to add, I just wanted to let you know that we have been having an affair for the past month. Since I'm currently coming clean to my husband, I felt you should be treated with the same deference. After a minute or so of silence, the affair partner's wife claimed she would find out who my wife was if this was some sick joke. She hung up after that. Karen Work texted my wife less than 10 minutes later, saying, "Thanks, you just ruined my life." I picked up the phone and replied, "You just destroyed 2 marriages and 4 lives. Remember that. You bit of junk, you were to blame for this." My wife pleaded with me to stay with her for the next hour. She promised me sexual favors, counseling, and the promise that she would always be by my side. Thanks to the comments, this was just what I expected. Then, as a reward, she suggested that we take that trip. She said, "We need time away. My work schedule has been separating us lately, so we need to get together and spend some quality time." And just what I thought she would say. I went, but she wasn't expecting me to inform her. Additionally, she wasn't prepared for me to inform her that I already had a counseling appointment scheduled. She most certainly didn't anticipate my telling her that I had slept with her in my own bed. She probably didn't anticipate that I would have a hotel reservation in place. She sobbed on the floor when I told her all of that. She began to complain that she didn't deserve to live. She advised me to break up with her immediately since she is too awful to be with anybody else. That was how it continued for some time. I listened to her justifications for 4 hours straight, during which time she tried to give me a hug, a cuddle, or even a head if I would just remain and work things out with her. When I finally phoned Karen, I informed her that her unfaithful buddy was suicidal and asked her to come watch her. After that, I departed. I haven't spoken to her since that incident, which occurred about a full day ago. All day long she has been phoning and texting me. All day long her friends and family have been phoning and texting me. Each one has a different justification or request for sympathy. The only person to write to me was her father, who assured me that he would always love me like a son, no matter what, and that I should act in my own best interests. I had my first good cry since this whole thing started when I read it. My counselor Sharon and I have appointments tomorrow and Thursday, respectively. Though I'm unsure of everything until it happens, I believe I know where this is headed. I apologize for the long story. It's just a good method to get things out. Once more, thank you very much for all of the letters and comments. I feel so much less damaged and more hopeful because of the folks who are sharing their own tales like this. I truly appreciate all of your words and actions on my behalf. That concluded the update. Before I offer my commentary, we have one last update regarding this story. All I can say at this point is that I believe the OP did a fantastic job of persuading his unfaithful wife to tell the truth. Final update. Well done, he. Let's proceed to the last update now. It was a pretty eventful week. I've been alternating between my brother's house and camp. I only stay on nights when I have an early appointment because I want to be as unobtrusive as possible. I've benefited much from my employer's permission to take a few weeks off for personal reasons. I've kept going to see the therapist, Sharon. So far, I've seen her 3 times. Personally, I feel better now than I did a week ago. Therefore, even if I don't think our visits are very fruitful, I do think they're a nice opportunity for me to get some things off my mind. I will therefore continue for the time being. Last Thursday, I had a conversation with a lawyer. I compiled a list of all assets and financial information, including debt, under their guidance. After that, I went to the bank and requested that they put a stop on our accounts so that no one could take money out of them without the other person being there. This won't prevent either of us from obtaining new money, just the old shared money, because we both have our paychecks deposited into our own accounts. Although it's now too late, the lawyer did advise me to wait to confront her until after I've served her the papers. I was getting calls and texts from my wife, her family, and her friends almost non-stop throughout the entire week. My sister-in-law hosted a family gathering at the cabin this past weekend. I went and had to tell my family the news. Now that it's public knowledge, I can incorporate them into my recuperation process. Up until about 8 o'clock on Saturday night, everything was going as smoothly as it could be. When my wife's automobile arrived, my dad, brother and I were gathered around the fire. Matt, my brother, assured me he would handle everything. In order to avoid being seen from the driveway, my dad and I made the decision to take a stroll around the property. I could hear my wife yelling at my brother to move out of the path as we were just about to enter the woodland. She was accompanied by a few of her pals, who were also shouting at Matt and urging him to shut up. He tried his hardest, but in the end they were too much for him. She pushed past him and came running toward us. She must have noticed us going in that direction. I stated I would handle her, even though my dad offered to handle it. My wife, who I'll just call Kate, came racing to me and started crying. I didn't stop her from giving her a hug right away, but I also didn't give her one in return. She pleaded with me simply to talk to her. I accepted, and in order to have some peace, we strolled around the property's trails. The other guy's wife has left him, according to Kate. She told me that he blamed her for everything and threatened to kill himself over the phone. She says she hasn't spoken to him since telling him to simply do it. She then takes out a piece of paper and begins enumerating the ways she intends to make amends with me. She provided all of these services on the first day, including sexual requests and couples therapy. And then she surprised me. "I don't want to continue living this way," she says. She stated that she wants us to both quit our jobs, go abroad, and open the small beach bar we've always discussed. She claimed that if I accompanied her, she would depart immediately. In order to contextualize this is all that came to mind for the previous week as I tried to picture my life after the divorce. I assumed that everything would have to be restarted. I might as well add another element to the tremendous change I'm currently going through and just do what I want. I was reminded of how much I missed her and wanted to be with her when I heard her express the same desire. I knew I had to cut the conversation short at that point. Her buddies were waiting for her when I escorted her back to her car. I informed her that although I couldn't guarantee anything more, I would be open to talking on the phone. She felt enough at ease to depart. Since then, we've talked on the phone every night, but it never changes. She sobs and pleads with me for another opportunity. I hung up after becoming upset with her for what she'd done. Right now, I'm having a terrible time missing her. It's difficult to talk to someone who was my best friend for decades. It is heartbreaking to realize that all of our hopes and dreams have been thrown away. The only thing I want is to simply move and start fresh somewhere else. She wrecked it, even though I wanted that to be with her. She took that away from me, that's all. We only have that information from OP. With any luck, he was able to complete the divorce, relocate to a beach, and open his bar. At least we know that the affair partner received his just desserts and that he was able to confront his unfaithful wife. I thus hope that the original poster is content with his life and enjoying himself wherever he is as I wrap up this film, which has already been long enough. In addition, how many of you would like to see a beach bar like the one the original poster mentioned? That is one of my retirement fantasies, and I'm aware of it. Am I the asshole for setting boundaries with my son's fiancée and refusing to accept her as a family due to her constant manipulation and pressure? Original post. I, 41M, have 2 kids with my ex-wife, 42F, a son John, 22, and daughter Sally, 20. I'm remarried to my wife, 28. I'm very close with my kids. My son is engaged to Abby. She seems nice but has been a bit pushy trying to create relationships with me and my wife, though she's also awkward with her. Abby isn't close to her family. She told us many stories why, and while some of her complaints don't seem awful, it's not my place to judge and I didn't live it so I can't know anyway. We've tried to be welcoming but Abby has forced her way into some family traditions where she wouldn't have been invited, and some where no one outside of a specific family would have. She has been calling Sally sis since they were only dating a few months, has an odd sister/mother-in-law thing she does with my wife, and the one I'm not a fan of, wants me to be like father to her. Not because we've clicked or anything. We are very different people. Not saying that in a bad way, just saying it's not based on how we get along or anything. My kids and I have a tradition when they come over that we have a private catch-up in my office study before they leave, which is now even more important to them because while they both get along well with my wife, they don't want to have personal conversations around her yet. Abby asked if we could talk, and after I explained the tradition, John later asked that I do it, saying she'd never had a caring conversation with her dad. We compromised that I didn't include her in the tradition but did join the 2 of them for coffee and let her talk. Then she started calling me dad. They weren't even engaged yet. John pulled me aside and begged me to give her that, laid this whole thing on me about me always being the dad she always wanted right in front of her and she just wanted that. Told me she cried watching me and Sally together. She still gives me random hugs. I'm a lucky dad. I didn't like it but I do feel bad so I gave her that. She wants me to walk her down the aisle in the father-daughter dance. I don't want to walk her down, and I walk with a cane so dancing is hard. At my own wedding I only danced twice. John is begging for me to do one, preferably the aisle. They came over Sunday. John and I were talking. I thought to address it, when Ab walked in without knocking, asking if he'd told me yet. I asked what John said she wanted me to say about having a second daughter now in my speech and how I loved her. I just looked at him. She asked if I'd do the walk and dance for Sally. I said of course. She yelled she's my daughter too and I said it will never be the same, Sally is my actual daughter. I tried to explain that I'd talk about her being a happy addition to the family and I love how happy she makes Jack, which I thought was a good compromise, but she started crying. John apologized and they left, but he called me when they were home, nearly begging me to. Aida because I won't lie and say I love her or she's my daughter. Update 1. I had planned on writing this sooner, but life got in the way in a couple of really good ways, but people were helpful and asked for updates, and I have a surprise-free day. So here it goes. On Mother's Day, my kids and their partners go to visit my ex-wife. So it turns out my ex-wife and Abby are a lot closer than I realized. She calls her mom, which is part of where this comes from. Also, apparently my ex has been egging it on. On Mother's Day they were talking about the wedding, and I guess whenever Abby referred to me it was his dad. My son apparently told her to let it go, which led to yelling. Abby about deserving to be my daughter, ex telling her that she's right. Son telling her that I am trying and she should be realistic about things. Sally telling her I only had one daughter, which was apparently a response to Abby saying to her that as my daughters, they should be united. According to my son, Abby was crying. According to Sally, she was crying and yelling and kicked something before going to her room, and Sally told me she went off on her mom, but will not elaborate, so I don't know what was actually said. But knowing Sally, hoo boy. Around 2 a.m. I got a text from Sally's partner's phone saying Abby really is great, she hasn't been perfect but you should give her a chance and you will learn to love her. I saw it when I woke up. I tried to text her back but was blocked, so I called Sally but they were driving. They stopped by my place later that day because I am on the way and my daughter prefers my liquor and cooking, and they told me about the night before. At the end I asked to speak to her partner alone. I asked if I had done something to upset her. She was confused and I told her I was blocked. She said I wasn't but checked her phone and I was, and I said it was after her message and she asked what message. I showed her, it was not on her phone anymore. At that point we brought in Sally and caught her up. Neither of them were happy. A couple of days later, John and Abby dropped by unannounced. Not something we really do in this family, but okay fine. I had mad salmon, does not take long to cook. I cook 2 more, and my wife serves while I make drinks. The entire night was Abby trying to bring up the wedding. John trying to change the subject, Abby not allowing that. We talk logistics because I am helping them get some good deals through some professional contacts I have, when finally she just says, so I was talking to mom, she said that you can walk me down the aisle and she'll do the dance, or you can dance and she'll walk, it's your call but you need to choose soon. I reiterated that I could not dance. She tried arguing that I had danced a little at my wedding but I made it clear that is different, and did not feel comfortable walking her. She got upset and said, Mom loves me, why can't you? I felt bad but couldn't lie. I pointed out that she had John who loved her, my ex-wife, friends, she had people who love her. She said, but other than ex-wife, those aren't my parents. I said neither am I. She was very emotional, so my wife and I gave them a few minutes. My son and I were alone later. He looked exhausted. He said the problem was that after Mother's Day Abby had called Sally and kept saying they are both my daughters, that I did not get to be close with one but not both, and that it was them against me. But at that one Sally cried havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Things were said, grievances were aired. John had to hang up before it got worse, but I guess Abby was shaken, but there was a new problem. Abby had decided in her head that I did not mean what I have been saying and was just doing it for Sally. He told me he would handle it. Ron Howard. He did not. So now I get text messages from Abby every couple of days acting like we have a secret relationship Sally doesn't know about. She even called herself my secret daughter and lolled. She invited my wife to lunch, saying 2 out of 3 of his girls going out. She has even started using the pressure of showing up at events like a recent barbecue to play a certain image. She hugs me more and holds it, wants to take pictures with just me or my wife and I, but always a few with just me to post with captions I do not like. My wife is getting especially annoyed because of how she is with her. I guess Abby surprised her with Father's Day plans for me that had to be shut down. As it is, she still inserted herself into the day, but she has a soft spot for her, and when Abby gets emotional she caves. My wife is a sweetheart. I asked him if he was upset with me and he said no, he just wished it was different. He said we're good, but he's worried he and Sally aren't, which is when I took the advice of some people and suggested premarital counseling. He said he would talk about it. Abby is insisting Sally go to her fitting. That shop should pay-per-view that potential Royal Rumble because Sally is not holding her feelings back anymore. I told him Sally loves him and I'll talk to her, but for now it is stressful all around. Abby driving my wife crazy with her ideas for what my girls should be doing, driving me crazy with dad-daughter content, drove Sally to the edge, and oh yeah, last night sent me an email with 3 styles of father-daughter dances and song options, so I'm not feeling any more respected or heard than before. The 6 of us have barely been in the same room in order to let things calm down since Father's Day, which was great until it was a shit show. Sorry this is so long, with all the craziness this is still the abridged version. We are supposed to meet Friday. Sally's partner and I have a bet going about how bad it will go. So onward and upward. I hope you fathers had a less dramatic day than I did, and by any chance does anyone know exactly how bad of a crime I need to commit to enter witness protection? Just curious. Update 2. I have gotten requests for updates on my situation, and as I enjoy a refreshing mojito and my wife her mojito, life feels good and the perfect time to amuse the world with my pain and familial drama. Plus a cousin of mine who apparently reads these and knows my situation gave me the convincing argument of, dude, you can't keep people hanging. And how can I argue with that airtight argument? I apologize for how long this is, a lot has happened. My wife's pregnancy is going well, keeping her as stress-free and pampered as possible has been my focus. It is such a different experience this time, both because of how much more involved I can be and how much better a relationship I have with my wife than I had with my ex. My daughter Sally has been great, even her partner has been great, helping with the nursery or driving her around when I can't. My wife doesn't know because it is a surprise, but my son has been building a crib for the baby, modeled after the one I built for him and his sister, to show my wife his support. My son is a good man, and he is still in there, he just has a soft spot for Abby. Which I guess gets us to the part of the movie where Godzilla shows up and starts busting up buildings. So I called a family meeting with my kids to talk about the situation. Told John his sister was only doing wedding activities she wanted to and that the guilting request needed to stop, that this was hurting his relationship with his sister. Sally was happy I said it so she did not have to yet again. I told him if he did not stop her from messaging me I would block her with a bluntly honest explanation why. We got a lot out, John seemed to understand, but then a few days later they insisted on coming to talk. Sally and I decided we would get everything out. So all of us ate at our place. Abby started in immediately about baby shower stuff and I told that is the kind of thing we wanted to talk about. I told her that I understood she has been trying to fill a hole that she has, that she thought she was getting a father, a second mother, she calls my ex-wife mom apparently, and a sister. I told her it was still possible but that she needed to start listening to us. I told her that for the sake of family we would give her a fresh start, if she agreed that moving forward she would respect our boundaries. My daughter did not love this idea but loves her brother and was willing to try. Abby tried to say that since we were starting over we could define what the relationship would be and just be family. We told her we were not ready for that it needs to happen organically. She got mad that I am closer with my daughter's partner, which is true but we just get along, and that she deserved it for trying so hard. My daughter said something about trying things we actually want. She ran to our bathroom, he ran after her. After a while I checked on him. I could hear her repeating, "This is not what I wanted." My wife, daughter and her partner went out to the patio to give them privacy and salvage the night. After a bit I got a text saying they had just left. I checked in with him the next day and he said they talked more at home and she understood. For a couple of weeks things were good. The text stopped except the occasional wedding question, since it was getting closer. She stopped pushing herself on my wife and Sally, and we thought was involving us in less in wedding planning out of respect, since as it was they only got the venue at the rate they did because of my professional connections and they know I was willing to help but not interested in helping plan, even if I'm good at event planning. But then I got a call from the venue telling me the card I used had been declined. Now this is a specific card I use for big purchases because of the miles, so I knew it had a high limit. That was how I learned that they had changed dates by 2 months despite being informed I would still be out much of the money because it was too close to the date. I was furious. I mean, I have been lucky in life financially but I am not blow off deposits like nothing wealthy. Called my son, said he needed to get his ass to the house, just him. They both came. When they arrived I opened the door, she actually started with, "Dad." I think I just replied, "You have got to be fin kidding me," and walked toward the table. Abby had the nerve to ask where dinner was. My response was not polite as I made it clear that was not why they were here. I hoped my son would not lie to me so I asked what was going on with the venue. She started going into wedding details but my son interrupted to tell me they postponed because my ex-wife was unavailable because of a surgery and he had not told me because he was putting money together to pay the lost money himself, and he had just reached out to guests to let them know. And that is when Abby's mouth opened. "We have extra time to work on our dance." Now during this time my wife came home, and I was walking her toward the bedroom when Abby said that. My pregnant wife with me said, calmly, "I have different feelings about that and will elaborate further shortly," or something like that. Then I laid my wife down and got her water, turned on her symphonic covers of popular songs and walked back to the table and said something like, "You are out of your f***ing mind, have you ever been listening?" I made it clear I was done with this nonsense, we all were. And kind of lost it asking she did not hear us last time because her head was up her ass. She was stunned silent, "What a beautiful sound," and looked at me while I, admittedly with little filter, explained what Sally and I thought of our time with her and her attempts to force us to love her without even getting to know us. She started crying and stood up and shouted, "Then what was this even for?" John asked what she meant, if she meant them, and he started to freak out. She was frantic and said she meant delaying the wedding. Because, and I'm pouring another drink to write this, it was a ploy. My ex-wife and her decided if I had more time I would come around. Apparently my ex told her not to worry about the money because I am loaded. She has always been bitter. I make so much more than I did when we were married, as if that is out of spite rather than my career arc. I think she did that on purpose, frankly. But she not only told me that lie, she and my ex told John as well. He was distraught. Repeating "you lied to me," as she tried to spin it, but he was letting it out about how much he has defended her and covered for her, and she lied to him too. She was defensive and blamed my ex for telling her things and me for being stubborn. She yelled, "Why can't I just call him dad?" And finally, after so long, I heard John respond, "Because he is not your effing dad." She started crying and something about his being the one that told she could call me that, and he said he told her she might be able to eventually, but he had told her again and again to slow down. She started sobbing and went to sit on her chair but missed and fell on the floor. Appreciating physical humor to break the tension, I admittedly chuckled and hid my mouth behind my drink. This all led to a lot of sobbing. I said I needed to check on my wife, and as I walked out she was repeating, "I just want him to be my dad too." I came out and he was walking her to the door and apologized. I said not to. They left. He came over a few days later and said they had a long talk at home. He even asked her if she would have dated him if there was never a chance of being in the family. He believed her when she said yes, but she admitted I was a big draw as well. I was the kind of dad she always wanted. My relationship with Sally is what she always wanted, and the way she said it gave John doubts that she loves him for him. I talked about marriage counseling, how his mother and I tried it, and, while it did not save us, it provided clarity and an impartial voice. I pointed out they both like coming to me, but I cannot be impartial, and if they are trying then they need to do it for real. Abby texted asking if I was the one who suggested therapy. I responded with, "Does it matter if John wants to?" She asked why it was so bad. She wants to know what I think, and I just said John is the man whose opinion should matter most to her. They fought due to the text. She agreed to the counseling and the wedding has been postponed. I may have done a dance. So they are in counseling. He said she struggles, but I obviously do not know details. She is pressing for me and Sally to go to a session with her. Sally told her she did not want to hear Sally unfiltered, and I am not interested. Abby has been leaving Sally alone. She stopped texting me except for the occasional general question, which includes some attempt to go deeper. My wife still occasionally spends time with her because she's very into her pregnancy, more so than I like, but it is my wife's call. So that is where we are. Sorry it was so long, but alcohol makes for a poor editor. Update 3. I was told I should do updates here. People have been asking me to, and to get into what went down on Father's Day and at their mother's house. I have been extremely busy these last few months, but am enjoying my temporary unemployment and thought of this account because of the recent Thanksgiving drama. I will do an update and then we'll share what happened earlier. Oh, and to whomever made the joke that Abby finally got me to dance, that made me laugh. I shared that with the family. My time has been largely caring for my wife. I tend to dote, I know. We are having a boy. We are really excited, though neither of us really had gender preference. I have raised both, and both experiences were wonderful. Now we are discussing names, who we are going to honor. I thought everything had been quiet, but recently found my wife crying and found out I was wrong. Given how busy I have been with work, and my wife knowing I would be free again once we got into this month, my wife has kept this to herself. Apparently Abby has been pushing for one Thanksgiving this year. Things have been quiet with Abby. My son said the wedding blowing up woke her up, and that therapy had been helping. But then this. My understanding is that while John has been talking less with his mother because of all that happened, Abby did the opposite. From my wife's telling, Abby dropped by one day with my ex-wife. My wife intensely dislikes my ex-wife because of lies she spread about my first marriage ending due to infidelity with her, despite there being no infidelity and the linear nature of time making it impossible for us to have slept together back then. Before anyone asks, my ex-wife does not actually think there was infidelity. I would get into that, but I am sure I would sound biased. Anyway, my wife looked at our camera app, saw who it was and called my daughter. Apparently the two of them were keeping things from me because I was working 18-hour days and they did not want me dealing with anything else. I wish they had not done that, but I appreciate the thought. I am really lucky to have such caring people around me. My daughter called her mom and said something that made them leave in a hurry. She will not tell me what, but she smiles when I ask. I called John, but he was dealing with some hard work news, so I just was there for him and left the other alone. The next day Abby came back, alone this time. My wife saw it was her and asked her what she wanted through the door. Abby said to apologize. My wife let her in, she is too nice, and after a nice talk Abby asked about the whole family getting together for Thanksgiving. My wife said of course, she assumed as much. A couple of days later in our group chat we were discussing details, who brings what, and Abby asks what else is needed. I say John already committed and she asked what about my ex-wife, what should she bring? In the time I have known Abby she has never made an intentional joke that funny, so I asked what she was talking about and she mentioned the whole family comment, and my daughter and I both asked what made her think we counted her as family. She actually replied, she is my family. I don't have a dad who wants me, just a mom, and my mom deserves to be with family on Thanksgiving. Sally replied, well, we'll miss you and John then. Abby asks how she can say that. Sally asks how she can be so stupid. John says not to call her stupid and I say that is fair, but there is no real way she thought my wife thought she meant my ex-wife. At this point my wife had filled me in. And then, this is so stupid. She uses my son's phone to add my ex-frigging wife to the group chat. She then thanks us for the invitation and asks what she can bring. As I was typing my daughter beats me to it and asks what she thinks she is doing. She knows she is not welcome, but says it less politely. My wife types, you could not have thought she was included when I said family. Abby responded that she was not coming as my family but as hers. Sally let her mom have it, she already is not talking to her much and said if my ex-wife is there then she is not. I mentioned there was never a chance X was going to come and said I understand Abby and John wanting to go to their mom's house so she is not alone. John typed, plans not definite, we'll let you know. He has since told me that he is not going to go to his mom's place but wanted to tell Abby alone first. All I can think about is the comment about not having a dad who wants her, because it means she is still thinking about me as a dad, I believe. Just a negligent one. I mentioned that to my son and he said he noticed it too and had brought it up at therapy, because family is such a frequent topic, though I obviously do not know the details. Wow, I thought this would be brief but that was a lot. I will get into the crazy stories later if there are people seeing this who want me to. I do not know how posting from here works in terms of anyone seeing it, but this has been good to get out. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Someone needs to explain sunk cost fallacy to John. I genuinely cannot believe he is still with her after the sheer volume of times she has disrespected him, his boundaries, and your family. Maybe this was back in an earlier post, but has anyone really taken the time to reason with him that there are other women out there and he deserves so much better than this kind of relationship? OOP, I had a talk when this started. So did his sister. After the blow-up with the wedding, his sister and I took him out for a game and some time to really talk after. That was when he apparently demanded counseling. I am happy that for now marriage is on hold, at least. He is seeing her a bit more honestly, but is still too optimistic, in my view. OOP needs to let his wife know not to let Abby in when he is not home. OOP. I have asked my wife to never let her in if I'm not here after last time. Well, actually I had already asked her, but after the last incident my wife has agreed. You are exactly correct that she takes advantage of my wife's kindness, though once our boy is here I think she will be very protective and will hold strong. I have told John that Abby will not be holding our baby, at least for the foreseeable future. OOP and his daughter need to have a serious talk with his son about Abby. OOP, his sister and I had a serious conversation with him a little after everything blew up. It seems to be what inspired both his demand for counseling and putting the marriage on hold. He is better about seeing her honestly. His sister said something about Abby having similarities to their mother, which would have been fighting words from anyone else, and I saw the temper that rarely comes out. But then he listened because she clearly put thought into it. I never thought about it. I am proud to have kids smarter than me. I know my boy doesn't come off as a genius in these posts, and fair enough in that department, but professionally he is brilliant. She laid her reasoning out in excruciating detail. He listened though because she was not enjoying it at all. It was sincere. Some seem to have clicked because since that talk he has been different with her. I just am not getting my hopes up. Commenter 2, when two crazies are feeding off each other's crazy, they can start thinking anything is possible. I have a feeling that even if your son leaves her she's not going to go away peacefully. Her and your ex sound like peas in a pod unfortunately. OOP, my daughter really went at him pointing out their similarities. She made her case well and thankfully it shook him up. I had to play this ruthless game to save my sister from our terrible family after being mistreated and kicked out at 17. Since every choice I make now will affect not just my life but also my sister's future, I, a 25F, feel compelled to relate my tale. This time has been planned for years, and now that it has arrived, I need advice to ensure that I don't make a mistake. Living in Pine Grove as a child was like being in a separate reality than what you see on television. It's the sort of area where children learn to count by counting the empty bottles of their parents, and ambulance sirens are your nightly lullaby. When my parents gave birth to me, they were hardly teenagers. Both parents had no business parenting a child, and Mom was 16 and Dad was 18. We lived in a dilapidated 2-room apartment in the Riverside complex, which ought to have been demolished decades ago. Because the walls were so thin, you could hear everything, including drug sales, domestic arguments, and the cries of infants at 3 in the morning. Due to unpaid expenses, we frequently lost heat over the winter. Early on, I discovered that it was best to sleep in layers, starting with my school clothes, followed by my weekend attire, and finally, any outerwear I could locate at the nearby donation center. Although the journey to school was an experience in and of itself, school was my haven. In order to tidy up any mess from the previous evening, I would get up at 5 in the morning. Sometimes it was vomit from Mom's awful night, and other times it was broken glass from Dad's most recent outburst. When permission sheets needed to be signed and both parents were unconscious, I had to learn how to precisely forge their signatures, which I did by the time I was 7 years old. My elementary school teachers made subtle attempts to assist. Every day, Mrs. Martinez would inadvertently pack an extra lunch. When my shirt got too soiled, the janitor, Mr. Wilson, would leave his closet open so I could get a fresh one. Miss Brady always managed to have socks in my size in her lost and found cabinet. In retrospect, I saw that they were all attempting to establish a safety net without drawing notice from my parents or the police. Not all of the other children were nice. They would ridicule my outfits from charity stores or the fact that I would stuff my pockets full of cafeteria food for supper. To be honest though, it was easier to deal with their cruelty than their sympathy. I could at least defend myself with contempt. Sympathy only made me feel powerless. When I reached 15, everything changed. I was able to secure employment at our neighborhood grocery store, Wilson's Market. I met Mrs. Thompson, the store manager there, and she would end up being my lifeline to another world. A middle-aged woman with salt and pepper hair and cardigans adorned with cat pins, she didn't look particularly noteworthy. I couldn't see it in myself, but she saw something in me. It was difficult during those initial weeks at Wilson's. I was attempting to conceal the injuries from Dad's bad days while juggling work, school, and my personal life. Mrs. Thompson began assigning me to extra shifts whenever she saw the bruises, but she never inquired about them directly. While we worked together, she would teach me about bookkeeping, customer service, and inventory management. More significantly though, she would share with me tales of her time in college, her trips, and a world outside of Pine Grove. She taught me how to build credit, balance a checkbook, and make future plans, things no one else had bothered to explain. "Ashley," she would add, "you have more potential in your little finger than most people have. Never listen to someone who tells you otherwise." I created my first bank account with her help. Neither of my parents had ever had a step, so it was a big step. I meticulously recorded my earnings and spending in a notebook that I concealed beneath a loose floorboard in my room, making sure to preserve every dime I could. Even though it felt like an unattainable ambition at the time, Mrs. Thompson assisted me with starting a tiny college fund. Then the news that would alter everything arrived. Mom was expecting a child once more. Mom wandered into our small kitchen as I was standing there attempting to rescue enough edible portions from a stale loaf of bread to prepare dinner. She was crying this time, but she was high as usual. She said, "I'm pregnant," as if she were making a weather-related remark. "Your father's going to be pissed." My stomach sank with my heart. Asterisk. Not another child in this hell asterisk was all that was on my mind. That evening, I printed out information packets that I knew my parents would never read and used the library computer to explore adoption agencies. Dad warned me to keep my mouth shut and threw a beer bottle at the wall when I attempted to bring up the subject of adoption. It was a difficult pregnancy. I tried desperately to stop Mom from using, but she persisted. I would conceal her narcotics, only to uncover fresh caches. After pouring out the alcohol, I would return home to find fresh bottles. I made an anonymous call to social services, but it was unsuccessful. Pregnant addicts were not unusual in our community. Lily battled withdrawal symptoms for the first 2 weeks after birth in the NICU. Every day after work and school I went to see her, sitting next to her incubator and observing her small body trembling. At that point, I vowed to do whatever it needed to have at least one person on this baby's side. I began working 2 jobs, the Sunrise Diner on the weekends and Wilson's after school on weekdays. I put every dime into my secret account that wasn't used for really necessary expenses. I learned how to stretch my money and make emergency plans from Mrs. Thompson, who also assisted me with budgeting. We both understood it was just her way of helping me buy things for Lily, but she even made a special employee discount for baby stuff. My resolve to get us both out grew along with Lily. I would get up at 4 in the morning to study before school, work until it was time to go, and then come home to look after Lily. 3 hours of sleep and cold coffee became my go-to fuel. In fact, my grades went up. Desperation and resentment are strong motivators. However, secrets cannot be kept in a tiny community, particularly from addicts who are constantly seeking their next hit. My parents became aware that I consistently had money for Lily's necessities, such as clothes, formula, and diapers. They started requesting an increasing amount of my wages. Dad would slur, "Family helps family," obstructing my way to my room. "We need that money for bills." However, I had witnessed far too many of my earlier contributions become small plastic bags and empty bottles. I began lying about my pay, claiming that my hours had been reduced and that business was slow. When Mom arrived at Wilson's during my shift and yelled about unappreciative kids and family devotion, the facade fell apart. Mom was too far gone for Mrs. Thompson's attempts to defuse the situation. She said Mrs. Thompson was taking advantage of me, knocked over displays, and threatened to call the labor board. They phoned the cops. It was embarrassing. Everything came apart that night. When I got home, Dad was waiting for me, itching for a fight and more inebriated than normal. "Your mother says you've been lying about money," he snarled as he swayed in the corridor. "We have bills to pay with that money. I'll repay you if you give it to me." I declined. I stood my ground for the first time in my life. "That money is for Lily," I responded, attempting to maintain a level voice. "I've witnessed the fate of the funds I give you. I'm finished." Chaos ensued. Dad began hurling my belongings onto the front lawn while yelling about unappreciative kids and familial responsibilities. Lily was crying and reaching for me as Mom stood in the doorway. The neighbors hurriedly averted their gazes after peeking through their blinds. It was better to overlook family drama in our area. I was 17 years old when I stood with 2 garbage bags of stuff in our front yard, which was littered with rubbish, and I saw my baby sister cry for me through the window. My dreams are continually plagued by that sight. Fortunately, I was taken in by my friend Jessica's family. Despite their own lack of wealth, they made room in their modest 3-bedroom home on the opposite side of town. Mrs. Rivera, Jessica's mother, assisted me in submitting financial assistance and scholarship applications. Her father used their old station wagon to teach me how to drive. They merely required that I maintain good grades and assist with domestic duties. They never asked for rent. I learned what a true family looked like from living with the Riveras. During their family dinners, there was genuine conversation rather than argumentation. Rather than fighting when intoxicated, they used baked cakes to celebrate birthdays. Yes, they had issues, but rather than burying them in drugs and bottles, they dealt with them together. However, Lily remained enmeshed in upheaval while I was at last finding stability. On occasion, I would spot her at the playground or on her way to school. She was developing too quickly. Her clothing, which were either church donations or hand-me-downs from neighbors, were usually too big or too little. Whenever I could, I would give her money and teach her to conceal it in her stuffed animal so our parents wouldn't notice. Our covert emissary was Mrs. Thompson. When Lily visited the business, she would offer her free treats and update me on her health. Mrs. Thompson would tell me, "She's got your spirit." When we checked in once a week. "She shares your intelligence. She is surviving." It wasn't enough to survive. I wanted Lily to be successful. With newfound vigor, I pushed myself into my studies. My SAT results gave me access to opportunities I never would have imagined. I sobbed for hours after receiving the acceptance letter from State University along with a full scholarship offer. I couldn't just drive back on the weekends because it was 6 hours away, which was probably for the best. The distance would allow me to concentrate on my objective, which was to create a secure existence so that I could finally save Lily. It was a culture shock at college. Being from a wealthy suburb, my roommate didn't understand why I had 3 jobs and a full school load. While I was scrounging money to send home to Lily via Mrs. Thompson, my classmates grumbled about their parents not purchasing them new cars. I minored in business administration while majoring in finance. I felt like I was getting closer to my objective with each class. I gained knowledge about estate planning, taxes, and investing. I began to learn how money actually worked, not just how to get it, but also how to use it to my advantage. I was able to secure an internship at a prominent investing firm during my junior year. For their entry-level jobs, the starting pay was higher than my parents' combined highest earnings during their prime. I put in more effort than everybody else. I arrived early and stayed late. I immediately accepted their offer of a full-time job following graduation. My existence now, 8 years after I was kicked out of my childhood home, would have looked unthinkable to my adolescent self. My home is in a nice neighborhood. I have a good savings account and a steady work with perks. I never have to check my financial balance before making a grocery purchase, and I drive a dependable car. But without Lily, none of it mattered. Now that she is 11, Mrs. Thompson informs me that things have only gotten worse at home. Mom switched from medications to more difficult substances. Due to DUIs, Dad has been in and out of jail. In only the last year, they had been evicted 3 times. No one has bothered to report them, which is the only reason they haven't lost custody. That will soon change. I've been recording everything for years, including every instance of intoxication, missing school days, and instances where they used their rent money to buy narcotics. Mrs. Thompson has documented instances of neglect that she has seen. Jessica's mother has kept track of the occasions when Lily has arrived at their home underdressed or famished. I've spoken with family law specialists. I'm ready, even though I know the process will be messy. Now that I have the means, I can battle for custody and provide Lily with the security she needs. However, I want to approach this intelligently. I therefore require guidance. I intend to show them my accomplishment by inviting them to my home. My parents are people I know. They react exclusively to manipulation and money. They will want a portion of what I have once they see it. I'm relying on their avarice. I can already envision how it will transpire. Like they attempted to embezzle my teenage earnings, they will attempt to move in and take advantage of my success. However, I will be establishing the conditions this time. When they won't go, I'll give them a choice: either help with Lily's voluntary custody transfer, or I'll throw all I've got at CPS and the courts. I want to know if anyone has done something similar effectively. It may sound calculating, but I've studied the most skilled manipulators. To save my sister, I must play their game, but I want to do it well. This is the culmination of my entire existence. This was the reason for every extra shift, late night study session, every dollar saved. I will never let Lily down again. I'll provide updates as events unfold. Update 1, I appreciate all of your help and guidance. Even though I took action today, I'm still analyzing what transpired. My former neighborhood was my first stop. It seemed unreal to traverse those well-known cracked sidewalks. It was like viewing a film of my former existence. Children were still using deflated basketballs to play on the street. Mothers were still shouting from paint-peeled windows. It was the same ice cream truck that was traveling about with its broken music. At Wilson's Market, training a teenage girl who looked so much like me at her age, Mrs. Thompson was right where I expected her to be. Even though she has arthritis and is in her 60s, she still wears those cat pins and stands erect. Everything I had practiced crumbled when our gazes locked across the store. "Look who finally learned to use a comb," she replied, using an old joke to diffuse the situation. She kept an extra hairbrush in her office for my more hectic mornings when I was 15. We ended up having a conversation during her lunch break in her office. That old coffee machine, which sounds like a dying automobile engine, is still with her. She told me everything I hadn't heard. Since she turned 11, Lily has worked at Joe's Diner. Off the books, of course. Mrs. Thompson handed her a hollow book, in which she keeps all of her money. It seems that my survival skills, including my previous coping mechanisms for our parents' difficult times, were passed down to my sister. She's smart about it, according to Mrs. Thompson. Smarter than you were, even. Lily has an entire network of locations she can turn to when things become tough at home, and she conceals a prepaid phone in her school locker. The children of the neighbors believe she is simply hosting frequent sleepovers. Mrs. Thompson then produced a hefty envelope made of manila. She stated, "I've been keeping records. Times, dates, and incidents. Each time your parents arrived intoxicated. Each time Lily showed up with strange bruises or hunger. Each time they made an attempt to steal or create a scene. This is what the other store owners have been doing. In the same way that they attempted to protect me, the entire community has been covertly defending my sister. At the convenience shop, Mr. Chin allows her to complete her homework in his back room. Instead of discarding damaged books, Mira Rodriguez from the library saves them for her. Old Joe from the diner even tells the health inspector that she is his niece while slipping her additional food. The most difficult aspect was going to my parents' place. With peeling paint, missing shingles, and a yard full of enigmatic stains, the building appeared to have aged decades in a matter of years. By the steps, a broken tricycle that I had never seen before was rusting. It was like a thunderclap when it knocked. With her hair unkempt and a cigarette hanging down, Mom opened the door. When she first saw the suit, the pearls, and the leather bag, she didn't recognize me. In a matter of seconds, her gaze changed from skeptical to perplexed to astonished. "Get out here, Frank," she muttered. "Holly." At 2 p.m., Dad staggered to the door with a drink in his hand. He had lost more teeth and put on weight. His eyes immediately went to my watch, my backpack, and my car parked in front of the street as the recognition dawned on him more slowly. Like a weird stranger, which I was in many respects, they invited me in. I didn't see any cats, but the house smelled like cat poop. A road of empty bottles led to the couch. Mom began to pick things up frantically, as though it would make up for years of neglect. The start of their conversation was the true shock. They pretended that the past had never occurred, that they had never expelled me, and that they had always encouraged my success. While starting another cigarette, Mom remarked, "We always knew you had it in you. Your father's side is the source of your business acumen." I gave them space to speak while I watched them create an alternate world in which they were happy, encouraging parents. Dad kept bringing up bills, giving away that he was having money problems. Mom continued talking about how families should stay together and how lonely I must be in the big city. Everything else vanished when Lily got home. With her rucksack clasped like a shield, she stood in the doorway and gazed at me as though she were seeing a ghost. Despite growing taller, she is still too skinny and is dressed in clothing that was worn out 3 years ago. "I promised," was my only response. She ran to me, dropping her backpack. As our parents awkwardly stared, presumably trying to figure out how to make the most of this reunion, we held each other. I left shortly after that. I set the hook before I went, but I made up an excuse about a work call. I announced my large 5-bedroom suburban home, invited everyone to come over this weekend, and saw money signs light up their eyes. I gave Lily a burner phone and gave her instructions to keep it hidden in a whisper. I didn't have enough money to go on a major binge, but I did have enough to make sure our parents would be there on Saturday. I looked at Lily in my rearview mirror as I drove off. Holding the concealed phone like a lifeline, she stood on the porch. "Little sister, only a couple more days. We have a few days left before this game is officially over. On Saturday, the second stage begins. The documents have already been prepared by my attorney. If necessary, Mrs. Thompson and half the community are prepared to testify. Let us first examine the extent to which our parents' avarice will lead them along this garden path that I have constructed. If you would like to hear what comes next, please let me know. This weekend is when the real show begins." Update 2. The family visit became something I never would have imagined. A clear demonstration of why I must remove Lily from the house immediately. At 10 a.m., I picked them up in my SUV. Mom had really tried, sporting a dress that I'm fairly certain she stole from Target, with the price tag still partially visible beneath her arm. Dad was dressed in the same rumpled shirt and tie he usually wears to DUI hearings. Lily was dressed in her cleanest possession, her school uniform. It was a weird drive. Dad continued saying that I was just as good with money as he was, while Mom kept remarking on every posh building we passed. Sitting quietly in the back, Lily absorbed everything. Several times, I caught her gaze in the rear-view mirror. She knew exactly what was going on. Mom actually let out a gasp as we arrived at my place. Although it is by no means a mansion, it might as well be in comparison to our former neighborhood. Dad immediately glanced at my neighbors' boats and their drives and began figuring out just how much he could borrow. Once we were inside, the real performance began. Mom started organizing her belongings right away. She remarked, "This living room is just perfect for my collection," alluding to the box of broken figurines she had owned since I was a child. Dad was measuring the garage in his mind and discussing how he could turn it into a workshop. I gave them the entire tour and played along. Their eyes became larger and their clues more potent with every room. Mom began discussing the sense of emptiness in the house and the desire for a familial touch. Dad was often talking about his handyman abilities and how he could actually keep up a property like this. Lunchtime was the tipping point. I had placed an order for simple catering, consisting of salads and sandwiches. I had a fancy assortment of wine, and Mom had 3 glasses. That's when she dropped the bomb, she insisted. She stumbled, "You know, we've been considering moving. Even though this neighborhood seems pleasant, you have so many empty rooms." Dad jumped right in. "We may assist with the expenses. Up here, I could make things better. You would no longer need to be by yourself." I was grinning on the inside, but I kept my look neutral. They were doing exactly what I had instructed. I told them I would give it some thought and get back to them the following week. They were almost pitiful in their excitement. When I was able to get Lily alone and showed her my home office while our parents were preoccupied picturing their future life in my living room, it was the most illuminating moment. As soon as the door shut, she started crying. She said, "They sold my bed last week, claimed to be in need of cash for bills, but they simply didn't have to complete. We were both aware of the money's whereabouts. She told me everything. including how she has been taking showers at school after her early morning job in the cafeteria, how they have been renting out a portion of the house to some pals who traffic drugs, and how she hasn't had hot water in months since the bills weren't paid. Downstairs, Mom was growing more inebriated and talking louder. She was definitely searching for more alcohol because I could hear her digging through my kitchen cabinets. While talking on the phone, Dad boasted about his daughter's accomplishments, her large home, and potential investment chances. When I saw Mom attempting to fit my silver candlesticks into her pocketbook, it was the last straw. She said she was merely staring at them when I challenged her. In an attempt to mediate the situation, Dad suggested that I give them a loan, only for the time being. That night, as I drove them home, I overheard Dad's aspirations to make the neighborhood better and Mom's inebriated intentions to redecorate my house. When I dropped them off, Lily gripped my hand and I gave her another burner phone because her previous one had magically vanished after our parents discovered it. I gave my lawyer a call that evening. The documents are prepared. They will discover exactly what sort of family reunion I have been organizing when they eventually call about moving in next week. Along with statements from Mrs. Thompson and the neighbors regarding their continued mistreatment of Lily, I have added all of the information from today to my file, including the attempted theft, the intoxicated behavior, and the disclosures of their present living circumstances. The trap is in place. They believe they are going to move in with me and take advantage of my prosperity. Rather, they will have to decide whether to relinquish custody of Lily or deal with the full weight of CPS and the criminal justice system. Even though I feel bad sometimes for being so calculated, I know I'm doing morally wrong when I see Lily's expression when she told me her bed had been sold. The encounter I've been preparing for years will be the final update. Update 3. Although the emotional toll was greater than I anticipated, the story's conclusion went just as planned. This is how it all transpired. As I had predicted, Mom called on Wednesday. Her talking to authority figures voice was an attempt to sound sober. As he does when he's anxious, Dad was on speakerphone, clearing his throat every few seconds. They, not me, wanted to talk about the possibility of a living arrangement. For a serious family conversation about their future, I invited them over. The bait was immediately taken. Over the phone, I could almost hear them giving each other high fives. On Thursday, they arrived with 2 suitcases an hour early. It would have been funny if it weren't so depressing. They were unaware that a CPS caseworker and my attorney were waiting in my home office. The manila files on my dining room table should have been the first clue that something wasn't right. As Dad began his rehearsed speech on family togetherness and supporting one another, Mom gave them an anxious look. I allowed them to speak for precisely 7 minutes, during which they made empty-veiled attempts to gain entry into my house and made vows to clean up, obtain jobs, and be better parents. I opened the first folder after that. Let's discuss the drug deals that took place in your living room last month, I remarked, referring to witness accounts and police files. Or perhaps the 3 months of utilities that were not paid. Or should we talk about Lily's unexplained disappearance of school supplies? It was almost funny how quickly their faces altered. Mom's phony smile broke. Dad's self-assured stance faltered. The proof of neglect, neighbor statements, school reports, strange injury records, Mrs. Thompson's comprehensive logs of their public intoxication, and testimonials from half the community regarding their continued drug use were all laid out by me. I pushed another folder forward and stated, "This is what's going to happen. These documents pertain to a custody transfer. All of this remains between us if you sign them, refuse, and the DA's office and CPS receive everything in these folders." Mom used her typical strategies, sobbing, begging, and saying they could change. Dad tried to make me feel bad about being loyal to the family. They turned to threats when that failed. Dad hissed, "You can't prove anything. Nobody will believe you." At that point I used my trump card. Using my laptop, I saw video records from the previous few months, including images from the security cameras of my neighbor's drug sales, fights while intoxicated, and neglect of Lily. Quietly, I murmured, "The DA will believe this. So will the judge." The ensuing hush was deafening. 3 hours were spent negotiating, threatening, crying, and ultimately resigning. The documents were signed by them. They were immediately notarized by my lawyer. I said, "Get out," after it was finished. "If you ever try to contact Lily without her consent, everything in these folders goes public." They didn't even ask to bid her farewell before leaving. They were attempting to bargain one last helping hand when they spoke about money. I refused to comply with their requests. That night, Lily moved in. Everything she owned had been stolen or sold, leaving her with just one backpack. She sobbed as she stood in her new room, which was her first actual bedroom since she was a toddler. Whispering, "Is it really over?" "Yes," I said, It's really over? We went shopping for her first actual bed the following day. Everything was hers to choose, including the comforter, pillows and bedding. No more sharing a mattress on the floor with mom's friends or sleeping on a shabby couch. Mrs. Thompson joined us in celebrating this past weekend. She brought Lily's hollow book, which she had been using for years to conceal her money. We totaled her money, which came to $847.23. I assisted her in opening her first bank account and matched it dollar for dollar. Lily and I went to register for her new school yesterday. When the principal looked over her files, he was immediately astounded. Like her sister, Mrs. Thompson would say, in spite of everything, our parents haven't made an effort to get in touch. Several times, their friends have contacted, most likely in search of their next score. All of their numbers were blocked. This time, the house feels better, fuller. Lily was watching TV in her room last night when I heard her laughing. Genuine laughter, not the apprehensive type we were taught to diffuse stressful circumstances. She asked if she could have a friend over this morning. I was moved to tears by such a simple plea. It's her first time hosting a friend. Never invited them to a safe house. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who helped me get through this. When I doubted myself, your advice kept me strong. To anyone in a similar circumstance, keep track of everything, make your case, exercise patience, and above all, never give up. Lily is currently sleeping in her new room, bed, and actual house. She no longer has to worry about what she will wake up to for the first time in her life. We made it. I didn't tell my parents about my college money, then my dad stole it, causing an unforgivable betrayal that tore our family apart. Original. Am I the asshole for not telling my parents that I received money from my college? May 14, 2023, I, 20 years old, non-binary, live with my parents, in their 50s, and my two sisters, 20 years old and 19 years old. For as long as I can remember, my parents have had financial difficulties. For the past 4 months I have paid the entirety of my parents' rent. While I don't really make that much, I work 50 hours a week most weeks due to understaffing, so I get a pretty good paycheck. Plus most of the time I'm able to set aside some money for saving. However, these past months every one of my dad's paychecks, he makes the most money out of us all, have been garnished or been completely gone before he ever gets them. I have the misfortune of getting paid the exact same days as him. So the majority of my paychecks and all my savings have gone to paying for bills. 2 weeks ago my dad didn't get his paycheck and I ended up overdrawing my bank account $1,000. It was an accident as I had forgotten about a payment that I had made that had yet to show up. So when I got my paycheck on Friday it was just $100. Which my dad immediately asked for 80 of. I had told my parents I would be unable to help financially for the next 2 weeks, and again my dad didn't get his check, so my parents are scrambling to get money together to avoid our utilities being cut off. My college does this thing. I don't know if every college does this or not. Where you pay the full amount of your tuition and then at the end of the semester you get the amount of scholarships and financial aid paid to you. There is a deadline to get the money, however they hold it for you if you miss it. The most of the 2 years I have been going there I have forgotten to do that, so the money has been sitting around. I had missed the December deadline for the fall semester, but I got a jump on spring knowing that I would forget, and it is my last year at that college because I am transferring to another one. I promptly forgot about it. Well, on Friday I received an email from the bank system my college uses that I will be receiving the money. I had shrugged it off because most of the time I receive my money from that kind of stuff really late. So while the email said 1-2 business days, I was thinking it would be in June. So imagine my surprise when I see that day it was in my account. Also, considering that it has been sitting there for 2 years, it is a fair amount. I am by no means rich or anything, but it was certainly more than I had been expecting. I paid a bill that I just haven't been able to, and the majority is just sitting in my bank account. It's been 2 days and I haven't mentioned anything about the money. My parents never even knew I was getting money from my college due to my forgetfulness. I know that this money could help make sure that none of our utilities are cut off, but I can't seem to bring myself to tell them. I'm moving out soon, so this money could go towards giving me some breathing room or going to my classes this summer, so I really want to save it and not say anything, just let my parents assume that I only have $20 to my name. However, if the utilities get cut off then I will be affected as well. I feel like such an asshole for not telling my parents about the money. I know that I'm just being selfish, but I am so tired of every penny I make going towards my family's bill. I know my mom feels extremely guilty every time they do this, but it is something they have to do to survive. So, am I the asshole? Edit. Since a lot of people are asking, here you go. My parents have a lot of payday loans from my childhood, other loans, and owe money to the state and IRS. My dad had at one point been accused of a gambling addiction. It runs in his family and he had at one point had one, however my parents have talked this out. My dad's company also has shitty communication, so we have no way of knowing when he is garnished and why until he gets paid. Everyone does work, but me and my dad make the most money. My mom works a minimum wage job. My sisters work part-time minimum wage jobs. My mom and 20-year sister do help pay bills. My little sister, however, does not. She is the type that has a little bit of money and goes wild. My parents pay for a lot of her stuff without ever seeing a dime for it. My parents are trying to stop that, however it is extremely difficult due to other factors that I will not get into on this post as it has nothing to do with money. The reason I make a lot of money is because I'm a lifeguard and due to the lack of them we are paid intensively. As many of you have suggested, I am moving out. I am moving to a different city this summer for classes. I honestly don't think I need to go to such extremes as some of you suggested. My bank account is separate from theirs. We do use the same bank though. My parents do not try to sneakily get my money, and the few times my dad has, I have called him out and berated him over it. My mom also feels extremely guilty about the entire situation, and as such I don't see her doing anything underhanded, and my dad, I have strict guidelines with him. I do have a ton of notifications for both my credit card and bank account to the point of $1 getting spent I will know. Also no, I will not be getting back the money that I have given to my parents. I am not even going to try. I'm not going to be another thing that they have to pay off, however some of your suggestions I will follow. My parents are aware and I will remind them when I leave that I will not be able to pay things when they leave, as I will be both reducing my hours at work and having my own bills to pay such as school and the apartment. Relevant comment the _eternal_veggie NTA. You are technically paying for school yourself, right? The student loans and scholarships are all in your name, so that money is yours. Put it into savings, use it to buy textbooks next semester. If it's money left over from your student loans, you'll technically have to pay it back when you start paying your loans. So might as well use it as you please. I received money back from college for a few semesters, like $600/semester. But at that time my parents paid for my tuition, only $1,500/semester, community college, so I just paid them back that money since it was theirs anyway. But when I started paying for myself, I kept that money for myself. OOP, I pay for college out of pocket. I don't have student loans and no one else has paid for my tuition, so it is absolutely my money. Update 1, Wibite for going no contact with my dad and technically being responsible for my parents' divorce. May 27, 2023, posted 13 days later. So I, 20 NB, live with my parents and 2 sisters for now. I am moving out next month. So my dad decided to play a joke on me. He took my card and took out 90% of the money and my money out of my checking account. For those wondering about the college money I got from a previous post, it is in another savings account that is through another institution, so it is safe. He then put my card back in its original position and went to work. He did all of this around midnight. So I woke up in the morning to most of my money being gone. My first thought was that my dad took my card without asking, but my card was still in my wallet and where I left it. I had thought that someone had cloned my card and guessed my PIN. I sent off a quick text to my mom and called my bank. I spent a while doing that. I was so anxious, I was practically sobbing, and I'm not a person that really cries. That money was my deposit and rent for June. I then went into the living room and heard my mom arguing. I couldn't hear much, but I heard my mom exclaim, "What made you think it was a good idea?" Instantly dread filled me. I walked up to my parents' room. My mom was arguing with my dad on the phone. According to my dad, he found our cat playing with my card. He decided to take it and remove my money to teach me a lesson about leaving my card lying around and then go to work. My dad apologized to me and I just handed the phone back to my mom and stormed out of the room. My dad had pulled something like this to me before, except he took all of my money and then lost it. My dad claimed that he took the money to teach me a lesson for leaving my card around my family. Later on he told me in private that he took it because he knew I was lying about the amount of money I had. I had been saving that money for a medical thing, so I was hiding it because my family is always in a state of financial distress and he would ask for it if he knew that I had it and I was just done being in constant pain. Anyways, there were clear flaws in the story he told us. First, I had my card and it was in my wallet exactly where I left it. That was a whole separate trip from going to work. Also, neither my wallet or my card have any sign of damage. My dad works out of the city, which is a 1.5 car ride from where we live. My mom said that she will drive me to my dad's work where we will pick up the money. We don't trust him to have it till he is done working due to what happened last time. He protested, saying that that will use too much gas and that he will drive down instead, as that will use the same amount of gas. This ultimately leads to my mom practically having the confirmation that he has started gambling again. My dad had a gambling addiction when I was younger, but he got help for it and had been clean for a while. As in her mind, why else would he be so adamant that we not go to his work? He came home and returned all the money to me. Yes, I counted over and over again to make sure. He apologized and I said nothing. My mom said that he didn't sound sincere. My dad blew up on her, saying that he had apologized over the phone and that he was obviously sorry about what happened. He later on apologized to me about that, but I ignored it and he doesn't seem to be talking to my mom. My mom has told me that she is going to talk to a lawyer and she is absolutely torn up about this. There have been so many issues with their relationship this past year, but this seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back to leave her 40-year marriage to my dad. My sisters don't know what is going on, or if they do not know the whole situation. I told her that once I move out that I might go no contact with him. My mom got all sad and said she doesn't blame me for wanting to after all that my dad put me through. I'm honestly emotionally drained and dreading calling back my bank. My mom had this great weekend planned for us, but now there is an overwhelming feeling of dread and tension over everything. I was actually going to finally do something for myself that I had finally worked up the nerve to ask my mom about, but that had to be cancelled. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm moving out soon, I would have called my friend and moved out today. I'm just done with my dad in this situation. At the same time, I feel such an overwhelming guilt. I know that I did the right thing. That I had to tell my mom and protect myself financially, but I don't know. I feel responsible for my parents separating, and me and my mom are the only ones that know that, even though my dad made his choice. The fact that I love my dad and I still want a close relationship with him like I never had yet. I can't imagine ever talking to him after he put me through all this. I also feel like I'm too emotional and hasty to make these decisions, as all of this happened today. Maybe I just need confirmation that I'm doing the right thing. So Wibta, another relevant comment. Snowflake 100000000 NTA. Your dad stole from you. Change your PIN number and passwords on everything. OOPO, absolutely. I reached out to my bank thinking that someone copied my card before I found out it was my dad. I am getting a new PIN, new card, and account information. Everything is being changed. Update 2, update, Wibta for going no contact with my dad and technically being responsible for my parents' divorce, June 11, 2023, posted 15 days later. I know it's been 2 weeks since my last post, but a lot has happened since then. My parents are getting a divorce. I have mixed feelings about this. My mom has started to track my dad. I know invasion of privacy, but it was the only way to know for sure. Multiple times the tracker has put him at a casino when he claims he's working. My mom has figured that he has been getting his paycheck 2 days early and not telling anyone. My mom called a lawyer last Wednesday to talk about her next move. My dad isn't fighting it, which is honestly destroying my mom. Yesterday we got an eviction notice that we have to be out by the end of the month. This has happened before, but my dad has always explained it away. Apparently my dad, hasn't paid the rent in 4 months. My dad hasn't said anything about this. He now knows we are all seeing through him and his act. My mom and younger sister are going to live with my maternal grandparents. Me and my other sister are moving out to our own apartment at the end of the week. This makes me extremely angry. Because my parents got the money for me to pay for the rent. Instead, it was going to my dad's gambling. I did a calculation for how much I gave them this year and I am horrified. It is over $10,000. All my savings for college, so many of my paychecks that I have given up to help my family, have actually gone to my dad's gambling addiction. I feel so used and like a fool. I feel so betrayed. My mom has told me that she doesn't want me to go no contact with my dad. She wants to hold family dinners once everything has settled down and she has a place, and she is going to invite my dad. My mom still loves my dad and keeps saying that he is sick. I know this. I know he isn't well. That he has lost control, but I don't know if I can keep him in my life. He used me and manipulated me. I feel less like his child and more like his walking bank account. He broke our family, and even if it is because he's sick, I don't know if I can put it past me. I know that it would destroy my mom to cut my dad out of my life. I know you guys said I'm not the in my last post, but I still feel like one. I might add more later as I have to go to work. Edit, adding some details I forgot about in a rush to go to work. One of the reasons that my mom is going to do these dinners is to give my dad a reason to get help. I honestly don't think that will work. First, my father is rarely with us or does stuff when he lives with us. I doubt he will go. Second, if the looming threat of divorce didn't kick him into gear, I don't think weekly dinners will. I have a really good relationship with my mom, so I do want to go to those dinners to spend time with her. But I don't know if I can face my dad if he decides to come. My mom wants me to have a good relationship with my dad, which is why she doesn't want me to go no contact with him. Also, some of it is likely her guilt for the situation and the fact I tend to be the person she goes to for help. Also, a lot of you have been confused by me being responsible for their divorce. Like I said, it was an update to a post that I had made previously. If you want all the information, go look at that post, but the rundown is I woke up and saw that someone stole my money. I told my mom and she figured out it was my dad. My mom realized that she needs to divorce my dad due to him lying about what happened. My mom has never told me that any of this was my fault. It was how I was feeling at the moment. I have since gotten over that guilt. Many of you have said that I should try to get the money back from my dad. I'm not sure. I made peace not getting the money back. I'm not going to take him to court. My life is already crazy without worrying about court and my dad's gambling addiction. Not to mention I really don't have proof that I could show the court, as I just gave the money to my mom. I never made any comments digitally what the money's for, so it will absolutely fall apart and become a he said they said. And honestly, I don't want to deal with it. I just want to move past this. Update 3. Am I the asshole for not wanting my dad to live with me? July 1st, 2023. Posted 20 days later. So I, NB20, live in my own apartment with my sister, 20, and roommate, M19. We moved in about 2 weeks ago. Due to events in one of my previous posts, me and her are the only ones in my family not homeless. My dad has been living in his car and staying in hotels when able. My dad has recently been hospitalized for a multitude of reasons. No, I won't go into detail. He is going to be released from some of the medical advice that is going to be given to my dad he can't follow due to being homeless. My parents haven't mentioned the fact that my dad's homeless or that they are in the middle of a divorce to the hospital. My mom is scared of what that would mean for him. My mom has asked me to talk to my roommates to see how they feel about my dad living with us temporarily. I agreed to it, but I honestly don't want to have him. This might be selfish, but he would be in my room due to the fact he works at night. He won't do my sister's room because her room is hyper-feminine and is only separated by a curtain from the living room. As I'm the one with an actual room, he would be sleeping in my room. Our schedules are pretty reversed, so we would never see each other except on my days off, but I really hate this idea. In our previous house, I had to share my room with my mom because of her working from home. This meant that whenever someone felt like it, they would barge into my room. I finally have my own space that no one could barge into, and not even 2 weeks later it might be stripped from me. Not to mention I am currently searching for another job due to the fact that I have moved to another city and no longer want to commute 3 hours each way, and I have a couple phone interviews lined up for my days off, and I can't go into the living room due to my roommates also having those days off, and I don't like talking on the phone in public. My dad has also not acknowledged that he has done anything wrong. I am also still pissed at him. He can't go with my mom and other sister due to my maternal grandparents hating his guts at the moment. He can't ask any of his family due to the fact that they are abusive, and he doesn't want to admit how bad his situation has gotten. So this just leaves me and my sister. My dad already doesn't like our roommate due to sexism and toxic masculinity. I don't think he will act in any way that will show it, but I really don't want to place him in a situation where he might have to deal with that. I have yet to tell my roommates, as they had already left when my mom asked, and I don't want to ruin their event or have this conversation over text. I'm very tempted to pay out all the reasons it would be a bad idea for them, so they agree that we can't do it, so I'm not the but I don't like the idea of manipulating them. My mom said that my dad probably won't accept the offer, but I'm not sure I can make the offer. Also, hotels are not an option due to the fact none of us have the money for them, and my dad will likely be paying off this trip for a while. I honestly feel like either way I'm screwed. So am I the asshole? Even another relevant comment: delete. This sounds way too big for Reddit to solve. OOP. Unfortunately, Reddit is my only solution cause I have no one to talk to about this situation. Update 4. Am I the asshole for not sending my dad a happy birthday text? October 6th, 2023. Posted 3-4 months later. So yesterday was my dad's birthday. M60. I, B20, have been pretty much no contact with him since my last post about him, only really seeing him here and there. My dad has reached out to me once, but I didn't respond. Never once has he apologized for what he has done. For the past week I had been debating if I should send him the above text. No matter what, I decided I wasn't going to get him anything after all the money he took from me. Then on Wednesday my phone got stolen. I spent most of Wednesday and yesterday trying to find it and come up with solutions so that I can do all the things I need to do. I thought that that was the answer to texting my dad. Yesterday I got a new phone and was talking to my mom. She texts me that I need to send my dad a text. She always reminds me to send birthday and holiday texts, as I'm notorious for forgetting to. I said I will later as I still hadn't decided if I was going to. She then told me that she gave my dad $20 for me. I was shocked. She said all my siblings agreed to send him $20 for a hotel room. We all know he will probably gamble it away. I had never agreed due to my stolen phone. I was pretty much out of contact, but I had still talked to her through my roommates. She also could have waited and asked if I was okay with it, which I would have said no. I don't think my mom will ask for the 20, she just seemed to do it in my name. Regardless, I was pissed. So I didn't text my dad because I wanted to make sure he was aware that I haven't forgiven him and that we don't have a relationship anymore. I also did it to spite my mom for putting my name on a gift I never agreed to. I was so sure of it yesterday, but now I think I might have just been petty. My dad is trying to force my uncontrollable stepsister on my trip, so I cut him off. I, 17F, am graduating and my friends and I have already planned a trip to a cabin for the summer before we start college. I have been a babysitter since I was 13, so I have saved up a considerable amount of money. When I was 15, my dad got remarried about a year and a half after my mom passed away. My dad's wife had a 13-year-old daughter, and as soon as we moved in together they started to push her off on me and force us to do everything together. I don't like my stepsister. She's always throwing tantrums if she doesn't get what she wants. She's spoiled to the point that at my 16th birthday she got her own special cake so she wouldn't feel left out. And she also blew out the candles on my cake, and when I complained my dad told me it's time to grow up, being a sister is about sharing things. I told him I didn't have a sister, and I guess she overheard and she went on a rampage. The party was ruined. I distanced myself more from them after that. I'm forced to either take her with me to places or stay home with her if I can't take her, or my dad or dad's wife can't watch her or don't want to deal with her. Imagine everything that I said she does with my dad and his wife to a 17-year-old me. I was forced to take her bowling with me and she would not stop trying to dig her hands in the part where the balls come out, and she tried running down the lane, so I had to take her home and my night was ruined. This happens a lot, but they don't care. I have tried to keep this trip a secret from her, but when I was in my room on the phone talking about it over pizza and music, I found out she snuck in and hid in the closet and was eavesdropping. She bursted out asking if she could come, and I told her no and to get out. She started stomping her feet and she ran out. My friends begged me to not invite her. My dad called me downstairs and asked if she could go because she could use a vacation, and I told him I'm not taking her. They can take her on a vacation, but I'm not watching her for almost 3 weeks alone. My dad's wife called me selfish and that my dad was paying for a portion of it anyway, and if Lily doesn't go then I don't get to go. I told her she doesn't get a say in any of this. She's not my mom, and to stop forcing her child on me when she created what she is. Lily starts yelling at me about not being a big sister and I don't want to spend time with her. I snap and tell her I don't. She ran away crying, and my dad said he won't pay for the rest of my trip if I don't take her. So I told him if he does that I will not be talking to him anymore, nor will I forgive him for it. He said I'm being dramatic and she isn't bad. So I grabbed a bag and went to my aunt's house, my mom's sister, and told her what happened, and she said she would put up what he took away, and when I go to college, I can stay with her. I told my dad what I was doing and he blew up at me and said I was being a brat and they're my family now and not my aunt. As far as I know, she does not have any disabilities. She's been to doctors and therapy. She's just insanely spoiled, and that's how she's always gotten her way when told no. The first time I met her, everyone agreed on Mexican except her, and she was yelling in the car for 10 minutes before she calmed down by her mom appeasing her. Then she goes back on her phone texting. If she does, then that explains why she acts that way, and I can take it that she can't help it, but I still shouldn't be forced to watch her 24/7's relevant comments. Commenter, your aunt is acting more of a family than your dad. I agree. See if you can live with your aunt now. Are you dependent on your dad for college? OOP. I am not. My mom left me money for 2 years. I decided to do an RN program and then go back once I work and save up more money. Commenter, if you are being truthful about Lily's behaviors, it sounds like she has some sort of emotional or intellectual impairment. Has she had a formal diagnosis? OOP, no, she is just extremely spoiled and acts like this to get her way. She knows she just has to cry a bit and stomp around and they'll give in. To another commenter, she does not have any mental problems. She's just spoiled. She's been to doctors and therapy. To a deleted and downvoted comment, I don't have nor did I want a sister. It's not even like they tried to slowly bring us together, they forced her on me. She constantly throws tantrums, so if any small thing is about me, she needs to be the center of attention. She may be a child, but she is not my child, and I shouldn't have had to become a parent because of my dad's wife's lack of parenting. Commenter, how far away from 18 are you? I would slowly start moving important things to your aunt's house and then move in the day you turn 18. Make sure you let your school know not to contact your dad anymore and that you are living with your aunt. Oopie, I turn 18 in September. I have read the comments and I'm making lists of everything I need to get and put at my aunt's house. On being the bigger person, I don't have to be a bigger person. I'm tired of being neglected and having her forced on me. I'm going on this trip without her, and if that ends up with me not talking to my dad anymore, so be it, he's the adult and parent here. Update post, August 30th, 2024. Almost 6 months later. I know a lot of people wanted an update to my last post, but I can't post a link so you can go to my profile to see it. The trip happened and I did not end up taking her like I said I wasn't. From the time that I posted that up until the time that I left, the household was very tense and awkward. I was not speaking to any of them. The only person I had to confide in and talk to my aunt, and I'm so grateful for her. My dad still thought that I was going to bring her on the trip, and I kept telling him that I'm not watching her and she is not coming with me. The morning of the trip we left at like 6 in the morning when he called me. I was already about 5 hours out, so he couldn't do anything. When I got back it was a lot of yelling and crying from me and my dad and his wife. She said that I left them in a tough position and they had to stay home because they couldn't get anyone to watch Lily. My dad and I had a serious talk for hours and he agreed that maybe we need to separate so we can work on our relationship. Which hurt me because I would have liked for him to tell me I can stay in my own home while we do it. But I did end up going to my aunt's house with no issues. My dad and I started family therapy with just the two of us. His wife was pretty upset. He was actually listening to me and was seeing where I was coming from. Right when we were getting good and building a better relationship, I came over for dinner and he asked if we could integrate his wife and Lily into therapy, and I told him that I had no interest in having a relationship with them. She called me a selfish C******, and that I need to be grateful that she let me stay with them after she moved in. I waited for my dad to correct her and he was pretty much silent, so I left and I haven't talked to him in almost a month. He keeps showing me that he will not be on my side. So, to wrap things up, the cabin trip was so much fun. I have never felt so free from a burden. The trip was in June and we were there for almost a month. We extended it. When I was packing for school, my dad came to visit and I guess his wife called and he had to lie about where he was because I guess she didn't want him to see me. So I told him, we don't need to have contact right now or continue therapy because it's clear which part of his family he cares more about. I don't know what's going to become of my dad and right now I don't care. I'm focused on school and studying to become a nurse. I don't want any negativity to ruin this experience, but I'd be lying if I said it doesn't hurt that I don't have a parent to experience this with, but my aunt says she is my surrogate mom and to share all my worries and success with her. I am currently in my first week of college and the amount of freedom I feel here is also so new. I am a little overwhelmed, but I am in an honors club. I also am in a creative writing book club and the friends I have made are so amazing. I am currently living on campus and I have never been better mentally. I am getting separate therapy to deal with my mom's death because that was never offered to me by my dad. My aunt has truly become a mother figure to me. Being 2 states away from her is really hard, but I can't wait for weekend visits and holiday visits. Also, another thing is that I'm going to be a godmother. My aunt was told at 22 that she would never be able to have kids and she is currently 4 months pregnant, and I'm so excited because if anybody is going to be a good mother, I know it's going to be her. When she came to visit and tell me I think she saw, I was a little worried. I told her I'm so excited and happy for her and nothing will change that, but she's the only family I have right now and don't want to get left behind like I did at home, and we cried and she promised me that she was filling in for my mom and she will be there for the rest of my life, whether I like it or not. I am planning the baby shower and I can't wait for the baby to be here. But yeah, that's it. Thank all for checking up on me and giving me encouraging words. Relevant comments. Commenter: I just don't understand how your dad doesn't see that Lily is a massive problem if they have to hire a babysitter at her age or being 15. And they were stuck at home with her as a result. OOP, he doesn't want to see it, or he does and cares more about keeping his wife happy. Commenter: also, what do you write about in this writer's club? Oopie, bring in work you have written and share it. Write flash fiction from the same prompt. Write poems, watch videos or lectures about writing techniques, talk about writing contests or places to submit stories. We're talking about incorporating improv so we can be creative that way with our stories. Commenter: downvoted. I feel like you should have set some better boundaries instead of just giving up. You need to lay it out for him. Do you really think she's good for your life if she's keeping you away from your daughter? Are you really a man and a father? If you're going to let a woman dictate what you can and can't do, I would tell him straight up you don't have the luxury of giving up because you made me. So I would appreciate if you get a goddamn backbone and start acting like it. OP. That's fair and I respect your opinion, but it's not my job to try and fix anything or set boundaries anymore. We did talk about it in therapy and he still tried to integrate them into the sessions when I have expressed hundreds of times I do not want that, so I'm done trying. I'm the child in this situation. My stepdaughter helped my husband hide his affair, so I took her college fund. Now they're begging me to forgive them. Hello Reddit. I need your aid right now since I'm in a difficult situation with my stepdaughter and don't know what to do. For reference, I, 42F, have spent 15 years with my soon-to-be ex-husband David, 44M. We've been married for 10 of those 15 years, and I loved him more than anybody else in the world. He has a daughter, Stacy, 17F, from a prior relationship. He and Stacy's mother were never married. They had a brief fling for a few months, but she became pregnant and opted to keep the baby. They'd split up just a few weeks before she discovered she was pregnant. They chose to maintain a friendly relationship so that they could co-parent the baby. Unfortunately, Stacy's mother died in a vehicle accident when Stacy was only 6 months old, leaving only David and his daughter. He informed me at the start of our relationship that he wasn't just searching for a wife, but also someone who would be a wonderful mother to Stacy. I was willing to do it since I adored children, and Stacy was only 2 at the time. I honestly didn't mind that he had a daughter. I was prepared to accept her as my own and raise her accordingly. I took our relationship extremely seriously from the start. After 5 years together, we decided to marry. Our relationship had ups and downs, but at the end of the day I believed he loved me as much as I loved him. I had no cause to suspect he might be cheating on me. Even a few months ago, we were discussing commemorating our 10th wedding anniversary with a family trip to some exotic location, and he was really pleased about it. People who cheat on their wives don't seem to be enthused about a family trip, so I didn't expect this. I discovered 6 days ago that he had been cheating on me with a coworker for the past 7 months. I was at work, minding my own business, when I received an email from a coworker. It contained all of the specifics of their affair. She even supplied documentation of text exchanges, phone calls, and images of them together at locations on days when he claimed he was abroad on business, but those excursions were actually romantic getaways with her, which I had known about. I was stunned when I received the email. I instantly went home, unsure what else to do. Nobody was home at the time because Stacy was out with a friend and David was working. So I examined those emails carefully again because I didn't want to have a breakdown at work. I noticed she had also included her phone number in case I wished to call her. She explained that she was doing this because she knew David would never tell me, and she believed I deserved to know the truth. David had apparently been promising her for the last 6 months that he would tell me the truth and discontinue our relationship since she was uncomfortable having an affair with a married guy. I think her conscience had kicked in, or something, but David kept promising to tell me. I even saw screenshots of him indicating he was ending our marriage to be with her. She had initially believed him, but after nearly 3 months of waiting, she decided to inform me herself. After reading that email, I reflected on it for a time before calling her because the worst had already happened. I was still in denial, so I figured speaking with her would help me realize this wasn't a cruel prank, it was actually happening. When I spoke with her, she began by apologizing and explaining that she had no intention of hurting my marriage and had simply fallen in love with David. That was why she believed I deserved to know the truth. She went on to detail how the affair began, how long it had lasted, and all of the promises he had made to her, which were identical to those he had made to me at the outset of our relationship. My heart broke with each word she whispered to me. By the end of the conversation, I was certain there could be nothing more painful. But then she revealed that Stacy had been aware of everything and had been assisting him in concealing his activities. That really destroyed me since, in my opinion, I had always been Stacy's mom. I never thought of her as a stepdaughter. I had known that girl since she was 2 years old and raised her as my own. So the fact that she had also deceived me felt like the end of the world. His coworker informed me that whenever David needed to lie to me or cover up something, Stacy would make excuses for his absence and explain why he wasn't returning my calls. In exchange for her silence, he offered her expensive gifts. That explained a lot of recent events. David had been completely indulging her, which had never happened before, but I assumed he was doing well at work, so he was buying her lovely stuff. He had also bought me a lot of jewelry and clothes, so I assumed his new practice of giving us presents was due to his success at business, but apparently not. Knowing Stacy had been a part of this and had met her father's affair partner multiple times while keeping it a secret from me devastated my heart much more than realizing David had been cheating on me. After that phone call, I decided to pack my belongings and leave the house since I did not want to be there any longer, waiting for the two of them to return home. I felt terribly betrayed and could not stop crying. I didn't want David to have the satisfaction of seeing me like that, so I packed a few items and drove to a motel outside of town. I shut off my phone since I did not want to be called. I was upset that day and ended up drinking myself to sleep in my hotel room. The next morning, I had to switch my phone back on to report ill to work. That's when I discovered I had 1,000 unanswered texts and missed calls from David and Stacy, and I didn't want to respond to any of them. I also noticed a text message from a person at the auto dealership with whom I had been discussing purchasing a new vehicle. I had been putting off making the purchase since I wanted to save more money before buying it, which was pricey. I had also been saving for our anniversary trip and Stacy's 17th birthday, intending to give her a new automobile rather than buying one for myself. When I got that SMS, I remembered how I had planned to gift Stacy a car for her birthday, which made me angry. In a fit of rage, I decided to concentrate on making myself happy without regard for anyone else. The guy from the dealership had inquired if I was still intending on buying the car, and on a whim, I went down to the dealership and purchased a sparkling new luxury car. I hadn't planned to buy it because it was well out of my price range, but I didn't have to worry about it. Since I married David 10 years ago, I've been saving for Stacy's college education. I had intended to offer her access to that account as a surprise when she announced which college she would be attending. But now that I knew what had been going on for the past few months, I didn't want to surprise anyone except myself. I took money from that account to buy the fancy car, which I then drove to our house to face David and Stacy. When I arrived, they attempted to hug me and tell me how worried they were, but I didn't let them. I instantly revealed that David's coworker had contacted me, and I now knew the whole extent of what had been going on behind my back. I was quite unhappy with both of them. They both looked shocked. David, at least, had the foresight not to say anything because he knew the game was up. Stacy tried to speak with me, stating she was only trying to look out for her father and didn't know what to do. She burst into tears, claiming she was confused because she loved us both equally and wanted us to be happy, but I didn't believe her. I assumed she was mature enough to understand what was good and wrong, and she purposefully chose to do the opposite. Furthermore, I'm very sure the presents she was receiving from her father helped her keep quiet about the whole affair. I told her I didn't believe a word she was saying. I was so furious off and upset that I announced my departure from David. He should have seen it coming, because I doubt anyone in my position would have stayed after learning something like this. I informed Stacy that, more than David, I was disappointed in her. Husbands cheat all the time, and this isn't the first or last time a woman will experience it. But I'd always expected Stacy to have my back. Despite the fact that we were not blood relatives, I had never considered her to be my stepdaughter. I had loved her as much as my own, if not more. Her deception and betrayal affected me more than anything her father did. So I determined that the education fund I had been saving for her over the years was no longer something she deserved. I was leaving them both behind. It was difficult for me to say that, and I almost cried up because this had been my family for the last 15 years. But after telling her, I walked out without giving them the opportunity to explain and returned to the hotel. They kept phoning, but I refused to stop. They even followed me out, and I'm fairly certain they saw the new automobile I purchased. I drove away as fast as I could. After that, I wanted to block them, but I couldn't since I was still emotionally processing everything. They've been attempting to contact me for the past 5 days, texting virtually every hour and calling me, but I'm at a loss for words. So I just read all of their messages and left it at that. David had been trying to persuade me to forgive him for the first several days, but when he saw it was fruitless, he began apologizing and admitting that I deserved better. However, he began pleading with me to reconsider what I was doing to Stacy, stating she was only a child and did not deserve to suffer as a result of his acts. Stacy has also texted me along the same lines, confessing her mistake and requesting a second chance. She says she has always thought of me as her mother and is deeply sorry for everything. I had been ignoring everything, but yesterday I received a text from David saying he was tired of apologizing without getting a response. He demanded to know if I had any intention of returning to the family. That irritated me because he was the one who made a mistake, and he had no right to be angry with me. I instantly texted him back, claiming that I had already spoken with a lawyer and filed for divorce, which was false. I was still processing things and hadn't had the opportunity to consult with a lawyer yet, but he didn't need to know that. He didn't respond for about an hour, and when he did, he sent me a lengthy message accusing me of being selfish and the villain for responding in this manner. He stated he was fine with me filing for divorce and leaving him, but the fact that I chose to leave Stacy behind demonstrated how selfish I was. He told me that Stacy had been upset since I left, and that my unwillingness to allow her access to the college monies I had been accumulating for her had hurt her very hard. He was aware of the college fund but had not bothered to save enough money for her tuition because he trusted me to handle it. I remember mentioning the college fund to him countless times. He knew I had been saving cash to surprise Stacy, but I had no idea he had not saved anything for her school. Now that Stacy is considering going to college out of state, which would be even more expensive, it's unclear whether she will be able to attend her preferred college. David believes I am the evil guy for taking away the college fund and shoving it in her face. He doesn't understand why I won't let her have access to the money since I've always planned to give it to her. To him, it appears like I am using this one error to be selfish, especially since he saw my new automobile. He believes I should reconsider. Now I am torn on what to do. According to his words, I don't feel comfortable taking things away from a child only to teach them a lesson or punish them. I've never been that type of parent and I don't want to start now. However, Stacy is not quite a child. She realized what she was doing was wrong. I do not know. I feel like she's terribly disappointed me and perhaps what I'm doing isn't that bad. I'm just really perplexed. Is it wrong of me to tell my stepdaughter that I would no longer fund her college tuition after discovering she helped my husband cover up his affair? Update 1. Hello, I apologize for not being able to provide you with an update during the last 2 weeks. It was only that I had been quite busy with job and dealing with my lawyer, so there was a lot on my plate. But now I've got some time. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who commented on my initial article and gave me so much love and support. I am grateful from the bottom of my heart. Knowing that there were people who supported me, even if they were complete strangers, made things much simpler to live with. So when David texted me and I posted, I felt I didn't need to entertain any of it. Most of the comments on my article stated the same thing. I needed to block him and file for divorce as soon as possible so I could finally get him out of my life. And this is exactly what I did. Within the next several days I had consulted with a lawyer and filed for divorce. I also concluded I didn't owe Stacy anything. Even if I were her biological parent, I would not have given her money to go her dream college. She should have considered these things before assisting her father in cheating on me. You cannot stab me in the back and expect me to turn around and grin. I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter how old or who you are. That's simply not how this works. David's allegation that Stacy was being punished for what he did was incorrect. She was being punished for what she had done, and I made it abundantly obvious when I last met with them in person. I declined to give her the college fund since she opted not to inform me about her father's infidelity. That is the reason, and I believe I'm being fair. If they want to be angry about it, they are free to do so, but I will not tolerate it, which is why I blocked them. They now have absolutely no access to me. They are still attempting to reach me by calling from different numbers, messaging from new numbers, and emailing me from fictitious addresses. It doesn't matter, because all I do is read the texts and emails while ignoring everything else. Update 2. I eventually found out what was going to happen with the divorce, and happily, David is not opposing anything. I hope we can have a calm and amicable divorce. It's been about 3 weeks since I discovered he was cheating on me, and my life has drastically changed. I had been living at a motel until last week, but it was becoming too expensive. Even though I had enough money to remain for a few more weeks or months, I opted not to waste it. So I moved in with a buddy, who has graciously allowed me to stay until I can get my own apartment. I've also begun to contemplate therapy for myself after a buddy, who is a licensed professional, told me it would benefit me in the long term. I am thinking about it. Perhaps the most significant change was that I quit my job. It is a tremendous issue because I have been working non-stop for almost 20 years. I began working immediately after graduating from college, and I had previously worked part-time. But I believe I need a break right now. I've accumulated enough money over the last 10 years to take a few months off, reorganize my life and launch my own business. That had always been the plan, but I decided to put it off until Stacy left for college so I wouldn't have to worry about money. Now that no one is holding me back, I can do whatever I want. So there's the plan. I'm going to spend these months developing a business model, looking for investors, and all that jazz. I'm actually looking forward to the future, even though I'm still sad about everything that has happened. I have also spoken with my parents about the divorce. I hadn't told them previously since I was still processing everything, but after speaking with them, I posted an announcement on social media. I did not explain why, I simply stated that I was getting divorced. My close friends and family are already aware of what is going on, and they are the only people I care about, so what others say is irrelevant. Life has been complicated for the past few weeks, but now that the divorce proceedings have begun and we will meet with a mediator in the coming days, I'm hoping to be able to put this behind me and finally move on. Update 3. Hello, David and I are planning to meet with the mediator tomorrow. It's strange knowing that I'll have to face him after nearly a month of no communication. As if I wasn't apprehensive and concerned enough before the meeting, Stacy sent me an email only half an hour ago. She stopped contacting me after 2.5 weeks, and I assumed she was no longer interested in chatting with me. I assumed this email was about how she intended to pay for her college fees, but to my amazement, she texted me a thorough apology, and this time it appeared sincere. She didn't say anything about the finances. Stacy stated she was really sorry for what she had done, confessing she had been selfish and hadn't considered how I would feel if I found out the truth. She realized she had crushed my heart much more than David had and wondered if she would ever be able to put things right with me. She did, however, mean it when she stated she had always looked up to me as a mother and truly loved me. She also stated that she was aware that David's presents were manipulative and that his affair partner had made it appear as if she was doing it on her own. However, she argued that it was due to manipulation rather than a desire to keep secrets from me. I'm not sure what to trust. Maybe she was manipulated, which is why she didn't say anything. She insisted on being confused, caught between knowing her father was wrong but not wanting to oppose him. In doing so, she betrayed me and had been conflicted for months. I want to believe her, I truly do, but with everything that has transpired I'm simply not sure. I was already uneasy and twitchy, but after receiving the email, I feel much strange about everything. I miss her dearly, as I do David, but I know I need to learn how to live life on my own. I've learned the hard way that I can't simply trust people, even my closest ones. I guess I'll have to stick to the no contact rule for now. I also acquired a new apartment and moved in. I've been living by myself for the past few weeks and it's been enjoyable. My friends and relatives pay me visits almost every other day to check on my well-being, which I believe is quite nice of them. I don't feel lonely because I'm usually with someone. However, I know these visits will not be as regular as they are today. I'm still working on accepting the idea that I'm a single lady. I've also started treatment. It will take some time for me to absorb and process everything that has transpired, but I am confident I will get there. I haven't communicated with David since our last mediation session, and while it hasn't been easy, it has been essential. In my last report, I mentioned Stacy's email in which she claimed to have been influenced. At the time, I couldn't bring myself to trust her because everything was so new. But just last week, I decided to respond to her email. She had been sending me additional emails about her life. It felt like a one-way street. She'd keep reaching out, and I'd shut her out. But every time she emailed me, my heart would shatter and I'd cry, even if nothing bad was occurring in her life. I genuinely missed her. So I contacted her and told her I missed her. There's nothing else. I still maintain that she will not receive the college fund, but she stated that she didn't mind and didn't deserve it anyhow. She informed me she chose a college close to home over her chosen school because she did not want to burden her father with student loans. Even if she had asked him to co-sign, he would have refused. He had made that obvious. Stacy noted that they will have to make do with the money they have, and that while David will assist as much as he can, she will also need to contribute by earning her way through college. She stated she was cool with it, or so she claimed. We've been emailing back and forth, and I informed her that I'd like to repair our friendship, but I need time. After everything that has transpired, I simply cannot digest it all right now. She understands and tells me to take as much time as I need, knowing she has abused my confidence. I'm not sure what will happen next, but I'm hoping for the best. Fingers crossed. My fiancé demanded I put his family first, even at the cost of my sister's health. Now I'm reconsidering everything. Original post, October 25, 2023. Throwaway as my work friends are on my main and they don't know this is going on. Also, it is obligatory that this is on mobile so spelling and grammar will be poor. This is a long one, but I'll try and keep it as short as possible. I, 28F, got engaged to my partner of 7 years Rob, 29M, in May. Both sides of our family were really happy about this and we had a big family meal 2 weeks after getting engaged. His brother lives 250 miles away and couldn't get here for that meal, so we decided to have a meal just for his family in late June when his brother would be back for the weekend. This weekend was arranged long before we got engaged, so he wasn't back just for the meal. Earlier this year my sister Kim, 32F, got a serious eye infection that very quickly turned into an ulcer, which scarred her cornea and left it at a high risk of a perforation. She needed a corneal graft, but her surgeon was away for 4 weeks, so she was going to have to wait until he got back to have it. However, her eye didn't hold and it perforated the day I was supposed to be going to the family meal with R's brother. Kim's wife was at work and had her phone turned off and our mom was away with our stepdad, so when Kim called me to let me know what was happening I knew she would be at the hospital on her own. I immediately talked to my boss and he let me go early so Kim wasn't on her own. I texted Rob to let him know what was going on and he texted me back to send Kim his love and to remind me about the meal that night. I ignored the comment about the meal as it was the last thing on my mind. Once I got to the hospital I was taken back into a room where Kim was, to be greeted by 3 doctors and 2 nurses rushing around trying to help Kim. I was then informed that she needed to have an emergency operation to have her eye glued or else she would lose it. The problem was that they didn't have a surgeon at that hospital that could do it and she needed to go to another hospital an hour and a half away. They asked if she would need transportation or if I could take her. I said I would take her. Once we got to the other hospital we were told that she would be having the operation at 5:30 p.m. I knew then that I wouldn't make dinner and text Rob to let him know. He flipped out and basically told me to leave Kim at the hospital and have her wife pick her up after the op was done. At this point I still hadn't been able to get a hold of Kim's wife. I told him that wasn't going to happen and that he was out of order to even ask me to do that. I then texted his mom and told her what was going on. She was really supportive and told me to stay with Kim and let her know how the op goes. A dinner can be rescheduled, Kim's health can't. I also spoke with his brother who was equally understanding. I stayed with Kim, her operation was a success and I got her back home about 9 p.m. Her wife had ordered some Chinese and offered me some, which I happily accepted as I hadn't eaten since lunch. With that I didn't get home till about 11 p.m. and Rob was already asleep. Rob was very short with me for days after and we ended up having a huge fight where he told me that I should have put his brother and family before Kim. He said he was embarrassed to go to the meal without me. I responded that I was embarrassed he thought I would put a meal before my sister's health. This led to another week of awkwardness between us before we finally sat down and we sorted it out. Or so I thought. 8 weeks ago Kim got her graft and so far everything is going really well with it. On Saturday his brother was here so we went out for dinner with his family. His family were all asking about how Kim was doing and I showed them a picture of the stitches in her eye. I thought that everything had gone really well until we got home and he got really angry saying that I shouldn't have brought up Kim's health issues and I shouldn't have shown them the picture. I argued that they'd asked about her and asked to see the picture. It ended with him telling me that I needed to put him and his family before Kim or else we weren't going to work. His family will come before mine once we are married so I should get used to it. I went upstairs and packed a bag. I'm now at my mum's house and he's been bombarding me with texts and calls since I left. I do love him, but I will never put his family above my own family's health. I feel like he's expecting me to spend every holiday with his family and put their wants above my family needs, which won't happen. I'm very close to my sister and my mum, that's not going to change. So I don't really know how to move forward or if I even want to. Has anyone experienced anything like this before? If so, how did you deal with it? TLDR. My fiancé got mad that I missed dinner with his family because my sister needed emergency surgery and I was the only one available to take her. He is now insisting that I put his family before my own. I don't know how to move forward with him. Edit. For some reason it won't let me do a full update post even on my own page so I'm just going to add it to here. Thank you so much for everyone that commented. I replied to as many as I could but I read all of them. Warning, this is going to be longer than the original post. A lot has happened. TLDR. For those that just want a quick update, I left him and he's out of my house. His mum is seriously pissed at him and his brother has gone no contact with him for the foreseeable future. For those that want a longer version. Once I decided to end things with him, I knew that the main issue would be getting him out of my house. I own the house outright. My grandma died 5 years ago and left her house to my mum, who sold it and split the money between me and my sister. I then bought my house with that money about a year after she died. I got in touch with my stepdad's friend, who was a landlord the day after I wrote my original post, who then put me in touch with his solicitor. He didn't have time to see me in person that day, but we did have a phone call where he gave me my options. In the UK we have something called a Section 8 notice. This is a 14-day eviction notice and the solicitor said this would be the quickest way to get him out, however he could try and contest it if he wanted to, which would lead to court dates and could take months. I asked him to draw up the notice and date it for Friday, the next day. I'd already made the decision to end things with him after work on Friday, so that he could have the weekend to sort through his emotions before work on Monday. On Friday morning I texted Rob and asked him to meet with me at our local pub after work. He quickly agreed. Not only is the pub a public space, but my stepdad and a few of his work friends go in there every Friday after work for a few pints so I knew he would be there to step in if I needed him. Thank you for suggesting this, Redditors. I also picked up the eviction notice on my lunch break so I was ready to give it to him. Cost £250 but was worth it. When I got to the pub, Rob was already there and my stepdad was standing at the bar with his workmates. I sat down with Rob and got straight to the point. I told him that it was over. I couldn't be with someone who didn't give me any support when I was going through one of the scariest moments of my life and expected me to drop my family for him. It didn't matter what excuses he could come up with. I wasn't interested. I'd made up my mind and we were done. He stared at me in shock for what felt like an hour but was probably only a minute or so. He then started saying I couldn't be serious. We'd been together for 7 years and I was throwing it all away. I could never find another guy like him. I responded to the last comment with, I don't want a guy like you. That's why I'm ending it. I need someone who will support me when times get tough, not get annoyed that the world isn't bowing down to what he wants. I then handed him an envelope with the eviction notice in and my engagement ring. I told him I was giving him a few weeks to find a place and be out of my house. Then I stood up and walked over to my stepdad, who had bought me a much-needed drink, and stayed with him until my ex left, still looking in shock. I knew he wouldn't approach me whilst I was with my stepdad, as he has always been a little scared of him. This is obviously a very condensed version of what happened. Once I got back to my mum's house, I had one single text from him saying he wasn't moving out and was going to contest the eviction until I'd come to my senses and got back with him. We are not over, was how he ended the text. I just turned my phone off and decided to deal with the legal side of things on Monday. There was nothing else I could do. Saturday morning I woke up and turned my phone back on and had another text from him saying that he would move out if I paid him £10,000, as that's what he'd paid towards bills whilst he had lived at the house. He paid for half the electric, gas, Wi-Fi and Sky package. Note, the Sky package is only as expensive as it is because he has to have every sports channel known to man, so his half literally just paid for the sports channels. I'd already asked the solicitor about this though, and he'd assured me that I didn't owe him any money as he hadn't contributed to a mortgage or any renovations of the house. It was just general expenses. He also knew that I don't have £10,000 just lying around. Let's say I was irritated by this and decided to ring his mum to see if she could talk some sense into him. I'll call his mum Sandra to make it easier. She was appalled by what I told her and said she would speak to him. She called me back about an hour later and asked me to meet her at the house. Rob was on an away day to watch his football team play and wouldn't be back till about 10 p.m., so I knew he wasn't there. I met her at the house with Kim, and Sandra said that Rob's brother was on his way back home and they would have Rob out by the following afternoon. She hadn't even spoken to Rob, just his brother, but she promised he would be out. Sandra then asked me to walk her through the house, showing her exactly what was his and what wasn't, so he didn't take anything that didn't belong to him. The next morning I got a text from Rob calling me all the names under the sun for getting his mom and brother involved. I blocked him, and a couple of hours later, Sandra texted me to let me know he was out and staying with her. I thanked her and she told me that she would like to stay in contact, and I happily agreed to this. I went back to my house after work on Monday, changed the alarm code, and my stepdad changed all the locks for me. My stepdad is also arranging for a friend of his to install cameras around the outside of the house. This will be done over the weekend. Sandra rang me on Tuesday asking if we could meet up, as she had some things she wanted me to know. So we met for lunch that day. It was at this time that she told me her ex was a controlling a-hole who was incredibly selfish, and the selfishness was what she had seen in Rob for so long. That's why she had commented on him being like his father, but she had hoped that was the extent of Rob's attitude and he hadn't picked up his dad's controlling behavior, which, to be fair, he hadn't up until this whole episode. She had left Rob's dad after he had punched Rob's brother in the face when he was 14 and Rob was 10. He had never laid a hand on her or their sons before, but one time was enough and she left with the boys. To her knowledge, her ex had never reached out to speak to Rob or his brother, and they hadn't spoken to their father in years. I didn't know any of this. All I had been told was that their dad wasn't in the picture and hadn't been for a long time, but Sandra had thought I knew, and that's why she hadn't told me before. However, she had found out on Sunday night that Rob was back in contact with his father and had been for the past year. His dad had been putting lots of thoughts into Rob's head about how he is the man of the house and his family is all that matters. This had fed into Rob's selfish tendencies and had amplified them tenfold. Sandra said that she had told him to find somewhere else to stay ASAP, as she couldn't even look him in the face. Then Rob and his brother had a huge argument that ended with his brother telling him that as long as Rob is in touch with their dad, then he will have zero contact with him. Even going so far as to tell him to spend Christmas with their dad because Sandra is going to his house and Rob isn't welcome. When Sandra took Rob's brother's side in all this, Rob flew into a rage and said he would move in with his dad. He then left the house, but came back a couple of hours later looking like he'd been crying. Turns out that his dad doesn't want him living with him and basically said he could be on the streets for all he cares. He's not putting a roof over a grown man's head. Sandra thinks that Rob is now starting to realize everything he has lost due to him listening to his dad and has seen his dad's true colors. Sandra is incredibly disappointed in him, but he's her son, so she is trying to be there for him as best as she can. However, she still wants him out as she doesn't trust him anymore. His brother still won't have anything to do with him. She has also told him to stay the hell away from me, as I don't need to be brought into this, and he has promised her that he will. Only time will tell if that's true, but I do have him blocked on everything, and if he turns up at the house I will just call the police to get rid of him. The more Sandra told me about what had been going on behind my back, the more resolute I became about wanting nothing to do with him. I never want to see him again, if I can help it. So all in all, Rob's life is a shit show, but as long as he stays away from me then I don't care. I've been spending a lot of time with my sister and her wife as well, and my mom and stepdad, which has been great. I've never really been close to my stepdad, but this has brought us a lot closer together, which has been one huge positive out of all this. I'm not exactly happy right now, but I'll get there. There's still a lot of feelings that I need to unpack, and it will take time to move on from this whole situation. I don't think I will be dating for a while. I need to really get over all this and don't want to dump this on anyone else right now. For all those asking how Kim is doing, she's doing great. Had a hospital appointment on Monday and her consultant said her eye is healing, in his words, marvelously. So that's a relief. Thank you to everyone that reached out to me. I hope there won't be any need to update this again, so this should be my final update. For telling my ex that it's not my fault that he's homeless. November 26, 2023. So I 28 have posted on relationship advice before about my now ex 29M. The post and update is in my profile, but basically my ex-fiancé wanted me to put his family before mine even at the cost of my sister's health. I ended up breaking up with him over it, and he was forced to move in with his mom, who then found out that he had been in touch with his abusive dad, who was twisting his view on how a relationship should work. Last I heard was that his mom was kicking him out as she would not have anyone in her house that was in contact with her ex, and that he had tried to go live with his dad, but his dad had refused. I was completely NC with him, so his mom was the one that had told me this. I'll call my ex Rob and ex-mom Sandra to make things easier. I hadn't heard from Rob in weeks, but yesterday he showed up at my house. I had the chain on my door, so opened it with that still attached. No way would I let him in. He basically told me that he had nowhere to live. His mom isn't speaking to him and his dad won't put a roof over a grown man's head, his words not mine. He asked if I would take him back or at least let him live with me. No way in hell would I get back with him, and getting him out the first time only went easy because his mom stepped in to help. He had threatened to take me to court, knowing that if he did it could take months to get him out, and then said he would only move if I gave him £10,000. I contacted his mom, who was furious about that, and she turned up with his brother and forced him out. I told him that there was zero possibility of him ever living with me again and that we were 100% over. He started shouting at me and calling me all sorts of names, so I threatened to call the police if he didn't leave and shut the door. I have cameras all over my house, so I caught everything he did and said on camera and saved it to a USB just in case. He then went crying to all our mutual friends and managed to get back to his mom. She called me and asked what happened. I told her, and she then informed me that she had put her house up for sale and was moving 300 miles away to be nearer her other son. She and Rob had a huge argument about this and she finally kicked him out. Since then he's been couch surfing, but with Christmas coming up, his friends aren't really happy with having him on their couches when they have kids and are meant to be enjoying the festive season. He's been kicked out of 3 friends' houses in 10 days. She told me I was right to refuse him, but I've since had other friends say that they feel sorry for them, and that I can just let him stay in my spare room until he's back on his feet. I then asked them to put him up, but they said they would but don't have room, and if they had a spare room like me then they would let him stay. My family and his are on my side, but I'm starting to doubt myself with what a couple of my friends have said. So Reddit, Aida? Edit. Just a quick edit as I'm going to bed. I've just spoken with the wife of one of Rob's friends and she's asked to meet me on my lunch break tomorrow. Apparently, Rob stayed with them for 2 nights before she kicked him out, and there's more going on than what I know of. She's going to tell me the full story tomorrow, but told me that I shouldn't let him anywhere near me and that he's staying in Airbnb so he does at least have a roof over his head right now. I'll try to update after I've spoken to her. Update, November 27, 2023. So I posted yesterday about my ex turning up at my house wanting me to let him move back in with me. I said no, but a couple of friends thought I should let him, and that messed with my head. Rob is my ex. A few people told me to change my lock, etc. I did that and changed my alarm code, as well as my stepdad got his friend to put up 4 cameras around my house. I'm also going to start shutting the gate so that no one can walk up to the house without ringing the bell there first. I put in an edit that I was going to meet with one of Rob's friends' wives for lunch today, and I have to say that it was informative for sure. I'll call her Nat, 30F, and her husband Zach, 29M. So I went to meet her on my lunch break at a cafe near my work. It's a place that a lot of my co-workers go to, and I know the staff there as well. A few Redditors thought that she might bring Rob with her, so I wanted it to be somewhere I feel comfortable and have backup if needed. Turns out that I didn't need to bother about that. When I got to the cafe, Nat was there on her own. I grabbed some lunch and a drink and sat with her. We went through the usual small talk before she started telling me what had been going on. Rob rang Zach on Thursday morning saying he had nowhere to go and could he stay with them for a few days. Zach spoke to Nat and they agreed he could stay in their guest room. Rob went to their house after work and they had a long talk where Rob told them he has a flat lined up, but can't move in till January. Zach and Nat agreed to let him live with them until January as long as he followed some basic rules and paid for his own food. The rules were things like, no bringing women back there, and if he went out drinking he had to be quiet when he got back so he didn't wake their daughter who's 6. He agreed to all this and paid for a Chinese for them all that night. The next day after work Rob went to meet his dad in the pub for a few pints. When Zach and Nat went to bed Rob still wasn't home. They were woken up at about 2 in the morning by Rob arguing with a woman. Apparently, Rob had met this woman in a bar, took her back to Zach and Nat's house, got his pleasure and then told her to get dressed and fuck off once he was done. She had gotten angry, which started an argument where Rob was saying some horrific shit to her. Nat took the woman downstairs and got her a taxi, while Zach stayed upstairs arguing with Rob. Once Nat had got rid of the woman she went back upstairs and tried to calm Zach and Rob down. At this point Rob decided to take out his frustrations on Nat, calling her a bitch and telling her to do something useful and make him a sandwich before bursting out laughing like he'd made the funniest joke ever. This made Zach lose it and pinned Rob to the wall by his throat. Side note, Rob isn't a fighter at all, whereas Zach was an amateur boxer in his youth and can handle himself well. Nat managed to get Zach to let him go and Rob was shoved in the guest room and told to sleep off the alcohol. It's a miracle that Nat's daughter didn't wake up during this. The next morning Nat got their daughter ready and went to her mom's after telling Zach to get Rob out of their house. Zach agreed, and after Nat left he woke Rob up and told him to pack his shit and leave. Rob tried to apologize and begged to stay but Zach was having none of it and kicked him out. Going off the timing, I think he left there and came straight to my house. On Sunday Zach texted Rob to meet up so that they could speak and they met up in a pub. Zach has been friends with Rob since they were 11 and has never seen him act like he has been doing, so he wanted to find out what was really going on. He managed to finally get the truth out of Rob. Basically, Rob has been in contact with his dad for a lot longer than he told us. By this point it's over 2 years. His dad is a raging misogynist that believes a woman's place is in the kitchen and bedroom. A man's place is to rule the house and be waited on hand and foot as well as deciding who can and can't be in their lives. He's been dripping this poison into R's ear and it's really taken a hold of him. Zach told Nat that he just doesn't recognize Rob anymore. Rob wants to start living his life the way his father has told him he should. When Zach pointed out that Rob's dad is 62, living in a shitty one-bedroom flat, not had a real relationship since R's mom left him, has no friends, his family doesn't speak to him and that he's the type of guy that when he walks into a pub people finish their pants so they can leave and get away from him, Rob was furious. He told Zach that his dad is just misunderstood. Zach responded that people understood his dad and that's why they stayed away from him. He's toxic. This pretty much ended their conversation and Rob left. Zach did find out that Rob does have a flat lined up for January, so that was true and that he's found Airbnb he can stay until the flat is ready at a minimal cost. Zach and Nat have also decided to go NC with Rob as they don't need that toxicity around them, but especially not around their daughter. A few Redditors had said it sounded like Rob was on drugs, so I asked Nat what she thought and she doesn't think so but can't be sure. She and Zach think that Rob is just so far under his dad's thumb now that he's completely changed as a person. He believes that everything his dad says is gospel. She did let me know that Rob has a burner IG account that he is using to check on my IG and I immediately made my account private. He had said something about seeing me waste money on a stupid amount of Christmas presents when I couldn't even help him out with Zach on Sunday. I'd been to a Christmas market on Saturday afternoon and had posted pics on IG. All of this just made my resolve stronger that he will not be getting anywhere near my house again. It also made me realize that I don't have any feelings for him anymore other than frustration at how he's acting and some sadness at how far he's fallen from the man I once knew. I thought that hearing he had another woman in his bed would annoy me, but there was just nothing. I couldn't have cared less. I thanked Nat for the info and we agreed to keep in touch. We won't be as close as we were when I was with Rob, but it feels good to have someone who knows the entire situation and has seen Rob's behavior with his own eyes. There were also some Redditors that told me to ditch the friends that had told me to let him stay with me. Unfortunately, I can't ditch them completely as they're part of the friend group and that would just cause unnecessary drama, but I will be keeping my distance from them and only talking to them when part of the group. I'm currently with my sisters and we are going to watch a Christmas film to get us in the mood to decorate all our houses this weekend, so I will be on and off for the next few hours if anyone has any questions. Thanks for the votes and giving me some perspective. Reddit isn't all bad. For anyone that's still around. December 19th, 2023. Still have people reaching out to see if I'm okay. A few hated me just using initials, so R is Rob. I really hoped that I wouldn't have to update again, but I've just had a call from one of Rob's friends and it looks like he's going to be spending Christmas in prison. Apparently, he went out on Saturday night with his dad and they got into an argument which turned physical. Rob isn't a fighter, however he is bigger and stronger than his dad, and it ended with his dad falling backwards and hitting his head off a wall, knocking him unconscious. The staff in the pub called the police and an ambulance, but Rob left before they got there. Rob's dad had to go to hospital, where he still is. I'm unsure of his exact injuries, but they're not life-threatening. He must also be awake as he is pressing charges against Rob, however they won't keep him in unless absolutely essential at this time of year. Rob was arrested on Sunday morning at the B&B he's been staying at and had to appear in magistrate's court on Monday. Due to him not having a fixed address right now and the fact that his dad is still in hospital, he has been remanded on a Section 18 with intent. Unless he can find a permanent address to go to, then he won't be getting out until his trial at Crown Court. I know his mom is already with his brothers over 250 miles away, so I don't think she will be able to help right now. Finding this out has actually given me a sense of peace right now. I've been trying to ignore it, but the chance of him turning up and spoiling Christmas has been at the back of my mind ever since he turned up at my house. I'm hoping he stays in over Christmas so that I can just relax. OOP on Section 18 in her area. OOP, Section 18 is an assault charge. A Section 18 with intent is the next level up and is classed as intending to and causing grievous bodily harm to someone. I've been told that if found guilty, then it's usually a multiple-year prison sentence. Another mini update. December 23, 2023. I went round to N&Z, hereby known as Nat and Zach, to drop off a present for their daughter, a bottle of Bell's for Zach and a bottle of Prosecco for Nat for Christmas, and had a cup of tea with them whilst they filled me in on what's going on. Rob will be in over Christmas, but will likely get out early January. His lawyer is trying to get the charges reduced from Section 18 with intent to a Section 20. I only found out today that a Section 18 with intent is one step down from attempted murder and you're looking at double digits in prison if you get found guilty. Section 20 is a lot less severe and is usually a 2-year suspended sentence for first-time offenders, which he is. His lawyer has said that if he pleads guilty to Section 20, then CPS will lower the charges to get this one over and done with ASAP, as the courts are ridiculously backed up in the UK right now and prisons are full. Zach went to the B&B he was staying at and got Rob's stuff, which is now sitting in his garage as one last favor to Rob, Zach's words. He can't get in touch with me without my consent whilst he is locked away. The prison literally has to ring me and ask if it is okay that I get put on his approved call list, and only then is he allowed to ring me, which won't be happening. I've also spoken to his mom, who has basically washed her hand of him for the time being. She thinks that he needs to learn his lesson and maybe spending Christmas in a cell will teach him how much he's lost the plot. She has spoken to him and said that he's now saying the right things, but only time will tell if he means them. He is talking about moving to be near his brother to get away from their dad, so maybe he has seen the light. His brother has refused to go onto his call list, so Rob can't contact him, so I don't know how that will work. As for his dad, he is still in hospital with a broken hip and has had to have surgery to fix it. The broken bone and head injury is why the charges are so high right now. I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders, knowing he can't ruin my Christmas. I'm just about to pack everything into the car and go and stay at my mum's until January 2nd, but thought I'd finish the year off letting everyone who's helped me and supported me through this know what's going on. Merry Christmas to everyone that celebrates it and hope everyone is doing well. Final update, April 13th, 2024. Hi all, sorry it's been a while since my last update, but I wanted everything to be finished before I update it again. Rob spent Christmas on remand in prison. He didn't get out until the second week of January, and that was only because his mum agreed to let him stay with her again. He had his plea hearing the first week of February, where he pleaded guilty to a Section 20 assault. He then had to wait until last week to get his sentencing court date. I didn't know how much actually goes into sentencing. They had to get a victim impact statement, a pre-sentencing report from probation, statements from his mum and brother. His barrister even reached out to me to give a statement saying that we had broken up and I'd asked him to leave the house. He used our breakup as an extenuating circumstance, saying that because of the breakup of our relationship and him losing his home, that had seriously impacted his mental health. The statements from his mom and brother also confirmed that he had lived in an abusive home when he was young, so he claimed he had PTSD because of that. These were all read out at his sentencing. He was going to get 3 years, but the judge knocked time off for pleading guilty and for mitigating circumstances. That left him with a 16-month sentence that was suspended for 18 months. As part of the conditions for his release, he isn't allowed anywhere near his dad, he has to go to counseling for his supposed PTSD, and he isn't allowed to drink alcohol. He even has an ankle monitor that tests his sweat every half an hour for alcohol and will alert probation if he gets a positive result. Luckily for him, his boss has let him go and work at their main location in the city that's half an hour away from here, and probation was happy for him to live there as well. He moved into a flat there this week, so I don't have to worry about running into him. I haven't spoken to him at all, and I don't want to either. He has tried reaching out through a couple of friends, but they've respected my decision and told him to move on with his life. However, I did speak to his mom yesterday and she said that she thinks he's depressed, but so far he's doing okay. She's the one I got all of this information from. It's a strange mix of emotion for me towards him, as I still care on some level, just not enough to keep him in my life. I know I need to keep him away from me, as I can never see him like I did at this time last year. It's crazy to think that it's only been a year since we got engaged. So much has happened. Other than those mixed emotions, I'm doing well. I've been hanging out with my sister and her wife a lot more, as well as catching up with friends. I'm still working at the same place and I don't see that changing anytime soon. For the people asking about my sister, she's doing good. She had a setback last month, but she seems to be over that now and has just been approved to have some form of newish stem cell treatment at the UK's biggest eye hospital. Which is fab news. She tried to explain it to me, but it involved them taking her blood and putting it into her eye, which grossed me out, so I told her to stop. However, because she's my sister, she then sent me pictures of what they do, and Mum had to step in and tell her to stop. No matter how old we get, I don't think we will ever stop trying to annoy each other. So all in all, I think we're all moving on with life. Unless something big happens, then this should be my last post. I really want to thank everyone for their kind words and support. This has restored my faith that there are still good people out there. New update, June 30th, 2024, 2 months later. Hi all, I really hoped I wouldn't have to come back, but I've had several DMs on this account saying that a TikTok video is claiming that I'm back with my ex. I don't have TikTok, so I haven't seen it, but that's 100% not true. I haven't seen or spoken to him since my last update. As far as I'm aware, he's still living in the city half an hour away and is doing okay. I'm not really interested, to be honest. Rob's mom has accepted an offer on her house and has moved in with his brother until she can finalize the purchase of her house and find a flat she likes. Everyone else is doing well. My sister is the same and her eye is still healing. She's got some new glasses and says her vision is now nearly back to normal, so that's good. My sister and 7 other family and friends went out to Germany for England's first game, which was a lot of fun. Other than that, I've just been working and finding my new normal. Please don't listen to anything said about this on TikTok, YouTube, or anywhere else. I will not be getting back with Rob. That ship has sailed off the edge of a cliff. Relevant comments. Has Rob reached out to OOP? OOP. He was informed that I didn't want to speak to him and wanted to be left alone, and he respected that, thankfully. I just want us both to move on now. My stepmom left my dad after I refused to let her walk me down the aisle, and now he has a shocking confession before my wedding. I'm Lily, a 28-year-old woman who will marry her fiancé Richard, a 30-year-old man, in 3 months. To comprehend my current circumstances, I must return to my childhood. My parents, Claire, 53F, and Tom, 55M, met at college and married young. They had me when they were both 25, and for the first 10 years of my existence, we seemed like the ideal family. I remember spending weekends at my grandparents' lake house, where Dad taught me how to fish while Mom made lunches. Every Friday, we had family game night, and my parents took turns reading me bedtime stories. It wasn't perfect, they argued like any couple, but I always felt loved and secure. Everything changed when I was 10. Dad began working late more frequently, and Mom appeared increasingly tense and sad. I overheard arguments about someone named Tanya, but I had no idea what was going on. Then, one day, I returned home from school to find Mom crying in the kitchen. She sat me down and told me that Dad had an affair with his coworker, Tanya, 48F, and they were getting divorced. The following few months were a jumble of tears, conflicts, and bewilderment. Dad moved out, and I remember being furious with him for hurting Mom and splitting up our family. The divorce was messy and traumatic. There were intense debates over custody and property partition. I recall sitting outside the courtroom during one of their sessions, feeling disoriented and terrified. In the end, Mom received primary custody, with Dad receiving visits every other weekend. At first, I was hesitant to spend time with Dad. I was angry and sad, and I did not want to leave Mom alone. Mom, despite her own anguish, pushed me to give Dad another chance. She informed me, "Your father made a mistake, But he still loves you. It's fine to adore him too. Gradually, I began to like spending weekends with Dad. He'd take me to the movies, show me how to cook, badly, and we'd have lengthy discussions about school and my friends. Things became more problematic when Dad declared 2 years after the divorce that he was marrying Tanya. Tanya and I met for the first time at a dinner Dad had arranged. She appeared pleasant enough, bringing me a gift, a diary with my name embossed on it, and inquiring about my interests. But I couldn't get rid of the idea that she was the reason my family had come apart. Tanya worked hard to establish a bond with me after Dad and Tanya married. She was constantly buying me gifts, clothes, books, art supplies, and recommending mother-daughter activities such as spa days or cooking classes. However, her efforts felt forced to me, and I was never comfortable around her. Part of it was out of loyalty to my mother, and part of it was because Tanya appeared to be attempting to replace her. As I approached adolescence, my connection with Dad and Tanya deteriorated. They would frequently make disparaging remarks about Mom, such as, "It's a shame your mother is so bitter," or, "If only your mother could move on like we have." These statements bothered me because I understood how hard Mom worked to co-parent harmoniously. My mother, on the other hand, never spoke negatively about Dad or Tanya in front of me. She listened to my complaints but always pushed me to give them another shot. "They're not perfect," she'd continue, "but they try. It's acceptable to have many relationships with different people in your life." Tanya became pregnant when I was 16 years old. Dad was overjoyed, continually mentioning how happy he was to have a real family, now. Those words struck deep because they made me feel like I wasn't enough for him. Like I was a relic of his past rather than an important part of his new existence. Tanya had a miscarriage at 20 weeks. It was a tough time for them, and I recall feeling a combination of anguish for their loss and guilty relief that I would not be replaced by a new baby. Dad informed me that Tanya would require additional love and support from me, which put a lot of strain on me at a time when I was already dealing with usual teenage concerns and the lingering consequences from the divorce. Tanya's attachment to me grew stronger following the miscarriage. She began introducing me to everyone as her daughter, which made me very uncomfortable. She also started urging me to call her Mom, something I flatly refused to do. This resulted in several arguments, with Dad always siding with Tanya and accusing me of being insensitive to her feelings. During this time, my relationship with my mother remained solid. She was my rock, always willing to listen without judgment and provide support without pressuring. She encouraged me to pursue my interests, which led to me joining the school newspaper and later studying journalism in college. I met Richard in college. We were both writing for the campus paper and bonded over our shared interest in investigative reporting. Richard's family was much easier than mine. His parents were still happily married and he had 2 younger siblings. I was initially cautious to let him inside my delicate family relationships, but his tolerance and understanding allowed me to open up. All of these previous concerns have finally come to a head as we prepare our wedding. I have chosen to ask my mother to walk me down the aisle. She's been my steadfast supporter, role model, and greatest friend. When I told Dad and Tanya about my decision, Tanya fell into tears and Dad became enraged. They told me I was being selfish and that Tanya should also lead me down the aisle because she had been in my life for so long. I refused, stating that my mother is my soul mother and the person I want at my side on my wedding day. This sparked a heated dispute, with Dad threatening not to attend the wedding if Tanya wasn't given a particular position. He mentioned all the times Tanya tried to be there for me, the presents she bought, the activities she planned, but to me, such things pale in contrast to my mother's unwavering love and support. Tanya blamed me of never giving her a chance and claimed that after all these years, she considered me her own daughter. She brought up her miscarriage again, expressing how difficult it had been to lose a baby and then have her stepdaughter reject her. I understand that the miscarriage was difficult for her, but I don't think it's appropriate to use it as emotional leverage against me. I'm sticking to my decision, but now I'm wondering if I'm being too severe. Richard fully supports me, saying that it is our wedding and we should do whatever feels right to us. However, some of my extended family members believe I should make a compromise to keep the peace. Part of me feels bad for hurting Tanya's feelings, but a larger part of me is upset that Dad and Tanya are attempting to make my wedding about them. I've spent years attempting to negotiate this blended family arrangement, often at the price of my own emotions. I want my wedding day to be a celebration of love, not a battleground for old family feuds. Am I an asshole for refusing to have my stepmother lead me down the aisle? Should I stick to my decision or seek a compromise? Update 1. It's been a month since my previous post, and a lot has changed. First and foremost, I'd want to thank everyone for their encouraging words. They greatly increased my confidence in my decision. After the wedding quarrel, my father and Tanya stopped communicating to me for a few weeks. It was a stressful situation, and I found myself continually checking my phone, half expecting and half fearing a message from them. Richard was quite helpful at this time, telling me that it was acceptable to prioritize my own sentiments and that I was not responsible for controlling their emotions. Tanya called me unexpectedly, weeping. She apologized for pressing me throughout the years and stated that she simply wanted to be close to me. Her voice sounded truly sorry, and for a little time, I felt a ray of optimism that we might be able to go forward. She asked if we could meet for coffee to talk things over, and after some hesitation, I accepted, thinking it would be a good opportunity to clear the air before the wedding. We met in a neighborhood cafe that I used to frequent in college. It was weird to be seated across from Tanya in a setting that brought back memories of study sessions with friends and early dates with Richard. At first, everything appeared to be going well. Tanya was surprisingly sympathetic, even saying she accepted my choice to have my mother follow me down the aisle. She told my father some anecdotes about her own wedding, including how scared she was and how she wished she had a closer relationship with her stepmother. I found myself softening slightly, viewing her as a person with her own troubles and fears rather than the woman who had ended my parents' marriage. However, things took a turn when she mentioned that she and my father were thinking about renewing their vows next year. At first, I assumed she was just discussing their plans, but then she dropped a bombshell. She offered that I walk her down the aisle at their vow renewal ceremony to balance things out. This suggestion stunned me. It felt like she was attempting to establish a quid pro quo, as if my wedding and their vow renewal were somehow interchangeable. I explained that a daughter's wedding is not the same as a vow renewal. Tanya became agitated and accused me of not giving her a chance. She mentioned the miscarriage again, explaining how difficult it had been and how she had hoped that having a kid would bring our family closer together. She stated that losing the baby was especially devastating since she believed she had missed her chance to actually be a mother. I attempted to be empathetic, recalling how awful that time had been for everyone, but I also stated that her death, while tragic, did not require me to regard her as my mother. I said that I had my own complicated thoughts at the time, feeling both sad for their loss and pleased that I would not be replaced. The conversation rapidly degenerated from there. Tanya accused me of being cold-hearted and ungrateful for everything she had attempted to do for me over time. She mentioned every gift she had ever given me and every outing she had planned, as if keeping track of her attempts at motherhood. I emphasized that genuine connection and respect for limits are what sustain relationships, not gifts and forced outings. In the heat of the moment, I uttered something I had been keeping quiet for years. I informed Tanya that, while I was sad for her loss, I was tired of her using the miscarriage as emotional leverage. I said it wasn't fair to put the responsibility of her unfulfilled maternal urges on me, especially when I was only a teenager trying to deal with my own familial tragedy. Tanya burst into tears and walked out of the cafe, leaving me sitting there, feeling guilty, angry, and relieved that I had finally spoken my actual sentiments. As I sat there trying to digest what had just transpired, I couldn't help but think about how this cafe, which had once held wonderful memories, would now be forever connected with this awful confrontation. My father called me later that evening, enraged. He claimed I had been harsh to Tanya and owed her an apology. He accused me of being selfish and ungrateful, claiming that Tanya had always wanted to love me. When I tried to explain my side of the story, he interrupted me, stating that if I couldn't accept Tanya as my mother, perhaps I shouldn't consider him my father anymore. Those remarks struck me hard. Despite our disagreements throughout the years, I never questioned that my father loved me. But in that moment, it felt like he was choosing Tanya above me, just like he had done years before when he abandoned our family for her. I am hurt and outraged, but I am also more certain than ever in my decision. Richard has been wonderfully supportive throughout this process, hugging me when I cry and assuring me that I have every right to set boundaries. We're going forward with our wedding plans, aiming to create a day that celebrates our love and the family we're starting together. My mother has also been fantastic. When I told her what had happened, she listened without judgment and offered consolation without attempting to influence my decision. She reminded me that family connections are complex and that it is acceptable to prioritize my own emotional well-being. After a few days of thought, I've decided to send my father and Tanya a farewell message. In it, I intend to express my emotions and boundaries clearly. I want to make it clear that, while I am open to having a connection with them, it must be on terms that respect my sentiments and my relationship with my mother. I'll tell them that if they can't accept it, they won't be invited to the wedding. As I sit here writing this message, I can't help but feel a mixture of loss and relief. It isn't the relationship I hope I could have with my father and stepmother, but it's the healthiest I can provide right now. Am I doing the right thing, or am I being overly harsh and potentially excluding them from this key day in my life? Update 2. Another month has passed, and things have only gotten more confusing. After I wrote a message to my father and Tanya describing my feelings and boundaries, I didn't hear from them for a few weeks. The silence provided both relief and anxiety. I tried to concentrate on wedding planning, finalizing the menu, having clothing fittings with my mother and working on our vows with Richard, but the unresolved problem with my father and Tanya remained in the back of my mind. Then, last Saturday, my father arrived to my flat unannounced. I was in the process of addressing invitations with Richard when the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see my father standing there, fatigued and upset. I invited him in, more by surprise than anything else. Richard, sensing the tension, excused himself to give us some peace, but not before gently caressing my hand. When we were alone, Dad broke down. He informed me that Tanya had left him. Tanya apparently had a breakdown following our disagreement at the coffee shop and my message. She informed my father she couldn't take the rejection longer and needed to find herself. She packed her luggage and left to reside with her sister in another state. As I listened to my father pour out his heart, I was overcome with emotion. Part of me felt justified. Hadn't I been warning Tanya for years that her relationship to me was unhealthy? But another part of me felt guilty. Had my inability to accept her as a mother figure truly caused so much pain? Dad was a mess, alternately apologizing to me and blaming me for Tanya's departure. He explained that he didn't know how to solve things and asked if I would try family therapy with him and Tanya. The concept made me uncomfortable. I told him I wasn't prepared for that, especially since Tanya had left him and I wasn't sure where we all stood. Then my father revealed another bombshell. He admitted that years ago, when Tanya miscarried, they had been trying for a baby because Tanya believed it would help me accept her as a mother figure. He admitted that they were wrong to try to replace me or push a mother-daughter bond. This information surprised me. It explained a lot about their behavior over the years, including the increased pressure to bond with Tanya, the continuous comparisons to a real family, and the guilt-tripping following the miscarriage. However, it also made me angry. I felt manipulated, like my feelings had been ignored in their effort to build their ideal family. I told my father I needed time to comprehend everything and begged him to go. I was overwhelmed as I closed the door behind him. I contacted my mom because I needed her calm presence and smart guidance. She listened attentively as I explained everything, then suggested that I take some time to seriously consider what I want my relationship with my father and Tanya to look like in the future. Now I'm feeling conflicted. On the one hand, I feel vindicated in my decision to maintain boundaries with Tanya. Her leaving my father appears to demonstrate that her attachment to me was motivated more by her selfish desires than real concern for me. On the other side, I feel horrible for my father, who appears truly sorry and bewildered. Richard believes I should keep my boundaries, but be open to repairing a connection with my father over time. He pointed out that, while my father's confession regarding the pregnancy attempt was hard to hear, it was also a step forward in honesty that we had not experienced previously. My mother, when I told her what had transpired, was surprisingly sympathetic to my father. She believes that when individuals are thirsty for affection and acceptance, they can make serious blunders. She reminded me of how young my father was when they had me, and how he may have been attempting to recreate the family life he believed he had lost. The wedding is now only a month away, and I'm not sure what to do about my father's invitation. Should I still invite him, giving him the opportunity to be a part of this special day? Should I contact Tanya now that I understand her motivations? Should I focus on my own happiness while they deal with their problems? As I sit here, staring at the stack of unsent invites, I understand that this decision is about more than the wedding. It's about the future relationship I desire with my father and whether Tanya has a role in my life. It's about striking a balance between compassion and self-protection, as well as determining what forgiveness looks like in a circumstance where the wounds are deep. Update 3. The wedding was last weekend, and I wanted to provide a last update on how everything worked out. After considerable thought and several long conversations with Richard and my mother, I decided to keep my father's invitation to the wedding open, but I made it plain that it was only for him and not Tanya. I sent him a long email explaining my decision. I informed him that I was willing to work on our relationship, but it would take time, and that he needed to respect my boundaries. I also conveyed my wish that he would attend the wedding to celebrate this special day in my life, but I understood if he felt unable to attend without Tanya. To my amazement, my father accepted these terms. He responded to my email again, apologizing for everything and expressing his want to be present on my wedding day. He also stated that he and Tanya were still separated, and that he was beginning to see how much their relationship had influenced me over the years. Last-minute preparations dominated the week leading up to the wedding. My mother was an unwavering source of support, assisting with everything from floral arrangements to easing my pre-wedding nerves. Richard's family visited from out of town, And witnessing how well they got along with my mother made me happy for the loving, drama-free family I would marry into. On the wedding day, I was a ball of nervousness and excitement as my mother helped me into my dress. We both shed tears as she told me how proud she was of the lady I'd become and how glad she was that Richard and I had met. It was a memory I'll keep forever. The ceremony was amazing. Walking down the aisle with my mother by my side felt just beautiful. I noticed my father seated in one of the front rows, appearing distraught yet smiling when our gazes met. Richard's reaction when he saw me go down the aisle was all I had hoped for and more. During the reception, I was busy welcoming visitors and enjoying the festivities with Richard, but I noticed my father looking sad and lonely at moments. He put on a brave face whenever he noticed me gazing. To my amazement, he had a cordial chat with my mother at one point. They were never going to be friends, but the fact that they could be in the same room without causing tension was a relief. After the wedding, after things had settled down a little, my father and I had a long conversation. He apologized once more for everything and promised to try harder to be a good father. He recognized that he had made numerous mistakes, particularly in attempting to force a connection between Tanya and myself. He also informed me that Tanya had decided to stay with her sister indefinitely, and they were discussing a trial separation. I'm cautiously enthusiastic about mending my relationship with my father. We've decided to start with monthly dinners for just the two of us to reconnect without pressure. It won't be easy, and there'll be a lot of pain to deal with, but I'm willing to try. I chose not to contact Tanya right now. I believe we both require time and space to recover and move forward. Maybe eventually we'll be able to talk about everything that happened, but for now, I'm focused on my new life with Richard and mending my relationship with my father. This entire experience has been a roller coaster, but I'm glad I held my ground. I'm starting my married life with a better awareness of my family dynamics and more firm limits. The wedding proved to be more than simply a celebration of my love for Richard. It also marked a fresh beginning in my relationship with my parents. Richard and I are finally settling into married life, and it feels great to face the future together, knowing we can deal with anything that comes our way. We are planning a belated honeymoon to Japan next month, which we are both looking forward to. Thank you to everyone who helped me on this journey. Your guidance and encouragement helped me get through this terrible situation and begin this new chapter in my life on a positive note. It won't be easy, and there'll be a lot of pain to deal with, but I'm willing to try.
My wife is pregnant with our first child, and her sister has hinted that she wants to sleep with me. How should I tell my wife? My name is Jason, and at 24, I consider myself incredibly fortunate. I met the love of my life, Emily, 3 years ago, and every day since then has been a testament to the power of love and commitment. Emily, also 24, is my rock, my confidant, and my best friend. Our journey together has been nothing short of extraordinary, filled with moments of joy, challenges, and unwavering support for each other. We first crossed paths at a mutual friend's birthday party. I still remember seeing her for the first time, her radiant smile lighting up the room. We spent the evening talking, laughing, and discovering a mutual passion for travel and adventure. It felt as though we had known each other for years. By the end of the night, I knew I wanted to see her again, and thankfully, she felt the same way. Our relationship blossomed quickly. We spent our weekends exploring new places, trying out new cuisines, and sharing our dreams and aspirations. Emily's warmth and kindness made everyone around her feel at ease, and I was no exception. She was studying to become a nurse, driven by a desire to help others, while I was working in software development, enjoying the challenges and creativity the field offered. After 2 years of dating, I proposed to Emily during a sunset hike, one of our favorite activities. The moment was perfect, and she said yes, tears of joy in her eyes. We married 6 months ago in a beautiful ceremony surrounded by family and friends. Emily's younger sister, Sarah, who is 21, was her maid of honor. The bond between Emily and Sarah is incredibly strong. They have always been there for each other, sharing secrets, dreams, and an unbreakable sisterly love. Sarah, like Emily, is a wonderful person. She is currently in college, pursuing a degree in psychology. With her bubbly personality and compassionate nature, she has always been the life of any family gathering. Growing up, the two sisters were inseparable. Their parents often joked that they share a secret language, a testament to their close-knit relationship. It was no surprise that Sarah played a significant role in our wedding, helping to ensure everything was perfect for her sister's big day. The wedding day was magical. Emily looked stunning in her white dress, her smile more radiant than ever. As we exchanged vows, promising to support and love each other through all of life's challenges, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The reception was filled with laughter, dancing, and heartfelt toasts. Sarah's speech brought everyone to tears as she reminisced about their childhood and expressed her happiness for us. Life after the wedding has been a blissful continuation of our journey together. We moved into a cozy apartment, decorated with mementos from our travels and our shared experiences. Emily's presence makes every day brighter. Her laughter is infectious, and her ability to find joy in the smallest things constantly amazes me. It was a sunny Saturday morning, and Emily had been feeling unusually tired and queasy for a few weeks. She had been brushing it off as stress from work, but there was a lingering suspicion that there might be something more. We decided to take a pregnancy test to put our minds at ease. I remember pacing around the living room, my heart racing with anticipation and nervousness. Emily came out of the bathroom, holding the test with trembling hands. She looked at me with wide, hopeful eyes, and then, with a tearful smile, she whispered, "Jason, it's positive. We're going to have a baby." The world seemed to stand still for a moment as the words sank in. I rushed to her side, wrapping her in a tight embrace. Tears of joy streamed down our faces as we held each other, overwhelmed with happiness. The realization that we were about to embark on this incredible journey together filled my heart with an indescribable sense of love and excitement. The next few days were a whirlwind of emotions and planning. We decided to share the news with our families during a Sunday dinner at Emily's parents' house. As we gathered around the dining table, I could barely contain my excitement. Emily and I exchanged a knowing glance, and she stood up, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "We have some exciting news to share with everyone," she began. The room fell silent, all eyes on her. "Jason and I are going to be parents. We're expecting a baby." For a moment there was stunned silence, and then the room erupted in cheers and applause. Emily's mother burst into tears, hugging both of us tightly. Her father clapped me on the back, his eyes shining with pride. Sarah, Emily's younger sister, jumped up from her seat, squealing with delight. She rushed over to Emily, wrapping her arms around her sister and exclaiming, "I'm going to be an aunt. I can't believe it." The rest of the evening was filled with joyous celebration. We toasted to the future, shared stories and laughter, and basked in the collective happiness of our family. Emily and I couldn't stop smiling, our hands intertwined under the table. The love and support from our families meant the world to us, and it reinforced just how blessed we were to have such a strong network as we embarked on this new chapter of our lives. Over the following weeks, our excitement only grew. We started making plans for the nursery, picking out baby names and reading every parenting book we could get our hands on. Each night as we lay in bed, we would talk about our hopes and dreams for our child, imagining the life we would build together. Emily's eyes would light up as she talked about all the things she wanted to teach our baby, from baking cookies to exploring nature. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and it made me fall in love with her all over again. My love for Emily deepened with each passing day. Seeing her face light up as she felt the first fluttering movements of our baby made my heart swell with pride. I marveled at her strength and grace as she navigated the changes in her body, always with a smile and a kind word. I was in awe of her, and I was determined to support her every step of the way. We spent countless hours preparing for the arrival of our little one. Our weekends were filled with trips to baby stores, comparing cribs and car seats, and picking out tiny outfits. We painted the nursery together, choosing a soft, calming palette of blues and greens. Each stroke of the brush was a promise of the love and care we would pour into our child's life. We hung pictures of animals and nature on the walls, imagining the day our baby would gaze up at them with wonder. Our families were equally enthusiastic. Emily's parents offered to help with anything we needed, from babysitting to setting up the nursery. Sarah was particularly excited, often stopping by with baby books and tiny clothes she couldn't resist buying. Her excitement was contagious, and it warmed my heart to see how much she already loved our unborn child. As Emily's pregnancy progressed, I found myself more in awe of her than ever. Her strength, resilience, and unwavering positivity were inspiring. I made it my mission to be the best partner I could be, attending every doctor's appointment, cooking her favorite meals, and making sure she felt loved and supported. I knew this journey was as much about taking care of her as it was about preparing for our baby. One of my favorite moments was when we went for the first ultrasound. Seeing the tiny heartbeat flickering on the screen brought tears to my eyes. It was a tangible reminder of the life we had created together, a symbol of our love and commitment. I held Emily's hand tightly, both of us mesmerized by the sight of our baby. It was a moment of pure joy and connection, one that I would carry with me forever. It was a typical Monday morning, and I was sitting in my home office catching up on some work emails. The house was quiet except for the gentle hum of the air conditioner and the occasional sound of birds chirping outside. Emily had just left for her prenatal checkup, and I was planning to join her at the clinic later. My phone buzzed on the desk, breaking my concentration. I glanced at the screen and saw a message notification from Sarah, Emily's younger sister. I picked up my phone, smiling as I unlocked it. Sarah often texted me about random things, funny memes, family updates, or questions about Emily's preferences. But nothing could have prepared me for the text I was about to read. Hey Jason, I know this might sound weird, but I just wanted to let you know that if you ever need someone to talk to, or anything else during Emily's pregnancy, I'm here for you. I know it can be tough, and sometimes women get emotionally and physically distant. So, I'm here to help you out, sexually or emotionally, anytime. Just think about it. I stared at the screen, my brain struggling to process the words. At first, I thought it must be some kind of joke, a terrible prank. I read the message again, hoping I had misunderstood. But there it was, plain as day, Sarah offering herself to me in a way that was both shocking and utterly inappropriate. A wave of confusion and disbelief washed over me. How could Sarah, someone I considered almost like a sister, send such a message? My heart pounded in my chest, and my hands felt clammy as I set the phone down. I rubbed my temples, trying to make sense of the situation. Was this some twisted way of helping, or did she actually have feelings for me? I felt a mix of emotions swirling inside me, anger, betrayal, confusion, and a deep sense of unease. My mind raced through 1,000 scenarios, each one more troubling than the last. I couldn't fathom what had led Sarah to think this was acceptable or how she could be so willing to betray her sister, especially now when Emily needed support the most. The first thing that came to mind was Emily. She had always been incredibly close to Sarah. They shared everything, from childhood secrets to their dreams for the future. The bond they had was something I admired and respected. How could I tell Emily about this without shattering that bond? The thought of her pain and betrayal made my chest tighten with dread. I picked up my phone again, rereading the message, hoping I could find some hidden context that would make it all make sense. But it was as clear as it was disturbing. My immediate reaction was to delete it, pretend it never happened, but I knew that wasn't an option. This was something that needed to be addressed, no matter how uncomfortable or painful it might be. I decided to take a walk to clear my head. As I stepped outside, the warm sun and fresh air did little to calm my racing thoughts. I walked aimlessly, my mind consumed by the dilemma. If I told Emily, it would devastate her. She was already dealing with the physical and emotional challenges of pregnancy. Adding this betrayal to the mix felt cruel and unfair. But keeping it from her wasn't an option either. I couldn't let her remain close to someone who would so easily undermine her trust. As I walked, I considered my options. I could confront Sarah directly, demanding an explanation and warning her to never approach me like that again. But what if she denied it or twisted the story? I needed to be careful, to ensure that whatever happened next was handled with the utmost care and consideration for Emily's well-being. I sat down on a park bench, taking deep breaths to steady myself. I thought about calling a friend for advice but dismissed the idea. This was too personal, too sensitive to involve anyone else. I needed to figure this out on my own. My priority was clear: protecting Emily and our unborn child. But how to do that without causing more harm was the real challenge. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I had to talk to Sarah first. I needed to understand her motives, to make her see the gravity of her actions. Maybe she didn't fully grasp the impact of what she was suggesting. Perhaps there was a way to address this without destroying the relationship between the sisters. With a plan forming in my mind, I headed back home. The walk had helped clear my thoughts, but the knot of anxiety in my stomach remained. As I reached our front door, I took a deep breath and steeled myself for the confrontation. I typed out a message to Sarah, keeping it as neutral as possible. Hey Sarah, can we talk? I got your message, and I think we need to clear some things up. Let's meet for coffee later today. I hit send and waited, my heart pounding. Within minutes, Sarah replied, agreeing to meet at a nearby cafe in an hour. I spent the next 60 minutes pacing the living room, rehearsing what I would say, and trying to anticipate her reactions. My mind was a whirlwind of emotions, but I knew I had to stay calm and collected. At the cafe, I arrived early and chose a quiet corner table, away from prying eyes and ears. When Sarah walked in, she looked cheerful, almost oblivious to the storm her message had caused. She sat down across from me, her smile faltering slightly when she saw the seriousness in my expression. Sarah, we need to talk about the message you sent me this morning, I began, my voice steady but firm. I need to understand why you would say something like that. Her eyes widened, and she seemed to shrink into her seat. Jason, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I thought you might need someone to talk to, and I didn't want you to feel alone. I shook my head, trying to keep my frustration in check. Offering to be there for emotional support is one thing, but what you suggested goes way beyond that. It's completely inappropriate, and it feels like a betrayal to Emily. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked down at her hands. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I thought I could help. Help? By suggesting we sleep together? I asked incredulously. Sarah, this isn't just about me. It's about Emily, too. How do you think she would feel if she knew? Sarah's face crumpled, and she started to cry. I don't know. I wasn't thinking. I care about you both so much, and I thought maybe I could be there for you in ways she can't right now. I sighed, feeling a mix of anger and pity. Look, Sarah, I get that you care about us, but this isn't the way to show it. You need to understand that what you did was wrong. Emily is your sister, and she trusts you. We all need to support each other, especially now. Sarah nodded, wiping her tears. You're right. I'm so sorry, Jason. I promise I won't ever say anything like that again. Please don't tell Emily. It would break her heart. I looked at her, struggling with my own emotions. I'll think about it, but I can't promise anything. My first priority is Emily and our baby. You need to understand that. As I walked back home, my mind was still in turmoil. I had confronted Sarah, but the dilemma remained. Should I tell Emily and risk shattering her relationship with her sister, or should I keep it to myself and hope Sarah never crossed that line again? The weight of the decision pressed heavily on me, and I knew there was no easy answer. My love and dedication to Emily and our unborn child would guide me, but the path forward was fraught with uncertainty and pain. I refused to have anal sex with my boyfriend, so he turned to watching explicit videos of his ex-girlfriend instead. My name is Emily, and I'm a 34-year-old woman currently in a relationship with a wonderful, albeit slightly younger man named Alex, who is 21. We have been together for about 5 months now. I met Alex in a somewhat unexpected way. It was a typical Tuesday evening, and I had decided to unwind after a long day at work by visiting a local coffee shop. I usually spent my evenings there, catching up on some reading or working on my personal projects. The coffee shop had a cozy, inviting atmosphere, with soft jazz music playing in the background and the comforting aroma of freshly brewed coffee filling the air. As I sat in my usual corner, engrossed in a book, I noticed Alex at the counter. He was hard to miss, with his tall athletic build, and an infectious smile that seemed to light up the room. He looked a bit out of place among the usual patrons, most of whom were around my age or older. He approached the counter with an air of confidence and ordered his drink. As he waited, our eyes met, and he gave me a friendly nod. A few moments later, he was looking around for a place to sit, and since the shop was unusually crowded that evening, he approached my table with a polite, "Mind if I join you?" I agreed, and we struck up a conversation. What was meant to be a brief chat over coffee turned into a deep, engaging discussion that lasted for hours. We talked about everything from our favorite books and movies to our hopes and dreams. From that day on, Alex and I were inseparable. He had a youthful exuberance and a zest for life that was refreshing. Despite our age difference, we found common ground in our interests and values. Alex was studying computer science and was passionate about technology and innovation, while I worked in marketing, enjoying the creative and strategic aspects of my job. Our conversations were always stimulating, and we learned a lot from each other. Alex's positivity was contagious. He had a way of seeing the bright side of things, which was a refreshing change from my more pragmatic, sometimes cynical outlook. He was adventurous and spontaneous, often surprising me with impromptu dates or weekend getaways. One weekend, he whisked me away to a secluded cabin in the mountains, where we spent our time hiking, cooking together, and stargazing. It was magical and cemented the strong connection we felt. Our days were filled with joy and laughter. Alex had a way of making even the mundane tasks feel special. Whether we were cooking dinner together, taking long walks in the park, or simply lounging on the couch watching movies, every moment felt cherished. Alex was attentive and affectionate, always finding little ways to show he cared. He would leave sweet notes for me to find in the morning, bring me my favorite flowers for no reason, and always made sure to remind me how beautiful and special I was to him. We also had a great social life. Alex introduced me to his friends who were welcoming and fun to be around. They were a lively group, and despite the age gap, I felt comfortable and accepted. Similarly, Alex fit in seamlessly with my friends and family. He had a charming personality that made everyone feel at ease. Our relationship was not just about the happy times though. We also supported each other through challenges. Alex was there for me when work got stressful, offering a listening ear and comforting words. I, in turn, helped him navigate the pressures of his studies and his part-time job. We were a team, facing the ups and downs of life together. Despite the seemingly perfect relationship, there were moments that hinted at underlying issues. Every now and then, Alex would casually bring up the idea of anal sex. He would phrase it in a way that seemed offhand, like it was just a passing thought. Have you ever thought about trying something new in bed? He would ask. Or, I read this article about couples experimenting with anal, and it got me curious. Each time he brought it up, I felt a familiar anxiety creeping in. I would respond firmly but gently, reminding him that it was something I wasn't comfortable with. Alex would nod and drop the subject, but I could sense a hint of disappointment in his eyes. I started to worry that maybe I was not enough for him, that my reluctance to explore this particular aspect of our sexual relationship would drive a wedge between us. I tried to push these thoughts aside, focusing instead on the positive aspects of our relationship. However, the more Alex brought it up, the harder it became to ignore the nagging feeling that this issue was not going to disappear on its own. The turning point came one evening after another round of questions about trying anal sex. I could see that Alex was genuinely curious and not trying to pressure me, but it still triggered something deep inside me. I decided it was time to tell him the truth about my past, something I had kept buried for so long. We sat on the couch, and I took his hand in mine. I had a traumatic experience in my past that made the idea of anal sex extremely uncomfortable for me. I had been sexually assaulted by an ex-boyfriend when I was 17, an experience that left deep emotional scars. It was something I rarely talked about, and I certainly hadn't shared it with Alex yet. I took a deep breath and told Alex that I was uncomfortable with the idea of anal sex. I won't go into too much detail about my past, but I'll make it clear that it's been a difficult line for me. Alex seemed to understand and assured me that he respected my feelings and that it wasn't a big deal to him. He said that our relationship and my comfort were far more important than any sexual act. Alex pulled me into a tight embrace. "Emily, I'm so sorry you went through that," he said softly. "I had no idea. Thank you for trusting me enough to tell me. I promise I'll never bring it up again." For a while, after I had shared my traumatic past with Alex, he seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. He promised not to bring up the topic of anal sex again, and for a few months, he kept that promise. Our relationship continued to flourish during this time. We went on romantic getaways, enjoyed quiet evenings at home, and deepened our emotional connection. It felt like we had moved past a major hurdle, and I started to believe that we could build a future together without this issue hanging over us. However, as time went on, I noticed subtle signs that the topic was creeping back into our relationship. It started with small comments and jokes, often made in a light-hearted tone. At first, I brushed them off, thinking that he was just being playful. But the more frequent these comments became, the more uneasy I felt. I began to sense that Alex's curiosity and desire for anal sex had not truly been put to rest. One evening as we were relaxing on the couch after dinner, Alex brought up the topic again, this time more directly. "Emily, I've been thinking about something," he said, his tone serious. "I know we've talked about this before, but I wanted to bring it up again. Can we discuss the idea of trying anal sex?" My heart sank, and I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. I had hoped that this issue was behind us, but clearly, it wasn't. I took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. "Alex, we've been through this. You know how I feel about it, and why it's such a difficult thing for me." He nodded, looking thoughtful. "I know, and I respect that. But I want to explain why it's important to me. It's not about the physical act itself or sexual pleasure. For me, it's more of a submissive thing." I was confused. "Submissive? What do you mean by that?" He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "It's about the dynamic it creates. I like the idea of you giving yourself up to me, of trusting me completely. It's a form of intimacy that goes beyond physical pleasure. It's about the connection and the trust involved." I tried to understand his perspective, but it was difficult. "So, you're saying it's not about the act itself, but what it represents to you?" He nodded again. "Exactly. I don't need it for sexual satisfaction. I love you and our sex life is great. But there's something about the submissive aspect that really appeals to me. It makes me feel closer to you in a different way." I appreciated his honesty, but it didn't make me feel any better about the situation. "Alex, I understand that you have your reasons, but this is a boundary that I need you to respect. It's tied to a very traumatic experience for me, and it's not something I can just get over." He reached out and took my hand, his eyes filled with sincerity. "Emily, I don't want you to think that this changes how I feel about you. I love you just the way you are, and this doesn't make me like you any less. But it's something I really want to explore with you because I believe it could bring us closer in a unique way." I sighed, feeling torn. On one hand, I wanted to honor his desires and be open to his needs. On the other hand, I couldn't shake the deep discomfort and fear that the idea of anal sex brought up for me. "Alex, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, but it's hard. This is a deeply sensitive issue for me, and I need you to respect that." He squeezed my hand gently. I do respect it, Emily. I really do. But I also want us to be able to talk about our desires and needs openly. I promise I won't pressure you, and if it's something you can never do, I'll accept that. But I wanted you to know why it's important to me. His words hung in the air, and I felt the weight of the conversation pressing down on me. I appreciated his honesty, and his attempt to communicate his feelings, but it didn't change the fact that this was a hard boundary for me. I needed time to process what he had said and to figure out how we could move forward from here. The tension continued to build over the next few weeks. I tried to push my worries aside and focus on the positive aspects of our relationship, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. Then, one evening, I discovered something that shattered my fragile sense of peace. As I settled onto the couch, Alex's phone buzzed on the coffee table. He had left it behind in his rush to catch his flight earlier that day. I glanced at the screen and saw a notification from an unknown number. Curiosity got the better of me, and I unlocked his phone to see what it was. What I found shocked and hurt me to my core. There were several videos, all sent from his ex-girlfriend, and they were explicit. In these videos, she was performing anal sex with various sex toys. My heart sank as I scrolled through the messages that accompanied the videos. They were from the early stages of Alex and I talking, before we had officially started dating. He had been asking her to do these things over text, and she had complied, sending him these graphic videos. I felt a rush of emotions. Betrayal, anger, confusion, and deep sadness. Why had Alex kept these videos? Why had he even asked for them in the first place? I couldn't comprehend what this meant for our relationship. The man I thought I knew and trusted had kept a significant part of his past hidden from me, and it felt like a punch to the gut. When Alex returned from his trip, I confronted him immediately. I showed him his phone and the videos. What is this, Alex? Why do you have these videos from your ex-girlfriend? And why were you asking her to do these things? Alex looked taken aback, his face paling as he realized what I had found. He took a deep breath and sat down, clearly trying to find the right words. Emily, I can explain. Those videos were sent to me after we had broken up. It was before we were together, and I never thought you'd find out about them. I felt a surge of anger. That's not the point, Alex. Why did you ask her to do these things? What does this mean for us? How am I supposed to trust you now? He looked down at his hands, guilt etched across his face. I asked her because, I don't know, it made me feel powerful. It's messed up, I know. I wanted to degrade her, to feel like I had some control. But it has nothing to do with you, Emily. I don't want to degrade you. I felt tears welling up in my eyes. How am I supposed to believe that, Alex? You've been pressuring me to do anal sex for months and now I find out you were doing this with your ex. It makes me feel like I'm not enough for you. Like I'll never be able to make you happy because I can't give you what she did. He reached out to touch my hand, but I pulled away. Emily. Please. You are enough for me. More than enough. I love you and this doesn't change that. I kept those videos out of stupidity and selfishness, not because I want to degrade you or compare you to her. I shook my head, feeling a mix of frustration and despair. I don't know if I can get past this, Alex. It's not just about the videos, it's about everything. The pressure you've been putting on me. The way you've made me feel like I'm not good enough. I don't want to be unhappy in our sex life, but I can't do something that brings back so much trauma for me. He looked at me, his eyes pleading. Emily, I'm so sorry. I never meant to hurt you. I promise I'll never bring up anal sex again. I'll delete the videos, block her number, do whatever it takes to make this right. Just please, don't let this ruin us. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm of emotions inside me. Alex, it's going to take a lot more than that to fix this. I need time to process everything and figure out if I can still trust you. Right now, I just need some space. He nodded, his expression one of profound regret. I understand. Take all the time you need. I'll do whatever it takes to earn back your trust. As I walked away, I felt a heavy weight in my chest. This discovery had shattered my sense of security in our relationship, and I didn't know if it could be repaired. I loved Alex, but the pain and betrayal I felt were overwhelming. I needed to figure out what this meant for us and whether we could move forward together. In the days following my discovery of the explicit videos, I was in a state of emotional turmoil. I felt like I was on an emotional roller coaster, with waves of anger, sadness, confusion, and betrayal crashing over me at unexpected moments. The pain was almost physical, and my mind was constantly racing, trying to make sense of everything. I couldn't believe that the man I loved and trusted had kept something so significant from me. Feeling overwhelmed and unable to process everything on my own, I decided to reach out to a few close friends. I needed their support and perspective to help me navigate this difficult time. I invited my best friend Lisa over for coffee, knowing she would provide a listening ear and honest advice. As we sat on my couch, I poured out the entire story, from discovering the videos to Alex's explanation. Lisa listened intently, her face reflecting a mix of shock and sympathy. When I finished, she took a deep breath and said, "Emily, I can't believe he did that. I'm so sorry you're going through this. But you need to remember that you're strong, and you deserve someone who respects you completely." Her words were comforting, but they also highlighted the gravity of the situation. I felt a lump in my throat as I realized just how much my trust in Alex had been shattered. Lisa reminded me of the good times Alex and I had shared, the moments when he had been loving and supportive. She acknowledged that while Alex had made a serious mistake, he wasn't entirely defined by it. This was comforting yet confusing. How could I reconcile these two versions of him? As I continued to process everything, I found it incredibly difficult to reconcile the loving, caring man I knew with the one who had kept explicit videos of his ex-girlfriend. The contrast was stark and jarring. On one hand, Alex had been a source of comfort and joy in my life. He had been supportive during tough times, made me laugh when I needed it most, and had shown me love in ways I hadn't experienced before. On the other hand, the betrayal I felt from his actions was undeniable and deeply painful. I spent countless hours reflecting on our relationship, replaying memories in my mind, and analyzing every aspect of our time together. I thought about the early days when we had first met and the connection we had felt. I remembered the adventures we had shared, the intimate moments, and the dreams we had for our future. All of this made it even harder to come to terms with the current situation. One of the most troubling realizations was that while I still loved Alex, my respect for him had been severely damaged. Love and respect are both crucial components of a healthy relationship, and losing respect for someone you love creates a deep and unsettling conflict. I felt a profound sense of loss, as if the foundation of our relationship had been cracked, and I wasn't sure if it could be repaired. I found myself questioning everything. Could I ever fully trust Alex again? Would I always feel insecure and inadequate because of his past actions? How could we move forward when such a significant part of our relationship had been tainted by betrayal? These questions haunted me day and night, and I knew that I needed to find some clarity. Despite the pressures and expectations to reunite our family, I refused to leave my girlfriend and start over with my estranged wife. My name is Alex, and I am at a crossroads in my life, torn between the past and the present, between duty and desire. This is the story of my struggle to decide whether to stay with my amazing girlfriend, or to reconcile with my estranged wife for the sake of our family. My wife, Emma, and I had been separated for 3 years. Before that, we had spent a decade together, 9 of those years as a married couple. Our relationship was once the epitome of blissful love, filled with laughter, shared dreams, and the deep comforting knowledge that we were each other's everything. I loved Emma very deeply, and for a long time, I believed she was my soulmate. We had 2 beautiful children together, now aged 12 and 10, who were the center of our world. Our family was my pride and joy, and for a while, it felt like nothing could ever come between us. I can still vividly remember the first time I laid eyes on Emma. It was a sunny afternoon in the park, and she was sitting on a bench reading a book. There was something about her that drew me in immediately. Maybe it was the way her hair caught the sunlight or the serene expression on her face as she lost herself in her book. I mustered up the courage to approach her, and to my delight, she looked up and smiled. That moment marked the beginning of our journey together. We spent hours talking, sharing our hopes and dreams, and finding that we had so much in common. Our connection was instantaneous and electric. We dated for a couple of years, and each day brought us closer together. We complemented each other in every way, balancing out each other's strengths and weaknesses. When I proposed, it was under a sky full of stars, and the look of joy on her face when she said yes, is something I will never forget. Our wedding was a beautiful celebration of our love, surrounded by family and friends who all believed, as we did, that we were perfect for each other. The first few years of our marriage were idyllic. We traveled, explored new places, and built a home filled with love and laughter. We talked about our future, our dreams of starting a family, and growing old together. When our first child was born, it was one of the happiest days of my life. Holding our baby in my arms, I felt a surge of love and responsibility. Emma was an incredible mother from the very beginning. She was nurturing, patient, and devoted. Our bond seemed to grow even stronger as we navigated the challenges and joys of parenthood together. 2 years later, our second child was born, completing our family. The house was filled with the sounds of children's laughter, and our hearts were full. However, things began to change after the birth of our second child. The intimacy that once flowed so naturally between us started to wane. Initially, I attributed it to the exhaustion and demands of raising young children. But as time went on, it became clear that this was not a temporary phase. It became something I had to beg for, a painful reminder that our connection was fraying at the edges. Emma never initiated it, and I faced rejection 99% of the time. At first I would bring it up gently, hoping we could address the issue together. I would choose moments when we were relaxed and alone, away from the chaos of daily life. Emma, I would say. I miss the way we used to be. I miss being close to you. She would listen, but her responses were always the same. She would accuse me of nagging her, telling me that I was making a big deal out of nothing. Each time she brushed off my concerns, a small piece of my heart broke. I tried different approaches, thinking that maybe if I did things differently, she would understand how important this was to me. I planned romantic dinners, surprised her with flowers, and even suggested weekends away from the kids. But nothing seemed to make a difference. The more I tried to communicate my feelings, the more distant she became. The turning point came one evening when we were watching a movie together. I reached out to hold her hand, and she pulled away, muttering something about being tired. I felt a surge of frustration and sadness. I turned off the TV and looked at her, trying to keep my voice steady. Emma, we need to talk about this. I can't keep feeling like this. She sighed, clearly exasperated. Alex, we have our children now. Isn't that enough? Why do you keep pushing this? Her words stung more than I cared to admit. Because it's important, Emma. We can't just ignore this part of our relationship. It's not just about sex. It's about feeling connected, feeling wanted. She rolled her eyes, and I could see the walls going up again. I'm happy, Alex. Why can't you be happy too? Why do you have to make everything so complicated? I sat there in stunned silence, the weight of her words pressing down on me. It was clear that we were on completely different wavelengths. I felt lonely and rejected, while she seemed perfectly content with the status quo. I realized that this wasn't just about physical intimacy. It was about a deeper emotional disconnect that I didn't know how to bridge. The following weeks were a blur of tension and unspoken words. I found myself withdrawing, not knowing how to reach her anymore. I suggested we go to marriage counseling, hoping that a neutral third party could help us navigate these troubled waters. She reluctantly agreed, but it was clear she wasn't invested in the process. During one of our sessions, the therapist asked Emma why she thought we were there. She hesitated for a moment before responding. Alex is unhappy with our sex life. He thinks it's a big problem, but I don't see it that way. I felt a lump form in my throat as I listened to her. The therapist gently probed, asking her to elaborate. That's when Emma snapped, her voice filled with frustration. We have our children now, so what is the point of sex? The room fell silent. The therapist looked taken aback, and I felt like I had been punched in the gut. Emma's words echoed in my mind, a cruel confirmation of my deepest fears. She quickly tried to backtrack, saying it was just a joke because she felt cornered. But the damage was done. Her statement hung in the air, a stark reminder of the chasm that had opened up between us. After that session, Emma made a brief effort to disprove her statement by paying more attention to me. She would initiate conversations, make an effort to be physically affectionate, but it all felt forced and temporary. Within a week she reverted to her old ways, and I decided to drop the subject altogether. I thought that when she was ready, she would come to me. But she never did. 8 years passed in this emotional limbo. Our physical relationship never recovered, and the emotional distance between us grew wider. I found solace in focusing on our children and my work, but the void in my heart remained. A year before our separation, I reached a breaking point. I told Emma that I was unhappy and needed things to change. I suggested another round of marriage counseling, along with sex therapy, hoping against hope that we could find a way back to each other. But she was dismissive, insisting that she was content and couldn't understand why I wasn't. It was then that I knew I had to leave, not because I didn't love her, but because staying would mean losing myself. The decision to leave was one of the hardest things I've ever done. It took me a year to prepare, to put my affairs in order, and to find a place where I could live close enough to co-parent our children effectively. When I finally told Emma, she was shocked, but not surprised. The separation was amicable. We both wanted what was best for our children, even if it meant we couldn't be together. By then my love for Emma was still there, but it was overshadowed by a growing sense of frustration and loneliness. It's often said that people leave when the love is gone, but for me, it was the love that made it so hard to leave. It took me a year to put my affairs in order, to gather the strength to tell Emma that I was leaving. I found a rental near our home so that we could co-parent more easily, hoping that the proximity would lessen the impact on our children. Adjusting to single life was both a challenge and a revelation. After a decade of marriage and 3 years of a strained separation, I found myself alone in a small rental not far from the house Emma and I had shared. The echoes of our past life together lingered in the empty rooms, and the silence was deafening. My children visited regularly, their laughter and presence providing brief respites from the loneliness that otherwise enveloped me. The first few months were the hardest. I struggled to adapt to the solitude, to the absence of familiar routines that had once defined my days. Mornings were especially difficult. I would wake up and instinctively reach for the empty space beside me, only to be met with the cold reminder that Emma was no longer there. The bed felt vast and uninviting, a stark contrast to the warmth and comfort I had once known. In an attempt to fill the void, I began to explore the world of casual relationships. I joined dating apps, attended social events, and tried to meet new people. These encounters were fleeting, often leaving me feeling more empty and disconnected than before. Each date was a reminder of what I had lost, and I found myself comparing every woman I met to Emma. No one seemed to measure up, and the superficiality of these interactions left me longing for something deeper, more meaningful. Just when I was beginning to lose hope, I met Lily. It was at a mutual friend's birthday party, a casual gathering that I had almost skipped. The moment I saw her, there was an instant connection. She had an infectious smile and a warmth that drew me in immediately. We spent the evening talking, laughing, and sharing stories. For the first time in years, I felt a genuine spark of excitement and possibility. Lily was unlike anyone I had ever met. She was kind, compassionate, and incredibly understanding. She listened without judgment, offering insights that often left me in awe of her wisdom. Our relationship developed slowly, naturally, as we spent more time together. Each date was filled with laughter and deep conversations that left me feeling invigorated and alive. She had a way of making me feel seen and valued, something I hadn't experienced in a long time. As the months passed, our connection deepened. We shared our hopes, dreams and fears, building a foundation of trust and mutual respect. Lily was a breath of fresh air, a beacon of light in the darkness that had surrounded me for so long. She encouraged me to be myself, to embrace my passions and pursue my dreams. With her I felt a sense of freedom and possibility that I had almost forgotten existed. Our relationship was not without its challenges. I had to navigate the complexities of co-parenting, balancing my time between my children and Lily. There were moments of guilt and doubt, but Lily was always patient and supportive. She understood the importance of my role as a father and never tried to compete with my children for my attention. Instead, she embraced them, welcoming them into her life with open arms. The joy and fulfillment I felt in my relationship with Lily were unlike anything I had ever experienced. With her, I rediscovered parts of myself that had been buried under the weight of my failed marriage. She reignited my passion for life, encouraging me to pursue hobbies and interests that I had long abandoned. Together, we explored new places, tried new things, and created memories that filled my heart with happiness. Lily's love was a balm to my wounded soul. She showed me that it was possible to love and be loved in a way that was healthy and nurturing. Our relationship was built on mutual respect, open communication, and a deep understanding of each other's needs and desires. I no longer felt the need to beg for attention or validation. With Lily, everything felt effortless, natural, and right. One of the most profound moments in our relationship came during a quiet evening at her apartment. We were sitting on her balcony, watching the sunset, when she turned to me and said, "Alex, you deserve to be happy. You deserve to be loved for who you are, not for what someone else wants you to be." Her words struck a chord deep within me, and I realized that for the first time in years, I truly believed them. Lily had given me a gift that was priceless. The belief in my own worth and the courage to pursue my happiness. She had shown me that love could be a source of strength and joy, not just a source of pain and frustration. With her, I felt a sense of peace and contentment that I had never known before. As our relationship continued to grow, I found myself envisioning a future with Lily. I could see us building a life together, filled with love, laughter, and endless possibilities. She had become my partner, my confidant, and my best friend. The thought of losing her was unbearable, and I knew that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. In comparison to my previous marriage, my relationship with Lily was a revelation. The joy and fulfillment I felt with her were a stark contrast to the years of emotional turmoil and disconnection I had experienced with Emma. With Lily, I felt whole, complete, and truly happy. She had brought me back to life, showing me that it was possible to love and be loved in a way that was healthy and enriching. It was a typical Saturday afternoon when the phone rang. I was in the middle of organizing my apartment, a task I had been putting off for weeks. The ringtone cut through the quiet, and I glanced at the caller ID. It was my mother. I answered, expecting a casual chat about her latest gardening project or a new recipe she had tried. "Alex," she said, her voice unusually serious. "I need you to come over. We need to talk." "Is everything okay?" I asked, my heart rate quickening. "Just come over," she insisted. "It's important." I agreed and hung up, my mind racing with possibilities. I couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was about to happen. As I drove to my mother's house, I couldn't help but think about the past few years and how much my life had changed since the separation from Emma. Little did I know this visit would bring a new twist to my already complicated life. When I arrived, my mother was waiting for me at the door. Her expression was a mix of concern and determination. She ushered me into the living room, where, to my surprise, Emma was sitting on the couch. The air was thick with tension, and I felt a knot form in my stomach. "What's going on?" I asked, looking from my mother to Emma and back again. My mother motioned for me to sit down. "Alex, Emma and I have been talking. She wants to discuss something very important with you." Emma looked up at me, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and apprehension. "Alex," she began, her voice trembling slightly. "I've been doing a lot of thinking over the past few months. I realize now how much I've taken you for granted and how much I've hurt you. I want us to try again. I want to reconcile." I sat there in stunned silence, the weight of her words sinking in. This was the last thing I had expected. For 3 years, we had lived separate lives, barely interacting beyond the necessary communication about our children. Now, she was asking to mend the broken pieces of our marriage. Emma continued, her voice gaining strength as she spoke. "I know I made mistakes, and I'm truly sorry. I've been seeing a therapist, working on myself, and I've realized that I can't let go of what we had. I miss you, Alex. I miss our family. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to fix this. Counseling, therapy, whatever you need." The sincerity in her voice was undeniable, but it also brought back a flood of painful memories. I remembered all the times I had tried to reach out to her, to bridge the gap that had grown between us, only to be met with indifference or outright rejection. Could I trust her words now? Could I believe that she had truly changed? My mother chimed in, her voice gentle but firm. "Alex, I know this is a lot to take in, but think about the girls. They need their family together. You and Emma owe it to them to at least try." Her words cut deep. I had always put my daughters first, and the thought of giving them a united family was tempting. But I couldn't ignore the fact that it wasn't just about them. My happiness mattered too, and I had found that with Lily. "I need some time to think," I finally said, my voice barely above a whisper. Emma nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. "I understand. Take all the time you need. Just know that I'm here, ready to do whatever it takes." I left my mother's house that day with a heavy heart, my mind a whirlwind of emotions. The drive home felt longer than usual, each mile filled with doubts and questions. When I finally walked through the door of my apartment, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. This was my sanctuary, a place where I could think clearly, and process everything that had just happened. That evening, I told Lily everything. We sat on the couch, her hand in mine, as I recounted the events of the day. She listened quietly, her face a mask of calm concern. When I finished, she squeezed my hand gently. "You need to do what feels right for you and your daughters, Alex," she said softly. "Whatever you decide, I'll support you." Her words were a balm to my troubled mind, but they didn't make the decision any easier. The next few days were filled with sleepless nights and endless contemplation. I replayed Emma's words over and over in my head, trying to discern if there was truth in them or if they were just a desperate attempt to cling to the past. One evening, as I sat alone in the living room, memories of my marriage with Emma flooded back. I remembered the good times, the laughter, and the dreams we had shared. But I also remembered the pain, the rejection, and the feeling of being unloved and unwanted. I had to be honest with myself. Could I go back to that life? Could I risk opening those old wounds again? My mother called me frequently during this time, her voice always filled with concern. "Alex, have you thought about what Emma said? I know it's a lot to ask, but please consider it. For the girls." Her pleas weighed heavily on me. I knew she meant well, but she didn't fully understand the depth of the pain that had driven me to leave in the first place. It wasn't just about physical intimacy. It was about feeling valued, respected, and loved. And for a long time, I hadn't felt any of those things with Emma. I spent the next few days reflecting on my life, my children, and my future. I thought about Lily and the happiness she had brought into my life. I thought about Emma and the history we shared, the good and the bad. And most importantly, I thought about my daughters and what was best for them. Finally, I reached a decision. I called Emma and asked her to meet me at a local park where we could talk privately. As we sat on a bench overlooking a serene pond, I took a deep breath and began to speak. "Emma, I've thought a lot about what you said. I appreciate your willingness to try and fix things, and I believe that you're sincere. But I need you to understand that it's not just about whether we can make our marriage work. It's about whether we can both be truly happy in that marriage. Emma nodded, her eyes fixed on mine. I understand, Alex. I know I hurt you, and I'm so sorry for that. I just want to try, for us and for the girls. I sighed, feeling the weight of my decision settle over me. Emma. I found happiness with Lily. She makes me feel loved and valued in a way I haven't felt in a long time. I can't just walk away from that. But I also can't ignore the fact that our daughters deserve a stable, loving environment. I paused, gathering my thoughts. I think the best thing we can do is to co-parent as effectively as possible. We can work together to give the girls the support and love they need, even if we're not together as a couple. I believe that's the best way forward for all of us. Tears welled up in Emma's eyes, and she nodded slowly. I understand, Alex. I just want what's best for the girls. If this is what you think is best, then I'll support it. We sat in silence for a few moments, the weight of our shared history hanging in the air. It was a bittersweet moment, filled with a mix of sadness and relief. We both knew that we were making the right decision, even if it wasn't the one we had once hoped for. As I walked away from the park that day, I felt a sense of closure. The path ahead was still uncertain, but I knew that I had made the right choice for myself and my children. I returned home to Lily, ready to build a future filled with love, happiness, and the promise of new beginnings. Disappointed by my boyfriend's empty promises, I decided to have an abortion behind his back to free myself. My name is Emily, and I am a 27-year-old woman. My boyfriend, Mark, is 32. We met at a mutual friend's housewarming party about 8 months ago. The attraction was immediate. He was charming, with a captivating smile and a warm personality that drew me in from the moment we started talking. We spent the entire evening engrossed in conversation, sharing stories about our lives, our passions, and our dreams for the future. By the end of the night, Mark had asked for my number, and I felt a flutter of excitement that I hadn't experienced in a long time. Our first few dates were magical. Mark was attentive, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. We enjoyed romantic dinners, spontaneous weekend getaways, and long walks in the park. Everything felt like it was straight out of a fairy tale. We quickly grew close, and it wasn't long before I found myself falling for him. 3 months into our relationship, we experienced an unexpected turn of events. Despite using contraception diligently, I found out I was pregnant. I was in shock when I saw the 2 lines on the pregnancy test. I remember staring at the test in my bathroom, my heart pounding in my chest. My thoughts raced as I tried to process the reality of the situation. Pregnant. Despite using contraception, I was pregnant. I called Mark immediately. He picked up on the second ring, his voice cheerful as always. When I told him the news, there was a moment of silence. I held my breath, unsure of how he would react. Then, to my surprise, he let out a joyous laugh. "Emily, this is incredible news," he exclaimed. He promised to come over right away. When he arrived, he enveloped me in a tight hug, whispering reassurances and talking excitedly about our future. His enthusiasm was infectious, and for a brief moment, I allowed myself to believe that everything would be all right. The first few weeks were a roller coaster. Physically, I felt exhausted all the time. Morning sickness hit me hard, and I found myself running to the bathroom at all hours. My sense of smell became incredibly sensitive, and certain foods that I used to love now made me nauseous. My breasts were tender, and I felt bloated and uncomfortable in my own skin. These physical changes were a constant reminder of the new life growing inside me. Emotionally, I was a mess. One minute I felt excited about the possibility of becoming a mother, and the next, I was overwhelmed with fear and doubt. I worried about how this would affect my career, my social life, and my relationship with Mark. I had always been independent, and the thought of being responsible for another human being was daunting. Mark, on the other hand, seemed thrilled about the pregnancy. He talked endlessly about our future together, painting a rosy picture of us living in a cozy apartment, raising our child with love and care. He promised that we would move in together soon and that he would propose before the baby was born. His words were like a balm to my anxious mind, and I clung to them desperately, hoping that they would come true. However, as the weeks went by, I began to notice a troubling pattern. Mark's promises remained just that, promises. He continued to talk about our future, but there was no concrete action to back up his words. We were still living separately, and every time I brought up the topic of moving in together, he would brush it off with vague reassurances. "Don't worry, Emily. We'll figure it out soon," he would say with a charming smile. The more I thought about it, the more my concerns grew. I started to doubt Mark's commitment and reliability. It was easy for him to talk about a perfect future, but when it came to making real plans, he seemed hesitant and non-committal. I felt increasingly isolated and alone in this journey. The physical symptoms of pregnancy were challenging enough, but the emotional toll was even harder to bear. I tried to express my worries to Mark, but our conversations always ended the same way, with him reassuring me that everything would be fine. "I love you, Emily. We're going to be a great family," he would say, pulling me into his arms. I wanted to believe him, but his lack of action spoke louder than his words. As the first trimester progressed, my anxiety intensified. I began to feel a growing sense of dread about the future. What if Mark never followed through on his promises? What if I ended up raising this child on my own? The thought of being a single mother terrified me. I had seen how challenging it was for my friends who were single parents, and I knew that I wasn't strong enough to handle it alone. The turning point came one evening when Mark showed up at my apartment unannounced. He had somehow found my address on my driver's license and decided to pay me a surprise visit. I was taken aback by his sudden appearance, and my initial happiness quickly turned to unease. He had come over to talk about the pregnancy again, but this time, his demeanor was different. He seemed more intense, almost desperate. "Emily, I've been thinking," he began, his eyes fixed on mine. "I know you're worried about the future, but I want you to trust me. We can do this together." I sighed, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. "Mark, I want to believe you, but you haven't taken any steps to make this work. We're still living apart, and there are no concrete plans for us to move in together." He took my hands in his grip firm. "I promise you, Emily. I'll make it happen. Just give me a little more time." But time was something I didn't have. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't base my future and the future of my child on empty promises. I needed stability, certainty, and a partner who would be there for me every step of the way. That night, after Mark left, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The weight of my decision pressed down on me, and I knew that I had to do what was best for me and my future. I couldn't rely on Mark to change. His words were comforting, but his actions told a different story. I had to face the reality that I might be alone in this journey. The decision to have an abortion was not one I made lightly. It was the culmination of countless sleepless nights, tears, and an overwhelming sense of fear and uncertainty. As the weeks of my first trimester passed, I found myself grappling with an inner turmoil that grew more intense with each passing day. I began by weighing the pros and cons of my situation. On one hand, there was the undeniable joy and excitement that Mark felt about the pregnancy. His enthusiasm was contagious, and for brief moments, I allowed myself to imagine a future where we were a happy family. But those moments were fleeting, overshadowed by a growing list of concerns that haunted my thoughts. One of my biggest fears was the prospect of single motherhood. Despite Mark's promises, his actions showed a lack of commitment. He spoke passionately about our future, yet he failed to take any concrete steps toward making those promises a reality. We were still living separately, and every attempt to discuss moving in together was met with vague reassurances. I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that if I went through with the pregnancy, I might end up raising this child on my own. Financial stability was another major concern. While I had a steady job, the cost of raising a child was daunting. Without a clear plan from Mark and no guarantee of his financial or emotional support, I felt the weight of potential financial strain pressing down on me. I knew that bringing a child into the world under such uncertain circumstances was not a decision to be taken lightly. As I contemplated my options, I also considered my own mental and emotional well-being. The physical changes of pregnancy were already taking a toll on me, and I was struggling to cope with the added stress. The thought of navigating the challenges of pregnancy and motherhood alone filled me with dread. I had always prided myself on being strong and independent, but this situation was pushing me to my limits. Despite these fears, Mark's excitement about the baby added immense pressure. He frequently talked about how wonderful it would be to have a child together, and he seemed oblivious to my growing anxiety. Whenever I tried to express my concerns, he would dismiss them with optimistic reassurances. "We'll figure it out, Emily. Everything will be fine," he would say, his eyes shining with hope. But his optimism felt more like a burden than a comfort. I began to feel suffocated by the weight of his expectations and my own fears. I knew that if I told him about my doubts, he would try to convince me to keep the baby. The thought of facing his disappointment and potential anger was unbearable. I had already seen a glimpse of his reaction when he showed up unannounced at my apartment to talk about the pregnancy. His desperation to keep the baby was clear, and I feared that any discussion about abortion would only intensify his efforts to persuade me otherwise. As my second trimester approached, I knew I had to make a decision. The clock was ticking, and I couldn't afford to delay any longer. After many sleepless nights and tearful conversations with myself, I decided that an abortion was the best choice for me. It was a heart-wrenching decision, but I knew that I needed to prioritize my own well-being and future. With my decision made, I began the secret preparations for the abortion. I researched clinics and found one that was reputable and had a supportive staff. I scheduled an appointment, feeling a mix of relief and dread. The days leading up to the procedure were filled with a whirlwind of emotions. I felt guilty for not telling Mark, but I knew that I couldn't handle the added pressure of his reaction. This was something I needed to do on my own terms. On the day of the abortion, I woke up feeling a sense of heavy finality. I knew that this decision would change my life forever, but I also felt a strange sense of empowerment. I was taking control of my future, making a choice that I believed was best for me. I arrived at the clinic early, my heart pounding in my chest. The waiting room was quiet, filled with other women who were likely experiencing similar emotions. The staff at the clinic were kind and understanding, which helped ease some of my anxiety. They explained the procedure to me, answered my questions, and offered words of support. Despite their reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling of fear and sadness that lingered in the back of my mind. As I was prepped for the procedure, I closed my eyes and tried to calm my racing thoughts. The physical aspects of the abortion were uncomfortable, but it was the emotional toll that was the hardest to bear. I felt a mix of relief and sorrow as the procedure was completed. I knew I had made the right choice for myself, but it didn't make the experience any less painful. After the procedure, I was taken to a recovery room where I sat quietly, letting the reality of what had just happened sink in. I felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness, but also a glimmer of hope. I had taken control of my life and made a decision that I believed was best for my future. The staff checked on me periodically, offering words of comfort and support. When I was finally able to leave the clinic, I stepped outside into the fresh air, feeling a mix of exhaustion and relief. The sun was shining, and for the first time in weeks, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. I knew that the road ahead would be challenging, but I also felt stronger, more resilient. Telling Mark about the abortion was one of the hardest things I had to do. I knew that his reaction would likely be negative, but I also knew that I couldn't keep it from him forever. The evening after the procedure, I sat on my couch, phone in hand, trying to muster the courage to call him. My mind was a whirlwind of emotions, relief, fear, guilt, and sorrow. Finally I dialed his number. He answered on the third ring, his voice cheerful as he greeted me. The sound of his happiness felt like a knife to my heart. Taking a deep breath, I said, "Mark, we need to talk. I made a decision today. I had an abortion." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. When he finally spoke, his voice was strained and shaky. "Emily, why didn't you tell me? We could have figured something out together." I tried to explain my reasons, my fears of single motherhood, and the lack of concrete support from him. I told him how I had been feeling overwhelmed and unsupported, how I needed to make a decision that was right for me. But my words seemed to fall on deaf ears. His initial reaction was a mix of shock and disappointment, and he struggled to comprehend why I hadn't included him in the decision-making process. In the days that followed, Mark's reaction evolved. Initially, he seemed to try to understand, though he was clearly hurt. He promised to be there for me and to support me through the emotional aftermath. He said that he still loved me and that we could work through this together. For a brief moment, I believed him. I wanted to believe that we could find a way to move forward. However, his promises of support quickly faded. My birthday was a few weeks after the abortion, and Mark had promised to get me a special gift. He asked me to choose something I liked and assured me he would pay me back if I bought it first. I found a beautiful necklace that I had been eyeing for months and decided it would be a perfect birthday gift. I bought it and sent him the receipt, trusting that he would keep his word. Weeks passed, and Mark still hadn't reimbursed me for the necklace. Whenever I brought it up, he would deflect or come up with excuses. "I'm really busy at work right now, Emily. I'll get to it soon," he would say. But soon never came. Instead, his attitude towards me began to shift dramatically. Mark started to express feelings of trauma and anger over the abortion. He accused me of making a selfish decision and not trusting him enough to be part of the process. His initial understanding was replaced by a growing resentment. He began to lash out at me verbally, using the abortion as a weapon in our arguments. "You killed our baby without even giving me a say," he would say, his voice filled with bitterness. The emotional abuse escalated, and I found myself walking on eggshells around him. Every conversation seemed to circle back to the abortion, and he used it as a justification for his hurtful behavior. He began to insult me, calling me heartless and selfish. His words cut deep, and I struggled to reconcile the man who had once been so loving and supportive with the person he had become. One night, during yet another heated argument about the abortion, I brought up the necklace again, hoping he would at least keep that small promise. His response shocked me. I'm not giving you a dime, Emily. You don't deserve it after what you did, he spat, his eyes cold and unyielding. I was stunned. The necklace had become a symbol of his broken promises and the growing chasm between us. His refusal to return the money was not just about the gift. It was a clear message that he no longer cared about our relationship or my feelings. As the days turned into weeks, the emotional toll of Mark's behavior weighed heavily on me. I felt isolated and alone, struggling to cope with the aftermath of the abortion and the disintegration of our relationship. The man who had once promised me the world was now a source of pain and anguish. His transformation from a supportive boyfriend to an emotionally abusive partner was heartbreaking. I realized that I couldn't continue to live like this. Mark's refusal to support me, both emotionally and financially, was a clear indication that our relationship was beyond repair. I had to make a difficult decision once again. This time, to prioritize my own mental health and well-being. Ending the relationship with Mark was painful, but it was necessary. I was in a very bad state, but everyone's support helped me feel better. I almost wanted to commit suicide because of my decision, but today is the first day I feel like life is worth living again. I couldn't allow myself to be dragged down by his bitterness and anger. I needed to heal and move forward, free from the toxic environment that our relationship had become. The decision to have an abortion and the subsequent breakup with Mark were incredibly challenging, but they also taught me the importance of self-care and making difficult choices for my own happiness. Looking back, I know that I made the right decision. It wasn't easy, and the emotional scars will take time to heal, but I am stronger and more resilient because of it. I have learned to trust my instincts and to prioritize my own well-being, even in the face of adversity.